Fellow wanderers of Middle-earth, tonight we begin a chronicle older than the sun itself. We turn our gaze to the children of our lay, the dwarves, who were fashioned in secret darkness and granted life by mercy alone. This is the story of 7 fathers sleeping beneath stone, of kingdoms carved from mountain hearts, of mithril and dragonfire, of exile and return. From the forging halls before time to the 4th age's distant promise, we trace the complete tale of the Khazad, stubborn, proud, and enduring as the bones of the world. From the deeps of Khazad doom to the halls of Erebor, from the Blue Mountains ruin to the battle of 5 armies. We follow a people who would not break though all the powers of darkness pressed against them. So settle close to the fire, let the outside world fade, and journey with me into this chronicle of stone and steel, of axes and pride, of the 7 fathers and their children who shaped Middle-earth with hammer and will. If these tales stir something in your heart, please like and subscribe to join our fellowship of story lovers. Drop a comment below telling me where in our wide world you're listening from tonight, for every voice makes our circle stronger. Now the tale begins. In the deeps of time, before the sun rose, before the moon wandered the sky, before any living thing drew breath in Middle-earth, Alay the smith worked alone in secret places. He was mightiest of the Valar in crafts of hand, and he had shaped the substances of the earth itself when the world was young. Stone and metal answered to his will, and mountains rose where he desired them. But now he labored on a different work, driven by an impatience that gnawed at him through the long dark years. The children of LOTR had been promised. Elves and men would come in their time to wake and walk beneath stars, to fill the empty lands with song and speech. But that time seemed far off, hidden in councils Orla could not read. He loved the earth he had shaped, yet it lay silent and waiting, beautiful but barren of voices. The impatience grew until it mastered him, and he began to fashion children of his own. In lightless halls beneath the mountains of Middle-earth, he made 7 forms, not tall like elves would be, nor varied like men, but short and broad and strong. Aule built them to endure, to resist the heats of forge and the darkness of deep places. He made them sturdy beyond breaking, for he knew the earth could be cruel to those who delved in it. Their frames were stone and iron, and their hearts he meant to fill with love of the substances he himself had mastered. 7 fathers he shaped, 7 patriarchs of kindreds yet unborn. He worked with all his skill and poured into them every craft he knew. They stood before him when the work was finished, motionless but perfect in form. Stone-hard and unyielding they seemed, and Aule spoke to them in the silence, teaching them the language he had devised. But they did not answer, for they were not yet alive. Then Iluvatar knew what had been done. The one came to Aule in his workshop, and the smith understood at once that his secret labor had been discovered. He felt shame kindle in him, for he had presumed beyond his place. What right had he to create life, who was himself created? Iluvatar questioned him without anger, and Aule confessed his impatience and his longing to share the beauty of the earth with beings who might love it. The smith spoke of his desire to teach, to have pupils who might learn from him and devise wonders he had not imagined. He had not meant defiance or pride, only eagerness for the children to come. Iluvatar heard him and understood, but the truth remained unaltered. These 7 were Aule's work, not the children destined from before the world's beginning. They had no life of their own, no true being. They could move only when Owl's thought was upon them, puppets that mimicked life but possessed none. Owls bowed his head. He took up his great hammer, sorrow heavy in him, and raised it to destroy what he had made. Better to unmake them than to let them stand as monuments to presumption. The hammer rose, but before it could fall, the 7 figures shrank back and cowered, raising their arms as if to ward off the blow. They moved of themselves, and Aule stayed his hand in wonder. Iluvatar spoke then. He had given them life, not because Aule deserved the gift, but because the smith's repentance had been true. The 7 would live as children of Aule, adopted into the great music. But they could not wake before the firstborn, before the elves who were destined to be eldest. This was the condition, fixed and unalterable. The 7 fathers would sleep beneath the stone until the time appointed, and only when stars shone on the first elves would they be permitted to rise. Aule gave thanks beyond measure. He had been granted mercy beyond hope, and his children lived. But they must wait in darkness while ages passed above them, trapped in sleep that would not break until the proper hour struck. He placed them carefully in deep chambers hewn beneath 7 different mountains, far scattered across the wide lands. There they lay still and silent, stone among stone, waiting for a dawn they would never see. The eldest and mightiest Aule laid beneath Mount Gundabad in the northern ranges, and his name would be Durin. The others he placed in mountains east and south, each in a fastness of his own. The fathers slept on, sealed away from time's passage. Above them the stars kindled at last, and the elves woke beside Quivion's waters. The first age of the world began, and still the 7 fathers dreamed beneath the earth's weight, patient as only stone can be patient. Long they lay there in silence, waiting for the moment Iluvatar had appointed, and when at last that hour came and they woke in darkness, they would know nothing of their long sleep or their secret making. They would rise as if born from the mountain's heart, and the story of the dwarves would truly begin. The hour came at last, though none could say why that moment and not another. Deep in 7 mountains scattered across Middle-earth's vastness, stone stirred. The 7 fathers opened eyes that had never seen, drew breath that had never filled their lungs, and woke to utter darkness. They knew nothing of their making or their long sleep. They simply were, as if the mountains themselves had given them birth. Durin woke first, or so the songs remember it. His eyes opened in the depths beneath Gundabad, and he lay still for a time, feeling the mountain's weight pressing down through leagues of rock above him. The darkness was absolute and silent, yet something in him understood this darkness, welcomed it even, for he had been made to endure such places. He rose at last and began to climb through natural passages, toward air and sky he had never known existed, but somehow knew must be there. When he emerged at last onto Gundabad's slopes, stars blazed above him in profusion beyond counting. The sight struck him with wonder that never fully left him through all his immeasurably long life. He stood beneath that glory and felt the world was beautiful, though strange and vast, and empty of any voice but wind. The stars reflected in a dark pool near where he stood, and he saw his own face for the first time in that still water. He learned to read the bones of the earth as others might read a beloved text. At last he came to 3 peaks that rose higher than their fellows, proud against the sky. A valley lay between them where a clear lake glimmered, and beneath those mountains Durin sensed something vast and deep. Caves and caverns beyond counting, natural halls that could be shaped and joined and made into a kingdom to match the grandeur of the peaks above. He named the mountains in his own tongue, Barazenbar, Zirixiegel, and Bundush Never. Here he would delve, and here his people would build their greatest mansion. The other fathers woke in their appointed places. In mountains far to the east they stirred and rose, each alone at first, each discovering the world as Durin had. They climbed from deep places into starlight and began to explore the lands around their wakings. Some remained near where they had emerged, while others wandered far before choosing places to establish halls. They were few at first, these dwarves. The fathers lived alone for a time that might have been decades or longer, learning their mountains, testing their strength against stone. But Ilvatar's gift was complete, and in time others woke or were born. The songs are unclear which. Wives and children appeared, though few and precious. The 7 fathers became patriarchs of 7 clans, and each clan took its character from the mountain and the father who led it. Durin's folk grew slowly around him. They came to the 3 mountains he had claimed and saw with their own eyes what he had sensed, the potential for endless halls beneath. The delving began, careful at first, then more ambitious as they learned the stone's nature. They carved chambers that followed the natural grain of the rock, working with the mountain rather than against it. Their tools rang in darkness, lit by their lamps, and the sound was like music to them. Khazad Dûm took shape across generations. What began as caves connected by tunnels became a network of halls and passages, great works of craft and engineering that grew ever more sophisticated. They delved deep and built high, finding veins of ore that could be worked into metals of surpassing quality. The wealth was not gold at first, but iron and copper, and the skill to work them into tools and weapons of excellence. The dwarves of the other kindreds were likewise establishing themselves. In the Orokani far to the east, 4 of the fathers founded holds whose names passed out of memory in after ages. In the Blue Mountains west of the Misty Range, 2 more clans would eventually establish themselves, though this came later. The 7 clans remained separate, each developing their own traditions. Yet all shared the fundamental nature Aule had given them, love of craft, resistance to domination, and endurance beyond the measure of other-speaking peoples. They kept to themselves in those eldest days. The great kingdoms of the elves were rising in Beleriand, and under the light of the 2 trees in Valinor, the Undying Lands. But the dwarves knew nothing of this yet. They dwelt apart in their mountains, content with stone and metal, and the slow perfection of their crafts. The world above changed with the passage of years, but beneath the earth time moved differently. The delving continued, and Khazad-dûm grew greater. Durin ruled his people with wisdom that seemed ageless, and indeed he would live far beyond the span of any other dwarf. His kindred called him Durin the Deathless, for he endured age after age without sign of failing. His folk multiplied slowly. Dwarves bore few children and treasured them greatly, but they multiplied nonetheless. The halls expanded to house them, delving ever deeper into the mountain's roots. Other peoples would in time call this greatest of mansions Moria, but to the dwarves it was always Khazad Dûm, the Dwaro Delph. It would grow to become the wonder of the world, a kingdom without equal beneath the earth. But that glory lay ages ahead, for now it was young, and the dwarves who shaped it were learning their craft with every stone they cut and every hall they raised. The seven fathers had woken, and the age of the dwarves had begun. They would endure everything the long ages brought, friendship and betrayal, wealth and ruin, dragonfire and darkness. But that lay hidden in time's depths. For now they built in peace, and the sound of their hammers echoed through mountains that would remember their names forever. Not all the children of the seven fathers remained with their kindred. In the earliest days, before the sun rose, some dwarves left the mountains where they had woken and wandered west into lands they had never seen. Why they departed, the songs do not clearly say. Exile for some transgression, perhaps, or simply the restless urge to explore that sometimes seized even the most stone-hearted of their race. They crossed the great range and came at last to Beleriand, that country west of the mountains which would become the stage for so much glory and grief. These wanderers were fewer than few, and something in their long separation from their kindred diminished them. Whether the westward journey itself worked this change, or whether they were already lesser when they departed, the tales do not tell. But they grew smaller than their eastern cousins, stunted and gnarled. They dwindled in stature and in number both, becoming a scattered and secretive people who hid in caves and wild places throughout Beleriand's vastness. The Cinder had not yet come to that land when the small dwarves first arrived. Beleriand lay empty of speaking peoples, wild and beautiful under stars. The petty dwarves, as they would be called in after days, made homes in hill caves and ancient ruins. They were skilled still in stonework, despite their diminishment, and they hollowed out dwellings that suited their size. Armonruud they carved with particular cunning, making that lonely hill into a fortress of hidden chambers and passages. Ages passed in silence. The petty dwarves lived as they could, hunting and gathering, working what little metal they could find, keeping to themselves in the wilderness. They had their own tongue still and their own crafts, but they were cut off from the greater kindreds and the knowledge that was growing in Khazad-dûm and the eastern holds. Then the Sindar came, the grey elves who had never seen Valinor's light. They were led by Thingol and Melian, and they spread throughout Beleriand, claiming it and settling it, and making it fair with their works. The elves were tall and fair and proud, and they encountered the petty dwarves in forest and hill. But the small folk fled from them or hid, and the Sindar saw only glimpses, bent figures vanishing into brush, shadows slipping between stones. The elves did not recognize them as speaking people. How could they? The petty dwarves would not parley or show themselves clearly, and they seemed more like cunning beasts than any kindred that might claim reason. The Sindar had never heard of dwarves, for the great clans in the mountains kept to themselves and had not yet emerged into the wider world. So the elves named these strange creatures Levain, Tad Doyle, and they hunted them. It was sport at first, or so the Sindar thought. They pursued the small figures through woods and over hills, shooting them with arrows when they could. The petty dwarves fled and hid and died, but they did not speak or cry out in any language the elves recognized. They seemed mute as animals, and so the hunting continued. The small folks' numbers dwindled further, pressed by this persecution they could not escape. Years passed before the truth emerged. The greater kindreds of dwarves had by then begun to have contact with the elves through trade and necessity. The Sindar learned that dwarves existed, that they were speaking people possessed of craft and reason. Belatedly they understood what they had done. Those hunted creatures had been people, distant kin of the proud craftsmen who now traded with Thingol's court. The hunting stopped, but the damage could not be undone. The petty dwarves were broken, their numbers reduced almost to nothing. They had been diminished before, but now they were nearly extinct. Bitterness filled what remained of them, a hatred of elves that would never fully heal. They retreated deeper into hiding, avoiding all contact with the tall folk who had slaughtered them in ignorance. A handful survived into the First Age proper. They dwelt in secret places, rarely seen and less often spoken to. MDM was among the last, an old dwarf of the petty kind who lived on Amon-Rud with his sons. His story would intersect with greater tales in time, and it would end in betrayal and death. But that lay ahead, hidden in the weaving of doom that would consume the petty dwarves had been first of their race to come to the western lands. They had seen Beleriand before the Sindar made it their own, before the Noldor returned in fire and pride. But they paid for that priority with their blood and their future both. The Seven Fathers had woken their kindreds in distant mountains, and those clans would endure and build kingdoms. The petty dwarves had only exile and diminishment, and at last near extinction. Their tale is a small tragedy in the great sweep of the elder days, easily overlooked among wars and kinslayings and the fall of kingdoms. Yet it matters, for it shows how peoples can be destroyed not by malice but by ignorance, and how wounds once dealt cannot always be healed. The petty dwarves dwindled into legend, and few remembered them when the First Age ended in cataclysm. In the great halls of Khazad-dûm, the dwarves barely knew these western cousins had existed. The petty dwarves were cut off and forgotten, a branch severed from the tree. Their fate was diminishment and silence, and in the end only their bitterness endured. Far to the west of Khazad-dûm, the blue mountains rose against the sky like a great wall dividing Beleriand from the lands beyond. The Erd Luin they were called in after days, and they were old even when the world was young. Into those mountains came dwarves of two of the Seven Fathers' lines, and there they founded kingdoms that would become great in craft and fame. 2 cities they built, delved into the mountains, living stone. Nograd stood in the southern reaches, hewn from granite and basalt in chambers that echoed with hammer song. The dwarves called it Tumunzahar in their own tongue, the hollow-bold, for its halls were vast and cunningly hollowed from the rock. Belagost rose to the north, smaller in extent but no less magnificent. Gabalgathol, they named it Mickelberg, the great fortress, and its walls and gates were worked with such skill that enemies would break against them like water against cliff faces. The 2 cities were separate kingdoms, each ruled by its own lord, each developing its own character and specialties. Yet they were not rivals in the bitter sense, for the dwarves of both recognized their kinship and the value of cooperation. Trade flowed between them, and craftsmen from each city learned from the other's techniques. Together they made the Blue Mountains a center of craft that would be renowned throughout the First Age. Nograd became famed above, all for the working of weapons and the crafting of jewelry. Its smiths could forge blades that held edges through years of use and battles beyond counting. Steel came from their forges that was harder than any the elves had yet made, and the secret of its tempering was closely guarded. But it was in the making of ornaments that Nogrod's craftsmen truly excelled. They could work gold into patterns of surpassing delicacy, create necklaces that seemed almost alive with the cunning of their design. The jewel smiths of Nograd learned to set gems so that light was caught and multiplied within the stone. They developed techniques for cutting that brought out fire hidden in even common crystals. When they worked with truly precious stones, diamonds and emeralds and sapphires brought from deep mining, the results were treasures that kings would covet and bards would praise in song. Pride grew in them with their skill, and they knew their work had no equal among any people than dwelling in Middle-earth. Belagost's craftsmen took a different path. They became masters of working iron and steel for practical purposes, armor above all, but also tools and structural works. The mail they forged was the finest in the world, so cunningly made that it was proof against most weapons, yet flexible enough to move with the wearer's body. They developed techniques for making masks of steel that could protect a warrior's face while still allowing sight and breath. Fire was their particular study. The smiths of Belagost learned to work in heats that would have driven other craftsmen back, and they developed resistance to flame that was almost uncanny. They could handle metal fresh from the forge with less protection than others required, and they devised methods for controlling furnace temperatures with precision. This mastery would serve them in ways they could not foresee when Dragonfire came to Beleriand in later years. Both cities delved deep into the mountains, following veins of ore and opening chambers for workshops and dwelling halls. The architecture of each reflected its people's character. Nogrod's halls were adorned with carvings and inlaid metalwork, displaying wealth and artistry in every corridor. Belagost's spaces were more austere, but the stonework itself was of such quality that it needed no ornament. Every joint was perfect, every arch precisely calculated to bear its load through ages without failing. The dwarves multiplied slowly in their mountain halls. They treasured their children, for dwarf women were few and childbirth was never easy for their race. Each new life was celebrated, and the young were taught with care, passing down the accumulated knowledge of their crafts. Apprentices learned for decades before they were counted as masters, and masters continued perfecting their skills throughout long lives. Trade grew between the two cities. Nogrod's ornamental work was exchanged for Belagost's practical metalwork and tools. Raw materials were shared. Ores from one city's mines traded for gems from the others. A road was built connecting them, cut through the mountains with such engineering skill that it could be used in any weather. Caravans traveled it regularly, guarded by warriors in mail that could turn aside arrows and blades both. Wealth accumulated in both kingdoms. The mines yielded gold and silver, copper and iron, and gems of various kinds. The dwarves were not yet rich in the legendary sense that would come later, when contact with the elves opened new markets and brought new commissions, but they were prosperous, and their treasuries held works of craft that would have amazed any who saw them. The two cities developed friendly rivalry. Each tried to outdo the other in some particular craft or achievement, but the competition spurred excellence rather than enmity. When Nograd delved a particularly magnificent hall, Belagost would answer with a gateway of surpassing strength. When Belagost forged a coat of mail that seemed impossible to penetrate, Nogrod's jewel smiths would create a crown that captured starlight in diamond and silver. Music and story flourished alongside the practical crafts. The dwarves had their own songs, rhythmic and deep, often sung while working to keep the tempo of hammers steady. They recounted the deeds of their ancestors and the finding of particularly rich ore veins. The songs were in Kuzdal, the secret tongue that dwarves never willingly taught to outsiders, and they carried the weight of tradition and identity. The lords of each city ruled with the counsel of the eldest masters of craft. Decisions were made slowly and carefully, for dwarves did not rush to judgment. They debated the opening of new mines, the allocation of resources, the acceptance of apprentices. Their governance was conservative and practical, concerned with the long-term stability of their people rather than quick gains or glory. Yet for all their growing power and skill, the dwarves of the Blue Mountains remained isolated. They had not yet encountered the elves in any meaningful way, though rumors reached them of tall folk dwelling in Beleriand. The petty dwarves they knew nothing of, or if they did not reckon them as kin. Nograd and Belagost looked inward to their own affairs, content with mountains and craft and the slow accumulation of wealth and knowledge. The First Age was still young, and the great powers were only beginning to move. In Valinor, the Noldor chafed under restriction, and Morgoth bred monsters in the north. But in the Blue Mountains, the dwarves delved and built and perfected their skills in peace. The storm had not yet broken. When it did, these two cities would be drawn into wars and alliances they could not have foreseen, and their craft would be tested in fire and darkness both. The Sindar had spread throughout Beleriand, making it fair with their works and their songs. Thingol ruled them from Menegroth, the Thousand Caves, which his people had delved with the aid of dwarves from the Blue Mountains, though this came later than the first meeting. The Grey Elves were ancient and wise, and they had learned much from Melian the Maya, who had become their queen. Yet they had never dealt with dwarves before, and the first encounters were marked by caution on both sides. Dwarves from Nograd and Belagost had begun to venture beyond their mountains. They came into Beleriand seeking new trade opportunities and materials not found in the arid Luin. Hunting parties and small caravans moved through the eastern reaches, exploring the forests and hills. The Sindar noticed them, of course. These strange folk were shorter than elves, but broader, moving through the land with purpose and confidence. They were not like the small hunted creatures the elves had encountered before and shamefully slain. The first meetings were formal and wary. Elven scouts approached the dwarf bands, and words were exchanged through gesture and halting attempts at communication. Neither people spoke the other's tongue, and much was lost in translation at first. But both sides were wise enough to recognize that these were speaking peoples, possessed of craft and reason. The dwarves showed samples of their metalwork, and the elves marveled at the quality. The Sindar, in turn, displayed their own arts, and the dwarves saw skill different from their own, but no less worthy of respect. Trade began slowly, simple exchanges at first, metal goods for food, tools for cloth, raw materials for finished items. The dwarves learned that the elves had access to resources not found in the mountains. The Sindar discovered that dwarfcraft in metal and stone far exceeded their own. Both peoples saw advantage in cooperation, and caution gradually gave way to trust. Thingol heard of these newcomers and desired to meet them. Emissaries from Nograd and Belagost were invited to Metnagroth, and they came with gifts of craftsmanship to display their skill. The Elven King received them with courtesy, and Melian looked upon them with her deep sight. She saw that they were made by Aule, and not descended from the children of Iluvatar, yet they were good in their own right and worthy of friendship. The conversation that followed laid foundations for much that came after. Thingol spoke of his needs and desires. His kingdom required works of stone and metal that his own people could not easily provide. The dwarves spoke of materials they sought and markets for their goods. Trade agreements were struck and promises made. More than this, genuine respect grew between the Elvenshing and the dwarf lords who treated with him. Thingol recognized their pride and dignity, and he honored it. The dwarves saw in him a ruler of wisdom and justice. The greatest project born from this new alliance was Menegroth itself. Thingol desired to make his halls rival anything in Middle-earth, and he commissioned the dwarves to help shape them. Craftsmen from both Nograd and Belagost came in numbers, bringing their tools and their accumulated knowledge. They worked in stone as only dwarves could, delving and carving and supporting chambers of immense size and beauty. The 1,000 caves grew under their hands. Pillars rose like trees, carved with such skill that they seemed to grow from the living rock. Halls were opened that could hold thousands. Yet the acoustics were so perfect that a whisper at one end could be heard at the other. Natural caverns were connected and beautified, adorned with stonework that made them seem both wild and crafted at once. The dwarves outdid themselves, and the Sindar added their own touches, lanterns and hangings. Gardens of stone flowers, fountains that sang, payment came in many forms. Gold and silver the dwarves accepted gladly, but also materials rare in the mountains, pearls from rivers, certain woods that grew only in Beleriand's forests, gems found nowhere in the Erd Luin. More valuable still was the friendship itself, the alliance with a powerful kingdom that commanded respect throughout the region. Other commissions followed. Thingol desired weapons for his warriors, and the dwarves forged blades and mail that made the Sindar formidable in battle. The Elven King wanted treasures to adorn his halls and gifts to bestow on those he honored, and Nogrod's jewel smiths created pieces of surpassing beauty. Each completed work enhanced the dwarves' reputation and brought more requests. The relationship deepened over years into something approaching genuine affection. Thingol came to trust the dwarf lords and to value their counsel in matters of craft and building. The dwarves found in the Elven King a patron who appreciated excellence and paid fairly for it. Trade caravans moved regularly between the Blue Mountains and Menegroth, guarded by warriors from both peoples against the dangers that lurked in the wild. Yet there were differences that never fully disappeared. The dwarves remained secretive about some matters, particularly their language and their deepest halls. They would not teach Khuzdul to outsiders, and they kept certain craft secrets closely guarded. The Sindar, for their part, sometimes showed the condescension of an elder people toward those they considered younger and less wise. Small frictions arose and were smoothed over, but the fundamental gap between the kindreds remained. Still, the alliance held. It was built on mutual advantage, yes, but also on respect earned through long dealing. The dwarves had proven themselves reliable and skilled, and the Sindar had shown themselves honorable in their agreements. Both peoples benefited from the arrangement, and both understood the value of maintaining it. In Nograd and Belegust, the wealth that flowed from Thingol's commissions enriched the treasuries and allowed greater ambitions in craft. Master smiths could afford to spend years on single pieces, perfecting techniques and pushing the boundaries of what was possible. Apprentices had access to materials that let them learn faster and better. The cities prospered as never before, and their populations grew as prosperity allowed more families. The friendship would endure through much of the First Age, surviving even the return of the Noldor and the wars that followed, but it would not last forever. Seeds of disaster were already present, hidden in the pride of the craftsman and the desire that treasure could kindle in any heart. The Noglamir would be forged, and the Silmaril would be set in it, and blood would flow in Menegroth's beautiful halls. But that darkness lay ahead, unseen and unsuspected in these earlier, simpler days. For now the alliance was new and strong, and both peoples rejoiced in what they had built together. The dwarves had found friends beyond their mountains, and the Sindar had gained allies whose strength and skill complemented their own. The forge fires burned bright in the Blue Mountains, and in Menegroth the lamps shone on stonework that would be remembered as long as any work of hands endured. The years had brought change to Beleriand. The Noldor had returned from Valinor in fire and pride, and Morgoth had been driven back into Angband by their initial fury. But the Dark Lord had not been defeated, only checked, and he bred horrors in his northern fortress, while the elven kingdoms watched and waited. War had become the constant state of things, punctuated by uneasy truces and sudden violence. The dwarves had watched these developments with concern, but had not involved themselves directly. They maintained their trade with Thingol, and dealt cautiously with the Noldor lords, who now ruled much of Beleriand. The wars of the elves were not their wars, or so they thought. Let the tall folk settle their ancient grievances with Morgoth. The dwarves would keep to their mountains and their craft. But alliances create obligations, and friendship demands support when darkness comes. Word reached the Blue Mountains that a great hosting was being prepared. Medros had spent years building an alliance of all the free peoples willing to fight. Noldor and Sindar, men from the east, and he sent emissaries to Nogrod and Belegost, asking if the dwarves would join the effort. The target was Angband itself, a direct assault meant to break Morgoth's power forever. The dwarf lords debated long. This was not their fight in the strictest sense, yet they had profited from trade with the elven kingdoms, and if Morgoth conquered Beleriand entirely, the Blue Mountains would stand alone and exposed. More than calculation moved them, though. The friendship with Thingol and others had become real over the years, and honor suggested that friends should not be abandoned when they marched to war. Azargil ruled in Belegost, and he was greatest among the dwarf lords of that age. His people were renowned for their resistance to fire and their mastery of warcraft. He pledged his strength to the alliance and called for volunteers. From Belegost came warriors in full battle array, clad in masks of steel and mail that had never been pierced. Nograd sent forces as well, though fewer in number. Together they marched east to join the hosting. The armies gathered in spring of the year the elves counted as 472 of the First Age. It was the greatest assembly of forces ever seen in Middle-earth. Fingon led the main host, and Medros commanded another from the east. Men came from Hithlum and Dor-loman, and even some from tribes that had previously served Morgoth. The dwarves took their place in the order of battle, a compact formation that would not break easily. The plan was sound enough. The hosts would converge from multiple directions, drawing out Morgoth's forces and crushing them between hammer and anvil. But Morgoth was not caught unprepared, and treachery had corrupted some of those who marched to war. The great assault became a trap, and the battle of unnumbered tears began with hope and ended in catastrophe. The dwarves fought with stubborn courage when the battle turned against the alliance. They did not break when others fell back, and their formation held even as Morgoth's forces pressed from multiple sides. The discipline of their warcraft served them well. They moved as units, supporting each other, their mail turning aside blows that would have killed less well-armored warriors. But even dwarven endurance has limits, and the enemy numbers seemed endless. Then Glorung came forth. The father of dragons had grown mighty in Angband's pits, and he was terror made flesh, vast and armored and breathing fire that melted steel. He crashed into the allied lines, and warriors fled before him or died burning. The ranks broke where the dragon passed, and hope died with them. None could stand before Glorung's heat and fury. Azagil saw the dragon coming toward where the dwarves fought. He knew fire as others knew stone, and alone among the lords present he did not fear dragon flame. The masks his people wore were proof against heat, and their mail had been forged to resist temperatures that would have made other armor run like water. He ordered his warriors to stand fast and prepared to meet Glorung himself. The dwarf lord charged forward when the dragon came within reach. He struck at Glorung's belly where the armor was thinnest, driving his blade deep into scales that had never been pierced before. The dragon roared in pain and rage, thrashing. Azagil held on and struck again, and Glorung's blood steamed where it spilled. But the dragon was vast beyond measure and driven mad by the wound. He fell upon Azagil and crushed him, breaking the dwarf lord's body beneath his weight. Yet the wound was grievous enough that Glorung could not continue. He withdrew from the field, bleeding and furious, seeking the safety of Angband to heal. His retreat opened a gap in Morgoth's assault, and through that gap some of the allied forces managed to escape the complete annihilation that had seemed certain. Azagil's sacrifice saved thousands of lives, though the battle was still lost. The dwarves of Belegost bore their lord's body from the field. They retreated in good order, their formation intact, carrying their dead and wounded. The losses had been heavy. Many warriors who had marched east would never see the Blue Mountains again. But they had not broken, and they had killed their share of enemies. More than this, they had wounded the father of dragons and driven him from the battle. That deed would be remembered. The alliance shattered in the battle's aftermath. Fingon was dead, and the Noldor kingdoms were broken or scattered. Men who had fought bravely found their lands overrun. Morgoth's victory was complete, and his forces spread across Beleriand like a plague. The survivors fled where they could and tried to rebuild what remained. The dwarves returned to their mountains, grimmer and more wary than before. They had fought for the alliance and lost warriors they could ill afford to lose. The experience taught them caution about involving themselves in the conflicts of other peoples. Trade continued, and friendships endured. But the dwarf lords were more careful now about committing forces to causes not directly their own. Asagil was honored in song and memory. His name became a byword for courage among his people, and the tale of his wounding of Glorong was told and retold until every dwarf child knew it by heart. The masks of Belagost became symbols of defiance, the dwarf lord who had stood against the dragon when all others fled. The battle of unnumbered tears marked a turning point. The dwarves had proven their valor and their worth as allies, but they had also learned the cost of such proof. In the years ahead they would be more independent, more focused on their own affairs and the security of their mountain kingdoms. The friendship with the elves remained, but it was tempered now by experience and loss. The years ground on through war and loss, but some places remained islands of peace in a darkening world. Doriath stood protected by Melian's power, and within its borders Thingol's kingdom prospered while others fell to ruin. The wealth of his realm grew, for refugees brought their treasures with them when they fled to his protection, and tribute flowed to the one kingdom that could still offer safety. Thingol had always loved beautiful things. He was ancient even among the elves, and he had walked in Valinor before the sun rose. His treasury held works gathered across ages, gems and jewelry that would have been the pride of lesser kingdoms. Yet he desired something greater still, a work that would surpass all others and stand as the crowning achievement of craft in Middle-earth. He conceived of a necklace, but not any ordinary piece. This would be the Noglamir, the necklace of the dwarves, and it would be worked with such skill that its like would never be seen again. The commission went to Nogrod. Thingol knew their jewel myths were without equal, and he offered payment that made even dwarf lords pause with wonder. Gold he promised beyond measure, and access to his treasury's gems for choosing stones worthy of the work. More than this, he offered the prestige of creating a piece that would be sung for as long as songs endured. What craftsman could refuse such a challenge? The finest smiths of Negrad took the task. They were masters who had spent lifetimes perfecting their art, whose works already adorned kings, and whose names were honored in their city. Yet they knew this commission exceeded anything they had attempted before. The Noglamir must be perfect in every detail, flawless in execution, worthy of the greatest elven king and the reputation of their people both. They began with design. Months passed in sketching and planning, considering how the piece should rest, what weight it could bear, how light would move through it. The necklace must be beautiful but also wearable, able to bear great gems without discomfort. Traditional dwarf work was heavy and solid, but this required different thinking. Lightness must be combined with strength, delicacy with durability. The gold they chose with utmost care. Not the softest gold that worked easily, but alloyed metal that held its shape through stress. They refined it repeatedly until it was pure enough to glow with inner light, yet hard enough to support the structure they envisioned. The color had to be perfect, not too yellow, not too pale, but the warm, rich hue that complemented rather than competed with the gems it would hold. Forging began, and the work consumed them utterly. Each link of the chain was individually crafted and tested for strength before being joined to its neighbors. The connections were seamless, invisible to any eye that did not know exactly where to look. The links flowed into each other like water, creating a whole that seemed more grown than made. The setting of the stones came next, And here the true mastery showed. Thingol's treasury yielded diamonds that caught starlight and held it, emeralds deep as forest pools, sapphires blue as evening sky. The dwarf smiths chose each gem for its quality and its place in the overall design. They cut and polished them, bringing out fire that had slept in the crystal, revealing depths that natural stone concealed. Each stone was set with prongs, so fine they seemed like golden thread. Yet they held with strength that would not yield through centuries of wear. The arrangement was not random, but carefully calculated, colors balanced, sizes graduated, light directed, and multiplied through the piece. When sunlight struck the Noglamir, it did not merely reflect, but seemed to generate radiance from within. Years passed in the work. The smiths barely left their workshop, obsessed with perfection in every minute detail. Their apprentices brought food and removed the works they set aside as not quite good enough. The pile of rejected pieces grew, links that were almost perfect, settings that would have been masterworks in any other context, but which failed to meet the standard this commission demanded. Pride grew with the work. The smiths began to understand they were creating something genuinely unprecedented. Their names would be attached to this piece forever, sung in the same breath as the Noglamir itself. They were not merely fulfilling a commission, but achieving immortality of a kind through craft. The work became more than duty or even art. It became obsession. The final assembly took months alone. Each element had to be joined in proper sequence, and no error could be tolerated. They worked with tools so fine they could barely be seen, making adjustments measured in fractions that only dwarf eyes could detect. The whole piece had to balance perfectly, to rest on the wearer without strain, to move naturally with the body rather than hanging rigid. When at last it was complete, the smiths looked upon their work in wonder and something approaching awe. The Noglamir lay before them, glowing softly in lamplight, and it was more beautiful than anything they had imagined in their planning. Every link was perfect, every stone set flawlessly, the whole piece achieving that rare quality where craft transcends itself and becomes something greater. They had created the most beautiful necklace ever made in Middle-earth. This was not boast but simple fact, acknowledged even by those who might have wished otherwise. Nothing in Valinor itself surpassed it, for the dwarves had brought all their accumulated skill and all their people's knowledge of metal and stone to bear on a single work. They had succeeded beyond hope or measure. The pride that filled them was natural and deserved. They had labored for years on this piece, refusing every compromise, accepting nothing less than absolute perfection. The Noglamir was their triumph, proof that dwarfcraft could equal or exceed anything the elves achieved. They knew their names would be remembered, and the knowledge was sweet. Yet pride has a shadow, and desire walks close behind achievement. The smiths looked upon what they had made, and began to feel that it was theirs, in some sense deeper than mere craftsmanship. They had poured their lives into this work. Their skill and passion and years of labor. Could payment really equal such a gift? Could any amount of gold match what they had created? These thoughts they did not speak aloud, perhaps did not even fully acknowledge to themselves. But seeds were planted, doubts that would grow in darkness. The Noglamir was complete, and it was perfect, and it would be presented to Thingol with all ceremony. What came after, the payment, the parting with the work, the return to Nogrod with gold but not glory, that remained to be faced. The masterwork was finished, but its story had barely begun. Beren came to Menegroth, bearing a treasure beyond price. He had returned from the dead with one of the 3 Silmarils in his hand, the jewel Morgoth himself had worn in his iron crown. The quest Thingol had set as bride price, meant to be impossible, meant to kill the mortal who dared ask for Lethion's hand, had been achieved through suffering and loss that songs could barely encompass. But Beren lived, and the Silmaril blazed in Doriath's halls, with light that had been captured before the world was marred. The jewel was like nothing else in creation. Fëanor had wrought the 3 Silmarils in Valinor, trapping within them the mingled light of the 2 trees before Morgoth destroyed those sacred sources. The radiance they held was holy, pure, untainted by any evil. To look upon a Silmaril was to see light as it had been in the beginning, before shadow touched the world. Men and elves who gazed on it felt wonder rise in them like music, and even the hardest hearts were moved. Thingol held the jewel and felt desire kindle in him that he had not known he could feel. He was ancient and wise, and had walked in Valinor's blessing, yet the Silmaril's beauty pierced him. He wanted it set in the Noglamir, wanted the greatest jewel united with the greatest necklace. Together they would create something beyond even the sum of their individual perfections. The thought consumed him until it became necessity. He summoned the dwarf smiths who had created the Noglamir. They had been paid for their work and had returned to Nograd with gold and honor, but Thingol called them back for one final commission. The task seemed simple enough. Set a single jewel in the necklace they had already made. But when they saw what jewel he meant, simplicity vanished like mist. The Silmaril lay before them on black velvet, and its light filled the chamber. The dwarves stood frozen, staring at radiance they had never imagined possible. They had worked with gems all their lives, had cut and polished stones until fire woke in them, had set diamonds and emeralds in gold and silver. But this was different. This was light made tangible, holiness given form. Every other jewel they had ever seen became crude by comparison. Desire struck them like a blow. They wanted it with sudden, fierce intensity that shocked them with its strength. The Silmaril was beautiful beyond bearing, and to touch it, to work with it, to set it with their own hands. The thought was intoxicating. More than this, to unite it with the Noglamir would create the ultimate achievement of their craft. Their masterwork would become more than masterwork. It would become legend, absolute. Yet practical concerns asserted themselves through the desire. The Noglamir had been designed and balanced for specific gems in specific arrangements. Adding the Silmaril would require reworking the entire piece. The necklace was complete, perfect, and to alter it risked destroying what they had achieved. But the Silmaril's light demanded inclusion, and they could not refuse the challenge even if wisdom suggested caution. Thingol spoke of payment. More gold he offered, access to deeper reaches of his treasury, honors and gifts beyond what they had already received. But the dwarves barely heard him. They would have done this work for nothing, just for the chance to handle the Silmaril and incorporate it into their creation. Payment was secondary to the opportunity itself. They began by studying how the jewel could be integrated. The Silmaril was larger than any gem in the current design, and its light would overwhelm the other stones if placed wrongly. It must be central, must dominate, yet not destroy the balance they had achieved. The necklace would have to be partially unmade and rebuilt around the new focal point. The work was agonizing. Removing sections they had labored over for years felt like self-mutilation, but the Silmaril justified any sacrifice, and they proceeded with grim determination. Links were disconnected, settings removed, the careful arrangement disturbed. The Noglamir lay in pieces before them, waiting to be reborn. Creating the setting for the Silmaril tested their skill beyond anything they had attempted. The jewel could not be held like normal gems. Its light was too intense, its nature too pure. They developed new techniques, working with tools they had to forge specifically for this purpose. The prongs that would hold it must be perfect in ways that normal perfection could not match. Days became weeks, became months. The smiths worked in shifts when exhaustion forced them from the benches, but their minds never left the task. They dreamed of the Silmaril's light, saw it when they closed their eyes, felt its pull even when they were not in its presence. The obsession that had driven them during the Noglamir's initial creation returned, doubled, tripled, overwhelming. The other gems had to be rearranged to complement rather than compete with the Silmaril's radiance. Some were removed entirely and replaced with stones that harmonized better with the holy light. The whole color scheme shifted, became cooler, more ethereal. Gold, that had glowed warmly now, seemed to shimmer with starlight reflected from the central jewel. Yet as they worked, something else grew alongside their pride in the achievement. The Silmaril was theirs in a way nothing had been before. They handled it daily, studied it, learned its every facet and angle. It became familiar, and with familiarity came a sense of ownership that had no basis in reality but felt undeniable nonetheless. They had set it, had created the home it now occupied. Surely that gave them some claim. Thingol visited the workshop regularly to check progress. He saw the growing magnificence of the piece, saw how the Silmaril elevated the Noglamir into something that transcended normal categories of treasure. His own desire deepened with each viewing, his possessiveness growing until it colored all his thinking. The necklace would be his, would rest on his neck or his queen's, would mark him as possessor of the greatest treasure in Middle-earth. The dwarves saw his hunger and felt their own intensify in response. If the Elven King coveted it so deeply, then surely its value exceeded even what they had imagined. And they were the ones creating it, their hands doing the actual work. Without them, the Silmaril would be merely a loose jewel, magnificent but incomplete. They were making it into something greater. At last, the work was complete. The Noglamir lay before them transformed and perfected beyond even their previous achievement. The Silmaril blazed at its center, and every other element served to enhance and display its holy light. The piece was so beautiful it hurt to look at, so perfect it seemed impossible that mortal hands had made it. Pride and desire warred in the smiths' hearts. They had achieved the impossible, had created something that would never be equaled. But now they must surrender it, must watch Thingol take possession and carry it away. The thought was bitter as ashes, poisonous as snake venom. They had labored for this, had poured themselves into it, and now it would be taken from them. Payment was discussed, but no amount seemed adequate. What price could match the Silmaril itself? What gold equaled its light? The dwarves listened to Thingol's generous offer and felt only resentment growing. He spoke as if he were being magnanimous, But from their perspective, he was buying what should not be bought, taking what they had made more than made. The seeds planted during the Noglamir's first creation had sprouted and grown wild. Pride had become arrogance, achievement had become possessiveness, desire had become covetousness that would accept no denial. The dwarves looked at the completed work and knew they could not simply surrender it. Something would have to give, some resolution would have to come. But what form it would take, and what blood it would cost, remained hidden in the immediate future's darkness. The completed work lay between them like a chasm. Thingol gazed upon the Noglamir with the Silmaril blazing at its heart, and possession filled him utterly. The dwarves looked at what their hands had made and felt ownership deeper than any commission could override. Both sides saw only their own claim, and neither would yield. Payment was the breaking point. Thingol offered what had been agreed, gold in quantity, access to his treasuries, remaining treasures, honors that would elevate the smiths' names throughout Middle-earth. To him this seemed generous beyond measure, more than fair compensation for labor however skilled. But the dwarves heard his words as insult piled upon injury. They had created the impossible. They had taken the greatest necklace ever made and elevated it beyond mortal comprehension by setting the Silmaril within it. Their skill alone had achieved this union, their hands and knowledge and craft. Without them, the Elven King would have nothing but a loose jewel and a necklace that remained separate. They had made magic from materials, and now he spoke of payment as if they were common laborers. The chief smith spoke bluntly. The Noglamir was theirs by right of creation, and the Silmaril belonged to them by right of setting. They had been commissioned to make a necklace, and they had done so, that work was complete and paid for. But this new piece, transformed and perfected, was a different work entirely. It should return with them to Nograd, displayed in their halls as proof of dwarfcraft's supremacy. Thingol's face darkened. The Silmaril was his by right of bride price, paid in blood and suffering beyond measure. Beren had gone into Angband itself and torn the jewel from Morgoth's crown, had been slain and returned from death to complete the quest. The Noglamir had been commissioned with his gold, made from his materials, designed for his wearing. Every element belonged to him, and the dwarves were servants who had been paid to provide a service. Words grew heated. The smiths reminded the Elven King that his halls themselves had been delved by dwarf labor, that his treasury overflowed with works of their people's craft. They had enriched him beyond measure, and now he quibbled over ownership of one piece, however magnificent. The ingratitude stung worse than any insult could have. Thingol responded with the weight of his ancient authority. He was king in Doriath, and his word was law within its borders. The dwarves were guests here, present by his sufferance, and they would accept his judgment or face consequences. He spoke of their presumption, their grasping nature, their inability to see beyond the gleam of gold and gems. The friendship between their peoples, built over long years, crumbled in his contempt. The smiths felt rage building. They had labored in good faith, had exceeded every expectation, had created something that would outlast kingdoms, and now they were dismissed as greedy servants, their achievement reduced to mere transaction. The Silmaril's light blazed between them, beautiful and terrible, and it seemed to mock the poverty of words, to resolve what divided them. Other dwarves in the workshop felt the tension rising toward violence. They moved closer to their fellows, hands drifting toward tools that could serve as weapons. The Sindar guards near Thingol likewise shifted, sensing danger. The chamber felt suddenly small and airless despite its size. The chief smith made one final demand. They would take the Noglamir to Nograd for proper display, and if Thingol wished to view it, he could come as supplicant to their halls. The treasure was theirs, and they would not be robbed of it by elven arrogance, however ancient Thingol's control snapped. He declared them thieves and oath-breakers, attempting to steal what was rightfully his through arguments born of greed. He commanded his guards to seize them, to take the Noglamir and imprison the smiths until they came to their senses. The friendship was ended, destroyed by their presumption. Violence erupted before the guards could act. The dwarves were craftsmen, but they were also warriors when necessity demanded. They had tools in hand that became weapons in an instant, hammers and chisels and metal rods. The nearest Sindar they struck down before the elves could draw their blades. Chaos filled the workshop. More guards rushed in from corridors beyond, but the space was confined and numbers meant less than fury. The dwarves fought with desperate strength, knowing they were doomed, but determined to exact a price. Blood spilled on stone that had been polished smooth, and the Noglamir slight blazed over the carnage. Thingol moved to escape the violence, but he was ancient, and the dwarves were driven by rage that transcended caution. Several broke through the guards and fell upon him. The Elven King fought back with power that had endured through ages, but he was one against many, and surprise had cost him his advantage. Blows struck him, bearing him down. He fell beneath their weapons, and his blood mingled with the guards who died trying to protect him. The King of Doriath, who had walked in Valinor before the sun rose, who had ruled his realm for thousands of years, died on the floor of his own workshop. The dwarves who killed him barely registered what they had done in the moment. They were fighting for survival now, fighting to escape the trap they had made for themselves. Some grabbed what treasures they could from the workshop, gold and gems and finished pieces. One seized the Noglamir itself, wrapping it hastily and thrusting it into a pack. They fought their way toward exits, leaving dead behind them, taking wounds that would kill some before they reached the Blue Mountains. The alarm was spreading through Menegroth, and soon the full force of Doriath's warriors would be upon them. A handful escaped. They fled through passages they had helped delve, knowing the ways better than many who pursued them. Behind them, Menegroth erupted in fury and grief. Thingol was dead, murdered by those he had called friends, and the Noglamir was gone. The survivors who reached the borders carried news that would bring war, and they carried treasure stolen in blood. The friendship between Dorioth and the Blue Mountains died with Thingol. Decades of cooperation and mutual benefit were destroyed in one evening of rage and pride. The dwarves who escaped would reach Nograd with their tale, and the dwarf lords would hear only that their craftsmen had been attacked and murdered for refusing to surrender their rightful creation. The Sindar would know only that guests had become murderers and thieves, killing their king and stealing his greatest treasure. Both sides saw themselves as wronged. Both sides would seek vengeance. And the Noglamir, with its blazing Silmaril, would pass from hand to hand, bringing death wherever it went, proving that some beauties are too dangerous to possess, and some treasures cost more than their worth in gold or glory. The survivors reached Nograd after weeks of flight through wilderness and mountain passes. They came with wounds still bleeding, carrying what treasure they had managed to seize, and bearing news that would set the blue mountains ablaze with rage. Their tale was shaped by their own perspective, by the violence they had endured and the companions they had lost. They spoke of treachery and murder, of labor unrewarded and craftsmen slain for defending their rightful claim. The dwarf lords listened to the account in growing fury. Their finest smiths had been commissioned to create a masterwork, and they had succeeded beyond all measure. But when payment came due, the Elvenking had turned on them, attempting to seize both the work and the craftsmen's lives. Several had been killed in Menegrath's halls, cut down by elven swords, while trying to escape with what was rightfully theirs. The Noglamir had been recovered, yes, but at a cost paid in dwarf blood. No mention was made of Thingol's death. Perhaps the survivors did not know they had killed him in the chaos, or perhaps they concealed it deliberately. The tale they told was of betrayal and self-defense, of elven treachery against honest craftsmen, and the dwarf lords, hearing only this version, believed it utterly. Why would they doubt their own people against the word of elves? The insult could not be borne. Doriath had violated every principle of fair dealing and guest right. They had commissioned work, received perfection beyond price, and then attempted to murder those who had provided it rather than pay what was owed. More than this, they had killed dwarves who were under promise of safe passage. Blood debt was owed, and honor demanded it be paid. Messengers rode between Nograd and Belegost. The two cities had not always agreed on policy, but this was clear-cut enough that both saw the same necessity. An army would march on Doriath, and justice would be extracted for the fallen. If the elves thought they could murder dwarves with impunity, they would learn otherwise. The hosting was prepared through winter months. Warriors were called from mines and workshops, outfitted with the finest war gear the cities could provide. Mail that had never been tested in real battle was distributed, axes sharpened until they could split hairs, provisions gathered for the long march. The army that assembled was the largest the dwarves had ever fielded, thousands of warriors in full battle array. They marched in early spring when the passes cleared. The army moved with grim determination rather than haste, maintaining discipline and cohesion. Scouts ranged ahead, but they expected no resistance until they reached Doriath itself. Thingol's realm was distant from the Blue Mountains, and the dwarves knew the march would take weeks. News of their coming reached Doriath before them. Melian had departed after Thingol's death, her grief and rage breaking the girdle of power that had protected the kingdom for millennia. Without her magic, the borders lay open, vulnerable to any force that wished to enter. The Sindar prepared what defense they could, but they were leaderless and devastated by the loss of their king. Many had already fled, seeking refuge in other elven realms. The dwarf army crossed into Doriath unopposed. They expected ambush at the borders, but none came. The forests were eerily quiet, and the few Sindar they encountered fled rather than fighting. It should have given them pause, should have suggested something was deeply wrong with the tale they had been told. But rage and momentum carried them forward. Menegroth stood before them at last. The 1,000 caves opened in the hillside, beautiful even in abandonment. The dwarves had helped delve these holes, had spent years perfecting their stonework and architecture. Now they would tear through them like a winter flood through a summer garden. The assault was brutal and swift. What defenders remained were overwhelmed by numbers and fury both. The dwarves poured through passages they knew as well as any who dwelt there, smashing resistance wherever they found it. Warriors who had never intended to become murderers found themselves killing in corridors and chambers, driven by the momentum of violence and the demands of those around them. The slaughter was neither glorious nor honorable. It was butchery dressed in the language of justice, fueled by incomplete truth and righteous anger based on lies of omission. The Sindar who died were guilty of nothing beyond trying to defend their homes, but they fell beneath dwarf axes just the same. Blood ran in halls that had been meant for beauty and music and learning. The plundering followed the killing. The dwarves ransacked Thingol's treasury, seizing everything of value they could carry, gold and silver by the chestful, gems loose and set, ancient works that had been gathering there for ages beyond counting. They were taking payment by force, extracting what they felt they were owed, and more besides. The mathematics of justice had become simple. Everything in Menegroth belonged to them now. They found the Noglamir in a sealed chamber, placed there after being recovered from the murdered craftsman. The Silmaril still blazed at its center, beautiful and terrible. The dwarf commanders seized it immediately, wrapping it carefully for the return journey. This was the heart of the matter, the treasure that had caused all the bloodshed. Now it would return to Nograd in triumph. The sack continued for days. Every chamber was searched, every hiding place violated, every treasure vault emptied. Menegroth was stripped of everything that had made it great, reduced to bare stone and bloodstains. The kingdom that Thingol had ruled for thousands of years was broken utterly, destroyed in retribution for a crime that had never happened the way the dwarves believed. Some Sindar escaped during the chaos. They fled into the forests, carrying what they could, seeking refuge among other elven kindreds. They carried the true tale with them that Thingol had been murdered by the craftsman, that the dwarves had come not for justice, but for plunder, that Doriath had fallen to treachery and force. The dwarf army withdrew at last, laden with treasure beyond measure. They marched east toward the mountains in triumph, singing songs of vengeance achieved and honor restored. The Noglamir traveled in the midst of the host, guarded by warriors who knew its value. They had recovered what was theirs and punished those who had dared to steal it. Justice, they thought, had been served. But word of what they had truly done was spreading. Beren still lived, and Luthien, and they heard what had happened to Doriath in their absence. They learned that an army of dwarves was returning to the Blue Mountains, carrying the Silmaril that had been won at such cost. The treasure that had been bride price for their love was stolen, and the kingdom that had been Lethian's home was destroyed. They would not let this stand. The dwarves thought they were marching to safety and celebration, but ambush was being prepared ahead of them. Their triumph would be short-lived, and the Noglamir would claim more lives before its bloody tale was done. The dwarf army marched east through the forests of Beleriand, laden with plunder and singing victory songs. They had avenged their fallen craftsmen and recovered the Noglamir, and now they would return to the Blue Mountains in triumph. The treasure they carried was beyond reckoning, chest after chest of gold and silver, gems by the thousands, ancient works gathered across ages. Every warrior bore his share of the spoils, and the army moved slowly under the weight of wealth. They knew the route well enough. The ford at Sarnathrad would carry them across the river Askar, and beyond that lay only the journey through the mountains to home. No force in Beleriand could threaten them now, or so they believed. Doriath was broken, and the other elven kingdoms had troubles enough without interfering in dwarf affairs. The commanders maintained discipline, but felt no particular urgency. Let the army proceed at its own pace, celebrating as it marched. But news of the sack had spread faster than the dwarf army could travel. Survivors from Menegroth reached other realms and told their tale of murder and plunder. Word came to Beren in the south, and he heard that Doriath had fallen and the Silmaril was stolen. The jewel he had won from Morgoth's crown at such cost. The bride price for Luthien that had cost him his hand and his life and his return from death. It was being carried away by those who had destroyed his wife's kingdom and murdered her father. Rage filled him beyond anything he had known in the dark places of Angband. Default text: Thingol had been his father by marriage, and Doriath had been home to the only peace he had known after years of war. Now both were gone, destroyed by those who claimed to seek justice, but had delivered only slaughter. The Silmaril could not be allowed to reach Novigrad. Whatever it took, whatever force he could muster, he would stop the thieves. He sent word to the green elves of Assyriand, calling for their aid in ambushing the dwarf army. They answered, for they had no love of invaders passing through their lands. More than this, Beren called upon stranger allies, the Ents who tended the forests, the ancient shepherds of trees who rarely involved themselves in the wars of speaking peoples. They came at his summons, for they remembered him and knew the tale of his quest. The trees themselves seemed to respond to his need. The ambush was prepared at Sarn-Athrad, where the river ran swift and cold. The ford was the obvious crossing point, and the dwarf army would have to slow and bunch together to traverse it. Beren positioned his forces on both banks, concealed in the forests that grew thick along the water. The green elves were skilled in woodland warfare, and the Ents stood like ancient trees themselves, impossible to distinguish from the forest until they moved. The dwarf army reached the ford in the late afternoon. They saw the river running clear and the far bank rising beyond it, and they saw no sign of threat. The commanders ordered the crossing to begin, and the vanguard waded into the current, struggling against the flow while burdened with armor and treasure both. The water rose to their chests in the deepest part, and they moved slowly, carefully, determined not to lose their footing. The ambush fell upon them like a summer storm. Arrows struck from both banks, finding gaps in armor with deadly precision. The Ents surged forward, vast and terrible, crushing dwarves beneath their strength and throwing others into the river to drown under the weight of their mail. The green elves poured from the forest on both sides, and Beren himself led them with a fury that would not be denied. The dwarves tried to form defensive positions, but the ford itself betrayed them. Those in the water could not maneuver or bring their strength to bear. Those on the near bank were trapped between the river and the forest, pressed from both sides. The far bank offered no refuge, for Ents strode down from the trees and shattered any formation that tried to establish itself there. It became slaughter rather than battle. The dwarves fought with courage born of desperation, but they were caught completely unprepared and outnumbered by forces they had never expected to face. The Ents were unstoppable, impossible to wound with axes that barely scratched their bark-like hide. Warriors who had survived the sack of Menegroth died at the ford, pulled down by arrows or crushed beneath ancient strength. The treasure they carried became their doom. Weighted with gold and gems, many dwarves could not move fast enough to escape or fight effectively. Some tried to drop their burdens and flee, but the green elves hunted them through the forest without mercy. This was their land, and they knew every path and hiding place. Few dwarves who fled the ford survived more than a few hours. The Noglamir was recovered from a commander who died defending it. Baron took the necklace with the Silmaril blazing at its heart, and he felt the weight of what it had cost. His hand, his life, Thingol's kingdom, how much blood did this one treasure demand? But he did not cast it away. The Silmaril was Lethianess by right, and it would not remain in dwarf hands, regardless of the cost in lives. The battle lasted until darkness fell. By then the dwarf army was destroyed almost to the last warrior. Bodies lay thick along both banks and in the river itself, where the current carried some downstream. The treasure they had stolen from Menegroth scattered into the Asgar. Chests broke open and spilled their contents into the water. Gems sank into mud. Gold plate lodged among river stones. The wealth of Doriath would lie at the bottom of that river for ages, lost to those who had stolen it and those who had defended it both. Only 2 dwarves escaped. They fled east through the mountains, wounded and exhausted, having abandoned everything to save their lives. They would reach Nograd eventually with news of the disaster. An entire army destroyed, the Noglamir lost again, and the ambush they had never seen coming. The triumph had lasted less than a week before being turned to utter defeat. Beren stood on the riverbank as night fell and looked at the Silmaril in his hands. The jewel's holy light seemed to mock the carnage around it, beautiful and pure above the blood and death it had caused. He knew the tale was not over. The dwarves would not forgive this slaughter, and more violence would follow. But for now the Silmaril was recovered, and those who had destroyed Doriath had paid the price. The river ran red that night, carrying dwarf blood east toward the sea. The ford that had been a peaceful crossing became a place of death, and in later years it was shunned by travelers who felt the weight of slaughter that had happened there. The Noglamir had claimed another harvest of lives, and the friendship between dwarves and elves was broken beyond any hope of repair. The 2 survivors reached Nograd with their tale of disaster. The army was destroyed, every warrior lost save themselves, and the Noglamir had been taken by Beren and his allies at Sarn Athrad. The ambush had been complete and devastating. Ents and elves together had slaughtered the host and recovered the treasure. The triumph had become catastrophe in a single afternoon's violence. The dwarf lords received the news in stunned silence. An entire army gone. The finest warriors of both cities dead in a ford far from home. The Noglamir lost again, and this time 2 forces that had demonstrated they could destroy any host the dwarves sent against them. The rage that had driven the sack of Doriath now curdled into something darker, grief and shame and helpless fury at a defeat that could not be avenged. Some called for another army, larger and better prepared. They would march on Beren wherever he sheltered and take back what was theirs, regardless of cost. But cooler heads prevailed, barely. What good would more deaths serve? The Ents could not be killed by axes, and Beren had proven himself capable of impossible deeds. Another army would mean only more dwarf bodies feeding river fish and forest wolves. The debate raged through winter in the halls of Nograd and Belagost. Anger demanded action, but wisdom counseled restraint. In the end, practicality won, though it tasted like defeat. The dwarves would not march again on Beleriand. They would tend their own affairs and let the elves destroy themselves in their endless wars. The friendship that had endured for centuries was dead, murdered at Menegroth and buried at Sarn Athrad. Years passed in bitter isolation. The dwarves withdrew into their mountains and had minimal contact with the elven kingdoms. Trade dwindled to almost nothing. The crafts continued, but without the external markets and commissions that had driven such excellence. The cities turned inward, focusing on their own needs and forgetting the wider world beyond their borders. Beleriand tore itself apart through the decades that followed. The sons of Fenar pursued the Silmarils with oath-bound desperation, and kinslaying followed kinslaying. Kingdoms rose and fell, alliances shattered, and Morgoth's forces pressed ever harder against the failing resistance. The dwarves watched from their mountains and felt vindicated in their isolation. Let the elves reap what they had sown. But larger forces were moving that cared nothing for dwarf grievances or elven pride. In Valinor, the Valar had at last been moved to action. Irindil had come with the Silmaril on his brow, pleading for aid, and the powers had answered. A host was being prepared that would break Morgoth forever and end his tyranny. The War of Wrath was coming, and it would reshape the world. The armies of the West landed in Beleriand with such force that the very shores trembled. The Valar's host marched against Angband, and the battle that followed exceeded in scale and fury everything that had come before. Morgoth unleashed all his might, dragons and balrogs, orcs beyond counting, corrupted creatures bred in his pits. The war raged for decades, devastating everything it touched. The Blue Mountains stood at the eastern edge of Beleriand, and the dwarves thought themselves safe from the conflict. Let the Valar destroy Morgoth if they could, and good riddance. The dwarves would remain in their halls and emerge when peace returned to claim whatever opportunities the New Age offered. They delved deeper, expanded their minds, perfected their crafts, and ignored the thunder of war that echoed from the west. Then Morgoth was overthrown at last. Angband was destroyed utterly, torn down to its foundations and broken. The Dark Lord was cast into the void beyond the world, never to return. Victory was complete, but the cost was beyond measuring. The war had broken the very substance of the land itself. Beleriand began to sink. The cataclysm started in the west, where the fighting had been fiercest, but it spread east like a wave of destruction that nothing could stop. Mountains crumbled, valleys flooded, forests drowned beneath sudden seas. The shape of the world was changing, rewritten by forces unleashed during the final battle. The Blue Mountains felt the first tremors as distant rumbling, easily dismissed as normal settling of stone. But the shaking grew worse, and dwarves who knew rock as intimately as their own bodies understood something catastrophic was happening. The mountains were breaking, torn apart by powers that made mockery of all dwarf engineering and strength. Nograd felt the first major shock in the morning. The mountains shuddered, and halls that had stood for thousands of years cracked. Support pillars fractured, ceilings collapsed. Passages that had been stable since their delving became death traps. Dwarves fled upward toward the surface, abandoning workshops and treasuries, caring only for survival as their city died around them. Belagost suffered worse. The northern reaches of the range took the full force of the cataclysm, and the mountain that housed Gabogathol simply came apart. Massive sections sheared away and tumbled into valleys that were themselves collapsing. The great fortress city that had stood proof against any siege was destroyed, in minutes by an enemy that could not be fought or resisted. Thousands died in the initial collapse. They were buried in halls that became tombs, crushed by falling stone, trapped in passages that sealed shut. Those who reached the surface found no safety. The mountains continued to break apart, and the land itself was sinking. What had been peaks became islands, and the islands were shrinking as water rose to claim them. The survivors fled east in whatever direction seemed to offer hope. They carried nothing but what they wore, for there had been no time to gather possessions or wealth. The treasuries of both cities, gold and gems and craft works accumulated across ages, remained buried in the ruins. Everything the dwarves had built in the Blue Mountains was lost. Some made for Khazad-dûm, knowing Durin's realm stood far enough east to be safe from the cataclysm. Others went to dwarf holds even more distant, or scattered into mountains whose names were never recorded in Western histories. The people of Nograd and Belegost became refugees, homeless and nearly destitute, dependent on the charity of kindred who took them in. The Blue Mountains did not entirely sink, but they were broken beyond recognition. Where proud peaks had stood, jagged remnants remained surrounded by new-formed gulfs and seas. The Erd Luin became a shadow of their former glory, reduced and humbled by powers against which craft and courage meant nothing. The First Age ended in cataclysm and drowning. Beleriand was gone, swallowed by waters that would never recede. The great elven kingdoms were destroyed or abandoned. The dwarves who had dwelt in the west were scattered, their cities ruined, their works lost. An entire age of the world had passed, and those who survived it carried memories of glories that would never be seen again. In distant Khazad-dûm, refugees from the west were received and given shelter. The tales they told of the mountains breaking and the city's fall were almost impossible to believe. Yet the evidence stood before all, thousands of homeless dwarves who had lost everything. The Second Age would begin with the West in ruins and survivors trying to rebuild what they could from the wreckage. The refugees came to Khazad-dûm in waves through the months that followed the cataclysm. They arrived exhausted and traumatized, carrying memories of mountains breaking and cities collapsing around them. Some had walked for weeks through wilderness, made strange by the world's reshaping. Others had found temporary shelter in lesser halls before continuing east to Durin's realm, knowing it alone offered safety and the possibility of rebuilding lives. Durin's folk received them with a hospitality that dwarf custom demanded. Halls were opened to house the homeless. Workshops provided space for craftsmen who had lost their tools, and food was shared, though resources were not unlimited. The refugees from Nograd and Belegost brought skills and knowledge that enriched Khazad-dûm, but they also brought grief and a sense of ending that could not be easily forgotten. The tales they told were almost too immense to comprehend. Mountains that had stood since the world's shaping simply came apart, torn by forces unleashed in the war of wrath. Cities delved across millennia became rubble in minutes. Treasuries that held the accumulated wealth of ages were buried so deep they would never be recovered. Everything west of the breaking had been lost or transformed beyond recognition, and the survivors were all that remained of cultures that had flourished for thousands of years. Many chose to stay in Khazad-dûm permanently. They integrated into Durin's folk, taking new places in the hierarchy of craft and clan. Their children would be raised as Longbeards rather than Firebeards or Broadbeams, and the old distinctions would blur over generations. Khazad-dûm grew more populous and diverse, enriched by the influx, but also fundamentally changed by it. Others could not settle. They remained restless, haunted by loss, unable to accept that the West was gone forever. After resting and gathering supplies, they continued east into mountains beyond the misty range. Some went to holds of the other kindreds, seeking places that felt less crowded with memory. Others founded new settlements in ranges that had never held dwarf halls before, determined to start fresh rather than live as refugees among cousins. The scattering reached far. Dwarves spread across Middle-earth's eastern reaches, into territories that had been only lightly explored. New mines were opened, new halls delved, new communities established in isolation from the great centers. The unity that the Seven Fathers had represented, each kindred in its ancestral home, was broken. The children of Aule became a scattered people, connected by culture and language, but divided by distance and circumstance. Not all the survivors went east. A few eventually returned to the Blue Mountains remnants. The range was broken but not entirely destroyed, and some valleys and peaks remained above the new coastline. These dwarves were fewer and poorer than their ancestors, dwelling in halls that were shadows of Nograd and Belagost. They persisted, though, stubborn as stone, refusing to abandon the mountains entirely despite the devastation. The Second Age began with the map redrawn. Beleriand was gone beneath the waves, and the shoreline had moved far east of where it once stood. New lands emerged from the chaos, reshaped by the war's ending. The elves who remained in Middle-earth founded new kingdoms, Lindon under Gil-galad, and eventually realms farther inland. Men multiplied and spread, no longer under Morgoth's shadow. The world was beginning again, and all peoples had to find their place in it. For the dwarves, the scattering became defining. They had been concentrated peoples before, each kindred in its ancestral halls, with clear identities and territories. Now they were dispersed across vast distances, and communication between the scattered communities became difficult. Khazad-dûm remained the greatest center, but it could not claim to speak for all dwarves, as perhaps it once might have. The old grievances faded somewhat in the face of larger losses. The betrayal at Menegroth and the slaughter at Sarn Athrad seemed almost petty when measured against the destruction of entire cities and the deaths of thousands in collapsing stone. The survivors had more immediate concerns, rebuilding lives, establishing new homes, adapting to changed circumstances. The past's wounds remained, but survival demanded looking forward rather than back. Yet something was lost beyond the physical destruction. The First Age had been the dwarves' time of first flowering, when they emerged from isolation and dealt with the wider world. They had built their greatest early works, forged alliances and enmities, proven themselves in battle and craft, both. That age was over, destroyed as thoroughly as the mountains that had housed it. The Second Age would be different. Khazad-dûm would reach heights of glory that made even Nograd and Belagost seem small by comparison. but the scattering meant the dwarves would never again be concentrated in a few great centers. They became a people of many holds and halls, connected by heritage but divided by geography and the practical impossibility of maintaining close ties across such distances. Some refugees never truly recovered from the trauma of the breaking. They lived the rest of their lives haunted by the memory of mountains coming apart, of halls collapsing, of friends and family crushed by falling stone. The survivors carried scars that did not show, and they passed those scars to their children in the form of caution and conservatism that bordered on fear. But dwarves endure. It is their nature, built into them by Aule when he first shaped the Seven Fathers. They had survived the War of Wrath and the drowning of Beleriand. They would survive the Second Age and all that it brought, glory and disaster both. The scattering was an ending, yes, but also a beginning. New halls would be delved, new treasures made, new stories written. The West was lost, but the world was wide, and the children of Arle would make their mark on it, regardless of what disasters had come before. The Second Age brought new purpose to Durin's realm. Khazad-dûm had always been great, but now it became the unquestioned center of dwarf civilization in Middle-earth. The refugees from the West brought skills and knowledge that enriched the halls, and their children grew up as Longbeards, strengthening Durin's folk with fresh blood and new perspectives. The city expanded to accommodate the increased population, and the delving that had continued for ages now accelerated. Durin still ruled, ancient beyond measure but showing no sign of decline. He had been first of the Seven Fathers to wake, and alone among them he seemed exempt from death's normal claim. Generations of dwarves lived and died while he endured, and his wisdom deepened with the passing centuries. Under his guidance Khazad-dûm grew according to careful plan rather than haphazard expansion. Every new hall served a purpose. Every tunnel followed the stone's natural grain. The mansion spread through the mountain's heart in 3 dimensions. Halls were stacked vertically in some places, connected by great stairs that wound through the living rock. Horizontal passages ran for miles, linking districts devoted to different crafts and purposes. The upper levels held dwelling places and public spaces where dwarves gathered for councils and celebrations. The middle depths housed workshops and forges where the crafts were practiced. The lowest levels were mines, following veins of ore ever deeper into the earth's bones. Architecture in Khazad-dûm achieved excellence that would never be surpassed. The dwarves had learned from mistakes and successes across ages of building, and now they applied that accumulated knowledge to create spaces of immense beauty and perfect function. Pillars rose like stone forests, carved to resemble the trunks of great trees. Arches spanned distances that seemed impossible, yet they bore their weight without strain through centuries. The acoustics were carefully managed so that noise from forges did not disturb those who dwelt in halls above. Light was brought into the deeps through clever arrangements of shafts and mirrors. Natural daylight could reach surprisingly far into the mountain when properly directed, and where it failed, lamps were placed with such art that the halls never felt oppressive. The dwarves who lived their entire lives beneath the stone did not feel deprived of sky, for they had created something equally beautiful in the ordered spaces they inhabited. Wealth accumulated as the mining expanded. Iron and copper came from the upper levels in quantities sufficient for all the city's needs and trade besides. Silver was found in veins that seemed inexhaustible, gleaming in the lamplight and working beautifully under skilled hands. Gold appeared in lesser amounts, but still sufficient to fill treasuries and provide material for the finest ornamental work. The city prospered, and prosperity allowed greater ambitions. The forges of Khazad-dûm became renowned throughout Middle-earth. Steel was produced there that exceeded in quality anything made elsewhere, tempered through techniques perfected over millennia. The smiths could create blades that held edges through years of use, mail that was flexible yet strong enough to turn aside arrows and swords both. Tools forged in Khazad-dûm's workshops were prized by craftsmen of all races, for they did not break or dull easily. But metalwork was only one craft among many. Stone carving reached heights of excellence that made earlier works seem crude by comparison. Masons could shape granite as if it were clay, creating details so fine they seemed impossible in such resistant material. Gem cutting became an art form, with specialists who devoted entire lives to understanding how light moved through different stones and how to maximize fire and brilliance through precise cuts. The population grew slowly but steadily. Dwarf women remained few, and children were treasured. But the influx from the west and the general prosperity meant more families could be sustained. Each generation was larger than the last, and the halls expanded to accommodate them. Districts were established with distinct characters, some focused on particular crafts, others serving as residential areas, still others devoted to storage and administration. The population grew slowly but steadily. Dwarf women remained few, and children were treasured. But the influx from the west and the general prosperity meant more families could be sustained. Each generation was larger than the last, and the halls expanded to accommodate them. Districts were established with distinct characters, some focused on particular crafts, others serving as residential areas, still others devoted to storage and administration. Durin's authority was absolute but not tyrannical. He ruled with the counsel of the eldest masters and the respect of all his people. Decisions were made deliberately after thorough debate, and once made they were implemented with dwarf thoroughness and attention to detail. The governance was conservative in the best sense, concerned with long-term stability and the welfare of generations yet unborn rather than immediate gains. Trade with the outside world remained limited in the early Second Age. The catastrophe that ended the First Age had disrupted all established networks, and it took time for new patterns to emerge. But gradually, contact resumed. Elven kingdoms in Lindon and eventually farther east became trading partners. Men who were establishing their own realms in Eriador learned that Khazad-dûm produced goods worth the difficult journey to obtain them. The dwarves were cautious about these renewed contacts. Memory of Doriath's betrayal had not faded entirely, and the older generation remembered when elven friendship had ended in blood and treachery. But necessity and advantage both argued for trade, and carefully managed relationships developed. The dwarves sold what they made surplus and bought what they could not produce themselves, maintaining profitable exchange while revealing nothing of their deepest halls or closest held secrets. Khuzdal remained the secret tongue that no outsider learned willingly from dwarf lips. The dwarves used Sindarin, or later the common speech, when dealing with other peoples, but among themselves they spoke only their own language. It was a mark of identity and pride, the one thing that unified all dwarves, regardless of clan or distance. The refusal to teach it was not mere stubbornness, but protection of something fundamental to their nature. Music and craft intertwined in Khazad-dûm. The rhythmic striking of hammers became percussion that accompanied deep-voiced songs in modes that suited stone halls and dwarf throats. They sang of Aule, the Maker, and the awakening of the Seven Fathers. They recounted great deeds and the finding of rich ore veins. The songs were not sentimental, but rather celebratory of endurance and achievement, of craft perfected and work completed properly. Durin's folk were content in those early centuries of the Second Age. The First Age's traumas were fading into history, painful still, but no longer immediate. The present was prosperous, and the future seemed full of promise. They delved deeper into the mountain, following the stone where it led them, believing their mansion would endure forever, and their wealth would only grow. The great powers of the world were rebuilding elsewhere. Sauron had survived Morgoth's fall and was beginning his own schemes for domination. But the dwarves knew nothing of this yet. They focused on their own affairs and let the outside world manage itself. The stone was eternal, or so it seemed, and Khazad-dûm would stand as long as the mountains endured. That confidence would be tested in ages to come, but for now it sustained them in their labors and their pride. The miners found it in the deepest shafts beneath Barasambal, the Red Horn, mightiest of the three peaks that crowned Khazad-dûm. They had been following a promising vein of silver deeper than any previous delving, cutting through layers of rock that had never known tool or light. The work was hard and dangerous, for at such depths the mountain's weight pressed down with force that could crush the unwary. Support timbers groaned under the load, and every strike of pick against stone had to be calculated to avoid bringing the ceiling down. Then the silver vein opened into something else entirely. The metal that gleamed in the lamplight was not silver, though it shone with similar beauty. It was lighter in color, almost white, with a luster that seemed to generate its own radiance rather than merely reflecting the lamps. The miners stopped work immediately and sent for the master delvers, for they knew they had found something unprecedented. The master craftsmen came down to examine the discovery. They tested the metal with tools and fire, studying its properties with the accumulated knowledge of millennia. What they learned astounded them. This was not silver or any other known metal, but something unique, lighter than steel yet harder, more flexible yet stronger, capable of taking an edge that normal metal could not hold. It was beautiful beyond measure, but more than beauty. It had practical properties that made it supremely valuable. They named it Mithril Inku's Dell, though the elves would call it true silver, and men would know it by various names in later ages. The name mattered less than the reality. Here was a metal beyond price, rarer than gold and more valuable than any other substance the dwarves had ever worked. A small amount of mithril was worth more than entire cartloads of silver, and its properties made it useful for purposes that no other material could serve. Armor made from mithril was proof against nearly any weapon, yet weighed almost nothing. A mail shirt forged from the metal could be worn under normal clothing without discomfort, yet it would turn aside blades and arrows that would pierce steel. Weapons edged with mithril never dulled and could cut through armor that would blunt normal swords. The metal accepted enchantment more readily than gold or silver, and works made with it could be imbued with properties that enhanced their natural excellence. The vein ran deep beneath Barasambal, following channels through the mountain's roots that the dwarves traced with growing excitement and dread both. Excitement, because the quantity seemed substantial, not merely a pocket, but a genuine deposit that could be worked for generations. Dread, because following it would require delving deeper than any dwarf had ever gone, into darkness and silence, where the mountain's weight became almost unbearable. Durin authorized the expansion of mining immediately. New shafts were sunk, new galleries opened, entire districts of the lower city reorganized to support the mithril extraction. The work proceeded with characteristic dwarf caution, every tunnel properly supported, every excavation carefully planned to avoid collapse, but the pace accelerated nonetheless, driven by the knowledge of what treasure lay beneath. The wealth that flowed from the mithril veins transformed Khazad-dûm utterly. What had been the greatest dwarf city became the richest place in Middle-earth, and Durin's folk became wealthy beyond the dreams of other peoples. The treasury filled with mithril in various forms, raw or refined metal, and finished works of surpassing quality. Trade goods fashioned from the precious metal commanded prices that seemed absurd until one understood their properties. Word spread throughout Middle-earth. Khazad-dûm possessed mithril, and nowhere else could it be found in any quantity. Emissaries came from distant kingdoms offering staggering sums for even small amounts. The elves particularly desired it, for they understood its potential better than most. Men who were becoming great in the Second Age sought mithril arms and armor to outfit their champions. Every people that valued craft or war or beauty wanted access to the metal that Durin's folk alone could provide. The dwarves were careful with distribution. They sold only finished goods, never raw or techniques for working it. The smiths who specialized in mithril craft were sworn to secrecy about their methods, and they practiced their art in workshops sealed from casual observation. Khazad-dûm would maintain its monopoly through control of both supply and knowledge, ensuring that no rival could undercut their prices or duplicate their products. Prosperity brought challenges alongside wealth. The population swelled as dwarves from other holds came seeking opportunity in the richest city. The lower levels expanded dramatically, honeycomb with mines and galleries that chased mithril veins through increasingly difficult terrain. The delving went deeper than any dwarf hold had ever reached, into regions where the stone behaved strangely and ancient things might sleep undisturbed. But these concerns seemed minor against the reality of wealth and glory. Khazad-dûm in the mid-Second Age stood unequaled among all the works of any people. The elven kingdoms were fair and ancient, but they did not possess the concentrated power and wealth of Durin's realm. Men were rising, but their kingdoms were young and their treasuries poor by comparison. The dwarves alone had discovered mithril and learned to work it, and that discovery elevated them above all others. Durin's reputation grew to match his city's glory. He had ruled for ages already, but now he presided over the richest realm in Middle-earth and controlled a resource everyone desired. Emissaries who came to trade found themselves dealing with a king whose authority derived not just from tradition but from the simple fact that he controlled access to something irreplaceable. The meetings were conducted with careful protocol, for insulting Durin or his representatives meant losing access to mithril entirely. The metal became symbol and substance both. To own something made of mithril marked one as wealthy and important. To wear mithril armor proclaimed that one valued the best protection available regardless of cost. The great works made in Khazad-dûm's forges became heirlooms passed down through generations, treasured not just for their beauty, but for their practical superiority over everything else. Yet the mining continued to go deeper. The accessible veins were worked out over decades and centuries, and the richest ore lay ever farther into the earth's depths. The dwarves followed it with stubborn determination, convinced that the mountain's wealth was inexhaustible. They delved beneath foundations that had been laid at the world's beginning, into darkness that had never known light, pursuing mithril wherever it led. The treasure was worth any risk, or so they believed, and the depths held no terrors that dwarf courage could not face. The mithril veins would sustain Khazad-dûm's glory through most of the Second Age and into the Third. But the deepest mining would eventually disturb something that should have remained sleeping, and the city's greatest source of wealth would become the path to its doom. That disaster lay hidden in time's depths, unsuspected by those who mined ever deeper in pursuit of true silver's gleam. The Noldor, who had remained in Middle-earth after the First Age's ending, were changed by their experiences. They had seen kingdoms fall and friends die, and they had learned caution alongside their ancient pride. Some settled in Lindon under Gil-galad's rule, but others desired to build something new in lands less haunted by memory. In the early centuries of the Second Age, a group of these elves came to Eriador and founded a realm they called Eri. The land they chose lay near the western approaches to Khazad-dûm. This was not accidental. The elves knew the dwarves possessed wealth and craft knowledge worth learning from, and they hoped to establish relationships that would benefit both peoples. Their leader was Celebrimbor, grandson of Feanor himself, and he was perhaps the greatest craftsman living among the Noldor. He had inherited his grandfather's skill, if not his grandfather's arrogance, and he desired to create works that would redeem the family name, rather than stain it further. The dwarves watched the settlement of a region with cautious interest. Elves as neighbors was not something they had chosen, and the old wounds from Doriath had not entirely healed. But these were different elves than those who had betrayed Thingol's hospitality. Noldor rather than Sindar, and led by one whose reputation for craft was known even in Khazad-dûm. Durin decided to permit contact and see what developed. The first meetings were formal and careful. Celebrimbor came to Khazad-dûm's east gate with gifts and expressions of desire for friendship. The dwarves received him with courtesy, but made no commitments. They showed him only what they wished seen, and they kept their deepest secrets carefully guarded. But conversation revealed common ground. Both peoples valued craft above almost all else. Both sought excellence in their works. Both understood the satisfaction of creating something that would outlast its maker. Trade began as it often did, with simple exchanges that proved both sides could deal fairly. The elves had access to resources from the west that did not easily reach Khazad-dûm, certain woods and herbs, worked goods from Lindon, news and knowledge from the wider world. The dwarves possessed metals and stonework that the elves could not match. The exchanges were mutually beneficial, and gradually trust grew. Celebrimbor and Durin developed something approaching genuine friendship. The elf lord would visit Khazad-dûm for extended periods, discussing craft and technique with the dwarf king and his master smiths. Durin occasionally travelled to a region, though less frequently, to see what works the Noldor were creating. They shared knowledge carefully, each keeping certain secrets, but revealing enough to demonstrate respect and build confidence. The friendship bore fruit in many forms. Elven craftsmen learned dwarf techniques for working metal and stone, while dwarves gained insights into the more delicate arts the Noldor had perfected. Collaborative projects were undertaken, pieces that combined dwarf strength with elven grace, metalwork that blended the best of both traditions. The results were remarkable, and both peoples took pride in what could be achieved through cooperation. But the greatest work born from this friendship was the doors of Durin themselves. Khazad-dûm had always been entered primarily from the east, where great gates opened onto the Dimril Dale. The western side of the mountains had no comparable entrance, only small doors hidden and easily defended. This was by design. The dwarves did not encourage traffic through their realm, and they preferred to control access carefully. But friendship with the region suggested different arrangements. A great western entrance would facilitate trade and communication, and it would demonstrate the alliance's strength to any who might question it. More than this, it would be an opportunity to create something magnificent, a collaborative masterwork that showcased both people's abilities. The project was proposed and debated extensively. Some dwarves opposed opening the western side so completely, fearing it made Khazad-dûm vulnerable. But the practical advantages were clear, and Durin's authority carried the decision. The doors would be built, and they would be worthy of the realm they guarded. Celebrimbor designed the basic structure, but dwarf engineers modified it to suit the mountain's nature and their own requirements. The doorway would be vast, tall enough for the greatest caravans to pass through, wide enough for troops to march in formation, but it would also be sealable in emergencies, closable from within against any threat. The mechanism must be perfect, smooth and reliable, yet strong enough to resist force from without. The materials were chosen with utmost care. The doors themselves would be fashioned from stone quarried from the mountain's heart, perfectly matched and balanced. But the visible elements would be worked with Itildin, a substance made from mithril that caught starlight and moonlight and glowed softly in darkness. The elves had knowledge of making Itildin, and the dwarves provided the mithril itself, a collaboration in the most literal sense. Celebrimbor inscribed the doors with his own hands. The writing was in Elvish, but the content honored both peoples. Durin's name was prominent, and the doors were called his from the beginning. The inscription spoke of friendship and the collaboration that had created this entrance. It was poetry and craft both, words that were beautiful to look upon and meaningful to read. The mechanism that sealed the doors was a marvel of engineering. It responded to passwords spoken in Elvish, recognizing certain phrases and remaining inert for others. The magic, if it could be called that, was subtle and effective. When the proper words were spoken, the massive stone doors swung open smoothly and silently despite their weight. When closed, they vanished entirely, becoming indistinguishable from the surrounding cliff face except for the Itildin inscription that glowed in starlight. The completion of the doors marked the height of friendship between Khazad-dûm and Irigen. Trade flowed freely through the new entrance, caravans passing both directions regularly. Dwarves and elves worked together on various projects, each learning from the other, creating works that neither could have achieved alone. The isolation that had characterized the early Second Age gave way to cooperation and mutual enrichment. This golden age would last for centuries. The doors stood open, welcoming friends and facilitating commerce that benefited both realms. Celebrimber's visits to Khazad-dûm continued, and the friendship between him and Durin deepened with time. The wounds of the First Age seemed healed at last, and it appeared that elves and dwarves could indeed work together toward common purposes. But darkness was rising in the world again. Sauron was abroad in Middle-earth, disguised and subtle, seeking to corrupt and dominate through gifts and false counsel. He would come eventually to a region with promises of knowledge and power, and Celebrimber would listen. The rings of power would be forged, and the friendship that had seemed so strong would be tested in fire and treachery. The doors that now stood open as symbols of alliance would one day be sealed from within, closed against terrors that friendship could not prevent. Sauron came to Eridgen in fair form, calling himself Anatar, the Lord of Gifts. He appeared as a being of beauty and wisdom, claiming knowledge of craft that surpassed even what the Noldor had preserved from Valinor, the Undying Lands. Celebrimber was suspicious at first, for he had learned caution from his family's history of being deceived by fair words. But the knowledge Anatar offered was real and profound, and the temptation to learn was overwhelming. The collaboration began slowly. Anatar taught techniques for working metals and gems that the elves had never imagined, methods that seemed to enhance the inherent properties of materials beyond their natural limits. Celebrimber and his smiths were drawn deeper into the work, fascinated by what they were achieving. Together they forged rings of power, objects that contained and focused abilities far beyond normal craft. The dwarves watched these developments with interest and some concern. They maintained their friendship with Eridgen, but Anatar they did not trust. Something in his manner set their teeth on edge, though they could not articulate exactly what disturbed them. Durin counseled caution when Celebrimber spoke of the new teacher, but the elf lord was too entranced by the knowledge being offered to heed warnings that seemed based only on instinct. Sauron's plan was vast and subtle. He had helped forge rings that would bind their wearers to his will through the one ring he'd crafted in secret. 9 he gave to men who desired power above all else. 7 he offered to the dwarf lords, presenting them as gifts that would enhance their natural abilities and bring wealth to their halls. The rings were beautiful beyond description, wrought with all the skills Sauron possessed, and they promised much. The 7 were distributed among the dwarf clans. Durin's folk received one, as did the Firebeards and Broadbeams, and the 4 eastern kindreds whose names were known only to themselves. Each ring came with promises of prosperity and power, of wealth beyond measure, and the ability to uncover treasures hidden deep in the earth. Sauron presented them as tokens of respect for dwarf craft and acknowledgement of their importance among Middle-earth's peoples. The dwarf lords accepted the gifts with mixture of pride and wariness. These were rings of power, created by the greatest craftsmen of the age, and to refuse them would be insult. Yet the dwarves were not easily impressed by external gifts, and they tested the rings carefully before committing to wearing them. What they discovered was both promising and troubling. The rings did indeed enhance certain abilities. A dwarf lord who wore one could sense our veins more clearly, could judge stone and metal with preternatural accuracy, could work with focus and precision that exceeded even normal dwarf standards. Wealth seemed to flow toward the wearers, Mining operations succeeded beyond expectations. Trades proved unusually profitable. Treasuries filled faster than they emptied. The promises Sauron had made were being fulfilled. But the rings could not dominate dwarves as they dominated men. This was Sauron's great miscalculation. The children of Aule had been made stubborn and resistant to outside control, shaped to endure and maintain their own will regardless of pressure. The one ring that Sauron wore gave him mastery over the 9 who wore their rings. But the 7 did not answer to him in the same way. He could not see through dwarf eyes or command dwarf actions. What the rings did instead was amplify tendencies already present. Dwarves naturally loved gold and gems and the works of their hands, but the rings inflamed this love into obsession. The hoarding instinct that had been manageable became overwhelming. Dwarf lords who wore the rings grew increasingly possessive of their treasures, unwilling to part with anything regardless of need or wisdom. They delved ever deeper, seeking more wealth, drove their people harder in the mines, and thought of little beyond accumulation. The gold lust grew with time. Dwarf lords became miserly beyond reason, counting every coin and gem obsessively. They trusted fewer people, suspecting theft or betrayal even from loyal servants. Generosity that had once marked good kingship withered, replaced by possessiveness that verged on madness. The rings were revealing and magnifying the worst aspects of dwarf nature, yet they could not be easily discarded. The wealth the rings brought was real, and kingdoms that possessed them prospered materially even as their lords' characters degraded. To remove a ring once worn for years felt like cutting off one's own hand. The loss was visceral and agonizing. Most who received them wore them until death, and the rings passed to their heirs, who found themselves similarly trapped. Sauron was frustrated by his partial failure. The dwarves had not become his servants, as the men had. He could not command them, or see through them, or use them as tools in his schemes. But he had succeeded in corrupting them somewhat, in turning their natural love of treasure into sickness that weakened them and made them less likely to oppose him actively. It was not the victory he had planned, but it was something. The rings brought other consequences beyond gold lust. They drew dragons, for those ancient worms could sense powerful magic and coveted rings above almost any other treasure. In later ages, many of the 7 would be consumed in dragon fire or taken by the worms who slew the lords who wore them. Sauron would recover several through his servants, always seeking to complete his control over the rings he had helped create. Khazad-dûm's ring remained with Durin's line through all the ages that followed. It was never captured, though many tried, and it survived even the fall of Moria itself. The wealth it brought helped make the mansion the greatest in Middle-earth, but it also fed the obsession that drove the mining ever deeper until the dwarves woke what should have remained sleeping. The ring was blessing and curse both, like all such gifts from Sauron's hand. The forging of the rings marked a turning point in the Second Age. Sauron had revealed himself in his actions, if not yet in his true form, and the free peoples began to understand that a new Dark Lord was rising. The friendship between Eregion and Khazad-dûm would be tested in fire, and the doors that had been opened in hope would be closed in necessity. But that war lay ahead, hidden in the near future's darkness. Sauron cast off his fair disguise when he judged the time right. The one ring was complete on his hand, and he believed the free peoples would bow before his might once they understood the power he wielded. He declared himself openly in Mordor, where he had been building his fortress of Barad-dûr through long years of secret labor. The Dark Lord had returned to Middle-earth, and war came with him. Irigen stood directly in his path. Celebrimbor had learned too late what Anatar truly was, and he had hidden the 3 rings he had made without Sauron's direct involvement. The 9 and 7 were compromised by the One's influence, but the 3 remained free of Sauron's direct control. This the Dark Lord could not permit. He would take Eregin and recover what Celebrimbor had hidden, and he would punish the smith who had dared to resist him. The assault came suddenly in the year the elves counted as 1690. 7 of the Second Age. Sauron's forces poured out of the east, orcs in numbers beyond counting, and men he had corrupted to his service, and creatures bred in darkness that had no names. They swept across Eriador like a plague, destroying everything in their path. Irigen stood alone and exposed, for Gil-galad's aid from Lindon could not arrive in time. Celebrimbor rallied his people for defense. The elves of Eregion were skilled and brave, and they had weapons forged by the finest craftsmen of the age. But they were few against Sauron's multitudes, and the Dark Lord himself came to the siege. His power was terrible, enhanced by the One Ring and focused through will that had been growing since before the world began. The elven defences held for a time, but they could not hold forever. The dwarves of Khazad-dûm faced a choice. Eregion was their ally and Celebrimbor their friend. Honor and friendship both demanded they march to his aid. But Durin was ancient and wise, and he understood that this war exceeded anything the dwarves could meaningfully affect. Sauron's power was too great, his forces too numerous. To march out would mean sacrificing his people for a cause already lost. He made the harder choice. The west gate was sealed from within. The great doors of Durin closed for the first time since their making. The password that opened them from outside was changed to something known only to Khazad-dûm's lords. The dwarves withdrew into their mountain and prepared to defend their halls if Sauron turned his attention toward them. They would not march to Eregion's rescue. Some among Durin's folk protested this decision. They called it cowardice and betrayal, argued that friendship demanded they fight regardless of odds. But Durin's word was final, and most understood the bitter wisdom behind it. The dwarves were not numerous enough to change Eregion's fate, and to die in the attempt would only give Sauron another victory. Better to survive in strength than perish in futile gesture. Eregion fell. The elves fought desperately, but were overwhelmed by the sheer weight of numbers pressing against them. Celebrimbor was captured alive, for Sauron wanted information more than he wanted the Elf Lord's death. The location of the 3 rings, the techniques used in their making, the secrets of craft that Celebrimbor had learned, all this the Dark Lord desired to know. The torture that followed was meticulous and cruel. Sauron was not content with mere pain, but sought to break Celebrimbor's will utterly, to extract every scrap of knowledge and reduce the great craftsman to nothing. The Elf Lord endured beyond any reasonable expectation. He revealed nothing of the Three's location, spoke no secrets that would aid his tormentor. His body failed before his will did. Celebrimbor died still defiant. Sauron had him killed at last in frustration, making a banner of his body to mock the remaining defenders. The greatest of the Noldor craftsmen in Middle-earth was gone, and with him died much knowledge that would never be recovered. The rings he had hidden remained concealed, eventually passing to those who would use them against Sauron rather than for him. The survivors of a region fled north, toward Lindon, or scattered into the wild. Their realm was destroyed utterly, the works they had created smashed or stolen, their hopes broken. Some blamed the dwarves for refusing aid, claiming that Khazad-dûm's strength might have made the difference. The accusation was unfair but understandable, born of grief and loss. Behind the sealed doors, the dwarves mourned in their own way. They had lost a friend and an ally, and they knew the friendship that had produced such wonders as the West Gate would not be rebuilt. The age's brightness dimmed with Celebrimber's death. They had chosen survival over honor, wisdom over glory, and the choice tasted bitter even though it was correct. Sauron did not assault Khazad-dûm. His forces probed the approaches, but found them too well defended to take without costs he was unwilling to pay. The dwarves were not his primary enemies, and they could be dealt with later if necessary. He withdrew, eventually, drawn by war elsewhere, and left the mountain kingdom intact but isolated. The doors remained closed. What had been symbols of friendship became barriers against threat, sealed shut except when absolute necessity demanded otherwise. Trade through the western entrance ceased almost entirely, and Khazad-dûm returned to the isolation that had characterized earlier ages. The dwarves looked inward to their own affairs and trusted only in stone and steel. The friendship that had flowered for centuries ended in blood and silence. Eregion was gone, and with it died the hope that elves and dwarves could work together toward shared purpose. The betrayal at Doriath in the First Age had been healed, but now a new wound was opened. Not betrayal this time, but abandonment, real or perceived. The scar would remain through all the ages that followed. The Third Age began with Sauron, defeated but not destroyed. He had been cast down in the war of the last alliance, his physical form broken and the one ring cut from his hand. But he was Maya, and such beings do not die as mortals die. He would return, eventually, diminished but still dangerous, still capable of breeding horrors to plague the free peoples. The dragons were among his most terrible creations, though they had first appeared in the First Age under Morgoth's dominion. They grew slowly over decades and centuries, becoming more dangerous as they aged, and they coveted gold and gems with desire that exceeded even dragonkind's legendary greed. The dwarf holds in the far north were first to feel their wrath. These were smaller establishments than Khazad-dûm, halls delved into mountains whose names were never recorded in Western annals. The dwarves who dwelt there were descended from the Eastern kindreds, isolated communities that had little contact with their Western cousins. They mined their mountains and worked their forges in peace, believing themselves safe in stone fastnesses that had stood since the world's youth. The dragons came in winter when the cold was deepest and the passes most treacherous. A great worm descended on one of the northern holds without warning, crashing through gates that had been built to resist orc bands and mortal armies. Dragonfire melted metal and cracked stone that had endured for ages. The heat was so intense that dwarves died from it without the flames ever touching them. Their lungs, seared by air, turned to furnace blast. The attack was devastating and complete, leaving the hold broken and most of its inhabitants dead. News travelled slowly in those days, and the other northern holds learned of the disaster only after months had passed. By then, another dragon had struck elsewhere, and the pattern was becoming clear. The Wyrms were targeting dwarf kingdoms specifically, drawn by rumors of treasure, and perhaps by some lingering command from Morgoth's original breeding of their kind. The assaults were not random raids, but a coordinated threat that endangered every hold in the northern ranges. The dwarves responded, as their nature dictated, with stubborn courage and careful preparation. They reinforced their gates with materials that could better resist heat, designed new ventilation systems to prevent the air itself from becoming a weapon against them. Warriors trained specifically to fight dragons, learning to target eyes and the softer scales under the belly where blades might actually penetrate. Every hold became a fortress designed with dragon assault in mind. But dragons were difficult enemies beyond any the dwarves had faced before. They were intelligent, capable of speech and cunning strategy. They could not be defeated through simple courage or superior numbers. A single worm could destroy entire companies of warriors, and their hides were proof against most weapons. Axes that could cleave orc skulls bounced off dragon scales, and arrows shattered against armor that had been growing harder for centuries. The losses mounted despite all preparation. Another hold fell when a dragon broke through defenses that should have been impenetrable, using fire to crack stone and then physical strength to widen the breaches. The survivors fled into the wilderness, abandoning treasuries and ancestral halls to the worm that claimed them. The dragon made the ruined hold its lair, sleeping on piles of gold and guarding its stolen wealth with eternal vigilance. Yet the dwarves discovered something crucial through these bitter defeats. Stone endured where other materials failed. The dragons could not easily break the mountains themselves, and halls delved deep enough remained safe even when surface structures burned. Wood was fatal, for it fed the flames and filled passages with choking smoke. But properly constructed stone defenses, without wooden supports or combustible materials, could resist even dragon fire for extended periods. This knowledge changed how northern holds were built and maintained. Everything wooden was replaced with stone or metal that would not burn. Gates were backed by stone walls rather than wooden braces. Ventilation shafts were designed to close automatically when heat reached dangerous levels. The architecture evolved specifically to counter the dragon threat, becoming more austere but far more defensible. The dwarves also learned to avoid provoking attacks unnecessarily. Holds that kept their wealth hidden and maintained low profiles were less likely to attract dragon attention. The Wyrms were drawn primarily by stories of great treasures, and a kingdom that was discreet about its riches stood better chance of remaining unmolested. Some communities went so far as to spread rumors of poverty, deliberately downplaying their actual wealth to reduce their appeal as targets. Fighting dragons directly proved nearly impossible. Only the greatest warriors with the finest weapons had any chance of wounding the beasts, and even then the cost in dwarf lives was staggering. Most holds adopted defensive strategies instead. Seal the gates when dragons approached, retreat to the deepest holes, wait for the worm to lose interest and depart. It was not heroic, but it preserved lives and allowed communities to survive. Not all dwarves accepted this defensive posture. Some lords organized expeditions to hunt dragons in their lairs, hoping to slay them before they could attack. These ventures rarely succeeded. Dragons in their own domains had every advantage, and they were not easily surprised or overcome. The expeditions usually ended with dead dwarves and dragons grown richer by whatever treasure the warriors had carried. The northern holds adapted and endured. They accepted the dragon threat as permanent danger to be managed rather than eliminated. They built accordingly, lived cautiously, and survived where peoples less stubborn might have fled entirely. The population of these regions declined somewhat as refugees sought safer lands. But those who remained were determined to hold their mountains, regardless of what horrors dwelt in the wastes beyond. Khazad-dûm heard these tales from the north with concern but no immediate fear. The greatest mansion stood far from the coldest wastes, and no dragon had yet been reported in the misty mountains proper. The dwarves of Durin's folk took note of the lessons being learned, the importance of stone construction, the danger of accumulated treasure drawing worm attention, the necessity of planning for threats that seemed impossible until they arrived. But they did not expect to face dragons themselves, and they continued their delving and their accumulation of wealth without adjusting their practices significantly. That confidence would prove misplaced in time. Dragons would eventually come even to regions thought safe, drawn by Mithril's fame and Khazad-dûm's legendary treasures. But that disaster lay far ahead, hidden in the Third Age's later centuries. For now the dragon fire burned primarily in the north, and the dwarves who dwelt there endured with characteristic stubbornness, refusing to yield their halls despite losses that would have broken lesser peoples. The Third Age brought continued prosperity to Khazad-dûm despite troubles elsewhere in Middle-earth. The Mithril veins remained productive, and the wealth they generated allowed ever greater ambitions in craft and architecture. The upper levels were perfected beyond what earlier generations had achieved, and the middle depths expanded to accommodate a population that had grown substantially since the Second Age's beginning. But it was in the lowest levels that the most dramatic changes occurred, for the mining went deeper with each passing century. The excavations followed the mithril wherever it led. The richest veins ran deep beneath Parazimbar, descending into regions where the mountain's bones were older than memory. The miners worked at depths that would have terrified their ancestors, leagues beneath the surface where the stone's weight was almost unbearable. They developed new techniques for supporting these extreme excavations. Arches and pillars calculated with precision, ventilation systems that brought air down from the surface, ways of working that minimized the risk of catastrophic collapse. The deeper they went, the stranger the stone became. There were layers that seemed almost vitrified, as if exposed to heat beyond any natural source. Other strata contained minerals that had no names, substances that did not appear in any of the upper levels. The master delvers noted these oddities and discussed them in low voices, but they did not let strangeness stop the work. Mithril lay ahead, and the pursuit of it justified any difficulty. Strange sounds began to be reported from the deepest shafts. At first they were dismissed as normal settling, the mountain adjusting to the new excavations. But the sounds persisted and grew more distinct, deep rumblings that seemed to come from below the mining itself, from regions even deeper than the dwarves had reached. Some miners reported feeling vibrations through the stone, rhythmic pulsing that had no obvious source. The work continued despite growing unease. The mithril vein they were following was exceptionally rich. and abandoning it seemed unthinkable when so much wealth lay within reach. The engineers assured everyone that the excavations were sound, that the support structures would hold regardless of minor tremors. The strange sounds were merely water or gas moving through deep fissures, natural phenomena that posed no actual threat. But some of the older miners grew reluctant to work the deepest levels. They spoke of dreams that troubled their sleep, visions of darkness and fire, of something vast stirring in depths beneath the excavations. These were not elven dreams of foresight, but the instinctive warnings that sometimes came to those who knew stone intimately. The stone itself was trying to tell them something, trying to warn them that they were delving into regions that should remain undisturbed. The warnings went unheeded. The ring that Durin's air war was pushing him toward greater accumulation, toward mining every possible vein, regardless of risk. The gold lust that affected all who wore the Seven was fully active now, clouding judgment and making caution seem like cowardice. More wealth lay below, and it would be extracted no matter what superstitious miners claimed about their dreams. A new shaft was sunk in the year the chronicles would later record as 1980 of the Third Age. The excavation pushed deeper than any previous working, following the mithril vein into regions where the rock had clearly been altered by forces beyond normal geological process. The stone here was blackened and cracked, and the heat increased noticeably despite the depth and the distance from any magma chamber the engineers knew about. The sounds grew louder as the shaft descended. Now they were unmistakable, not water or gas, but something else, something that suggested size and mass beyond measuring. The vibrations became strong enough to rattle tools and send small stones cascading from the walls. The air that came up from below smelled of sulfur and ancient burning, and it carried heat that made the deepest workings almost unbearable despite all ventilation efforts. The miners began to refuse assignments to the lowest levels. Even threats and bribes could not compel them to continue the descent. They claimed the stone itself was warning them that to go deeper would be to break through into something that should never be exposed to light or air. The master delvers were forced to halt the excavation while they dealt with what they dismissed as mass panic among their workers. But the damage was already done. Something in the depths had been disturbed by the excavations, roused from sleep that had lasted since the world's breaking. It was aware now of the mining above it, aware of the voices and the lights and the intrusion into regions where silence had reigned for millennia. It was not yet ready to rise, not yet recovered enough from ancient wounds to act, but awareness had returned, and with awareness came hunger and rage. Fear spread through the lowest communities of Khazad-dûm. The dwarves who lived and worked at the deepest accessible levels reported that the tremors were increasing, that the sounds from below had taken on a quality that suggested deliberate movement. Some claimed to have seen light in the darkness beneath their excavations, not the warm glow of lamps, but a fierce red radiance that pulsed like a heartbeat. The mining at the deepest levels was suspended. The engineers sealed the lowest shafts, filling them with rubble and posting guards to ensure no one went down out of curiosity or foolishness. The decision was presented as temporary, a precaution while the strange phenomena were investigated. But privately, the lords of Khazad-dûm were troubled. Something was wrong in the deeps, and they did not know what it was or how to address it. The city above continued normally. Most inhabitants knew nothing of the troubles in the lowest levels, for the lords kept the information restricted to those who needed to know. Life went on as it always had. The forges burned, the craftsmen worked, trade continued through the eastern gate. But beneath the prosperity and the appearance of normality, dread was growing among those who understood what the signs might mean. In the deepest darkness, something that had not moved in ages was stirring. It was gathering strength slowly, remembering what it had been and what it could do. The dwarves had delved too greedily and too deep, and they had disturbed what should have remained sleeping until the world's ending. The awakening was not yet complete, but it had begun, and nothing they could do would stop what was coming. The year 1980 of the Third Age began like any other in Khazad-dûm. The forges burned bright in the middle levels, and craftsmen worked on pieces that would become heirlooms. Trade caravans arrived at the East Gate with goods from distant lands, and they departed with mithril works that would make their fortunes. The upper halls echoed with the sounds of daily life, children's voices and hammer song, and the deep conversations of elders debating matters of craft and governance. The city was alive and prosperous, and few among its inhabitants sensed the doom rising from below. The sealed shafts in the deepest levels had remained quiet for months. The tremors had lessened, and the strange sounds had faded to occasional distant rumblings that could be dismissed as normal mountain settling. The engineers cautiously suggested that whatever disturbance the mining had caused had resolved itself, that the sealing had been sufficient to address the problem. Perhaps they could resume extraction of the mithril vein that had been abandoned, recover the wealth that still lay in the depths. Durin the Sixth ruled Khazad-dûm then, distant heir to the deathless, but bearing his ancestors' name with pride. He was a king who loved his people and his city both, who had presided over decades of prosperity and peace. The ring of his house he wore as his fathers had worn it, and it filled him with the gold lust that afflicted all the Seven's bearers. He desired wealth for his treasury and glory for his reign, and the sealed mithril vein represented both. Against the advice of some councillors, he authorized the reopening of the deepest excavations. The work began carefully. A small crew of the most experienced miners descended to remove the rubble that blocked the lowest shaft. They carried extra lamps and weapons, though what use axes would be against whatever they might find, no one could say. The descent took hours, for the shaft was deep and the way was choked with stone that had to be cleared piece by piece. They broke through the seal in the late afternoon. The rubble fell away, and the shaft opened before them into darkness that seemed somehow thicker than normal absence of light. The air that rushed up was hot and foul, carrying the stench of sulphur and ancient burning. The miners stood frozen at the opening, every instinct screaming at them to flee, to seal the breach and never return. Then light came from below. Not the warm glow of lamps, but red radiance that pulsed and grew, rising toward them with terrible speed. The heat intensified until it was unbearable, and the miners turned to run. Most did not make it far. Fire erupted from the shaft behind them, not natural flame, but something older and more terrible. The fire of Udan kindled before the world was made. The Balrog rose into Khazad-dûm like a nightmare taking form. It was vast beyond measuring. A creature of shadow and flame that had slept beneath the mountain since the first age's ending. It had been of Morgoth's service in the ancient wars, and it had fled here when Angband fell, burrowing deep into the earth to hide and heal. The dwarves' mining had disturbed its rest, and now it was fully awake and filled with rage at the disturbance. It came up through the lowest levels like fire through dry timber. The few dwarves who saw it and survived to tell of it spoke of shadow that could not be penetrated, of a darkness so absolute that lamps were extinguished by its presence. Within that shadow burned fire, and the fire had a terrible sentience. The creature wielded a blade that blazed like a furnace and a whip of many thongs that cracked like thunder. Its roar shook the stone itself. The alarm spread through the city with desperate speed. Warriors rushed to defend the lower levels, not knowing what they faced, but responding to the duty that dwarf honor demanded. They met the Balrog in the deep halls, and they died. Axes that could cleave, orc armor shattered against the creature's hide. Mail that was proof against dragonfire offered no protection against the whip's kiss. The bravest and strongest fell first, for they pressed closest to the enemy and died for their courage. Durin the Sixth came down into the battle. He was king, and he would not hide while his people died, defending the halls he ruled. He was old, but still strong, and he bore weapons forged in Khazad-dûm's finest workshops. The crown he wore had been passed down through generations beyond counting, and he would not dishonor it by fleeing. The king met the Balrog in a hall that had been delved in the mountain's youth, a space so ancient its original purpose was forgotten. The battle was brief and terrible. Durin fought with all the skill and strength of his long life, but he was mortal and the demon was Maya, and the outcome was never in doubt. The shadow wrapped around him, and the fire consumed him. Durin the Sixth fell, and with him fell something intangible but precious. The sense that Khazad-dûm was eternal and its people safe within stone walls. The command to evacuate was given by those who survived the king's death. The Balrog could not be fought by any force the dwarves could muster, and to remain was to die. The city must be abandoned. The word spread through all levels with frantic urgency. Gather what you can carry, take your children, flee to the east gate. Leave the treasures, leave the workshops, leave everything that cannot be carried in desperate flight. The exodus was chaos barely controlled by discipline. Thousands of dwarves poured toward the eastern approaches, carrying whatever they had managed to grab. Behind them the Balrog raged through the lower levels, and fire spread where it passed. Halls that had stood for ages were broken, pillars shattered, the careful architecture of millennia destroyed in hours. The greatest mansion of the dwarves was being unmade, and there was nothing anyone could do but flee. Nain the First, Durin's son, took command of the evacuation. He organized the rearguard that held the approaches while the civilians fled, buying time with dwarf lives. He saw his father's body recovered and carried out with honor rather than left for the flames. He was king now, though his reign had begun in disaster and flight. The east gate stood open, and through it the refugees streamed into the Dimril Dale beyond. They carried their shame with them, and their grief, and the knowledge that they had woken something that should have remained sleeping. Khazad-dûm was lost. The Balrog was master of the deeps now, and no dwarf would walk those halls again while the demon lived. Nain organized the survivors in the valley outside. They were thousands still, but they were homeless and shocked, unable to fully comprehend the speed of their fall. In one day they had gone from prosperity to catastrophe, from secure to refugee. The king tried to hold them together, tried to maintain order and hope, but grief and rage filled him too, and he swore that he would not let the demon's victory stand unchallenged. A year later, Nain I returned to Khazad-dûm with an army of those who would follow him. He meant to reclaim the halls, or die in the attempt to avenge his father and restore his people's home. He entered through the east gate with warriors at his back, and he marched into the darkness where the Balrog waited. None who went with him returned to tell exactly what happened in those deep halls, but the outcome was clear enough. Nain I did not come back, and neither did any who followed him. The dwarves had lost their king and his heir both in the space of a year. They had lost Khazad-dûm, the greatest of all their mansions. They had lost the mithril and the treasuries and the accumulated works of ages. Everything their ancestors had built across thousands of years was gone, claimed by shadow and flame. The survivors scattered 2 other holds, carrying nothing but memories and the bitter knowledge that their own greed had caused the disaster. They had delved too deep, and they had paid a price beyond measuring. The survivors gathered in the Dimril Dale as winter approached, and the reality of their situation settled on them like snow. They were homeless. The greatest dwelling ever built by their people was lost, claimed by a demon they could not fight. Behind them the east gate stood open but useless, for none would dare enter while the Balrog lived. The mountain that had been their pride and their home for ages beyond counting was now their tomb, and they were exiles from their own halls. T'Chara, Nain's son, became king after his father's death in the failed attempt to reclaim the city. He was young for the burden he inherited, and he ruled a people in shock and despair. The refugees had managed to carry some wealth out during the evacuation, but most of the treasury remained buried in Khazad-dûm's depths. They had tools and weapons, food enough for a few weeks, but they had no home, and winter was coming to the mountains. The first decision was immediate survival. They could not remain in the Dimril Dale. The winter would kill them as surely as the Balrog would have, and they had no shelter adequate for thousands. THR divided the refugees into groups based on where they would seek refuge. Some would go to the Iron Hills far to the east, where a branch of Durin's line had established a separate kingdom centuries before. Others would travel to Erebor, the lonely mountain which had been founded as an outpost but could now serve as a new home. The farewells were bitter. Families that had lived as neighbors for generations were splitting apart, some going east and others north, never to see each other again. The unity that Khazad-dûm had represented was broken along with the city itself. They were becoming a scattered people, divided by necessity and circumstance. But there was no alternative. The refugees had to go where they could find shelter, and no single hold could accommodate thousands of homeless dwarves. The journey to Erebor took weeks through mountain passes already thick with snow. The refugees moved slowly, burdened with whatever possessions they had saved and hampered by the elderly and the young. Warriors formed rearguards against the goblins and wargs that had already sensed weakness and were closing in like wolves around wounded prey. Every day brought losses, some to exposure, some to attacks, some simply to despair that robbed the will to continue. Erebor received them with what hospitality it could manage. The lonely mountain had been established as a mining outpost and trading post, never meant to house a population this size. The halls were adequate but not spacious, and resources were stretched thin, trying to feed and shelter everyone. But the dwarves who had dwelt there shared what they had, and together they began the work of transforming Erebor from outpost to kingdom. The refugees brought skills that enriched the mountain. Master craftsmen who had trained in Khazad-dûm's workshops now plied their trades in Erebor's halls. The techniques developed over millennia of experience were preserved and passed on, ensuring that the knowledge would not die with the city that had birthed it. In this way, something was saved from the catastrophe, though the loss of the great works and the accumulated treasures could never be recovered. Those who went to the Iron Hills faced different challenges. That kingdom was more established than Erebor, but also more distant, and the journey through Winter Mountains claimed many lives. The survivors who reached it found welcome, but they also found a realm with its own customs and ways, and integration was not always smooth. These refugees became absorbed into the Iron Hills population over generations, their distinct identity gradually fading as they became simply dwarves of that place rather than exiles from Khazad-dûm. Others scattered to holds even more remote. Some went south to communities in the White Mountains or the mountains beyond. A few wandered west to the Blue Mountains remnants, seeking any shelter that would take them. Those who went to the Iron Hills faced different challenges. That kingdom was more established than Erebor, but also more distant, and the journey through Winter Mountains claimed many lives. The survivors who reached it found welcome, but they also found a realm with its own customs and ways, and integration was not always smooth. These refugees became absorbed into the Iron Hills population over generations, their distinct identity gradually fading as they became simply dwarves of that place rather than exiles from Khazad-dûm. Others scattered to holds even more remote. Some went south to communities in the White Mountains or the mountains beyond. A few wandered west to the Blue Mountains remnants, seeking any shelter that would take them. The great scattering that had begun after the first age's cataclysm was repeated, and Durin's folk became a people without a center, divided across Middle-earth's vastness. The loss of Khazad-dûm was more than loss of a city. It was loss of identity and continuity. The mansion had stood as the heart of dwarf civilization for the entire Second Age and much of the Third. It had been the standard against which all other halls were measured, the place where the greatest works were made and the deepest knowledge preserved. Now it was gone, and nothing could replace it. The psychological wound was deep and lasting. The survivors carried guilt along with their grief, for they knew that their own mining had caused the disaster. The pursuit of mithril had driven them deeper than wisdom dictated, and pride had prevented them from heeding warnings that might have averted catastrophe. They had delved too greedily and too deep, and their people would pay the price for generations to come. The name Moria began to replace Khazad-dûm in common use. The Black Pit, the Black Chasm, terms that reflected fear and loss rather than pride. The elves used this name, and men learned it from them, and eventually even dwarves spoke it when referring to the lost city. The original name remained in their hearts, but Moria was what the mountain had become, a place of darkness and death rather than glory. THR ruled his diminished people with determination born of necessity. He could not restore what was lost, but he could ensure that his folk survived and eventually prospered again. Erebor would become a true kingdom under his guidance, though it would take decades to achieve. The dwarves would rebuild, because that was their nature. They endured, they persisted. They would not yield to despair, however deep the wound. But Khazad-dûm was lost, and it would remain lost for the rest of the Third Age and beyond. The Balrog dwelt in its halls like a dragon in a stolen hoard, and the greatest works of dwarfcraft in Middle-earth lay abandoned in darkness. The mithril remained in the deeps, untouched and unreachable. The treasuries that had held wealth beyond measuring were sealed by shadow and flame. An age had ended, and the glory that had been would not return. The survivors learned to live with loss. They taught their children about the great halls they had fled, passing down memories of architecture and craft that those children would never see. The stories became legend, and legend became myth, and eventually some wondered if Khazad-dûm had been quite as magnificent as the tales claimed. But the oldest survivors knew the truth. They had walked those halls, had worked in those forges, had lived in glory that the world would not see again, and they had lost it all to greed and the horror that greed had awakened. The years after Moria's fall were hard ones for Durin's folk. The refugees had scattered to various holds across Middle-earth, and though they found shelter, they remained homeless in spirit. They were guests in kingdoms ruled by others, however kindly treated, and they longed for a realm they could call their own. Patrar had died, and his son, Thraenei, ruled what remained of Durin's line. He was determined that his people would not remain scattered and diminished, that they would rebuild and reclaim their place among the great powers of Middle-earth. Thrain looked to the lonely mountain. Araba stood in isolation east of Mirkwood, a single peak rising from the plains like a sentinel. It had been visited by dwarves before, explored and found promising, but never fully developed. Now Thrain saw it with new eyes. The mountain was rich in ore, its halls could be expanded to house a proper kingdom, and its position offered strategic advantages. More than this, it was unclaimed, available to be made into whatever his people needed. In the year 1999 of the Third Age, Thrain I led a substantial group of his folk to Araba. These were dwarves from various holds who had grown weary of exile and refugee status, who desired to rebuild under their rightful king. They came with tools and determination, ready to carve a new home from the mountain's stone. They were fewer than the thousands who had fled Moria, but they were enough to establish a kingdom if they worked with characteristic dwarf stubbornness. The delving began immediately. Araba had natural caves and passages, but these needed to be expanded and connected, shaped into the halls and workshops that a proper dwarf kingdom required. The work was familiar to those who had known Khazad-dûm, following the stone's grain, supporting excavations properly, creating spaces that would endure for ages. They could not match Morea's grandeur, not yet and perhaps not ever, but they could build something worthy of Durin's line. The front gate was constructed facing south toward the running river and the lands of men beyond. This was not mere entrance, but statement of intent. Erebor would be a kingdom that engaged with the outside world, that traded and prospered through contact with other peoples. The gate was massive and well defended, carved from the mountains, living stone, and adorned with craftsmanship that announced this was a place of wealth and power. Inside, the halls took shape according to Thrain's vision. He had studied the plans and principles that had made Khazad-dûm great, and he applied what could be applied to a smaller scale. The great hall of Tachar would become the city's heart, a vast space where the king could hold court and the people could gather. Workshops were established for the various crafts, forges built to the most exacting standards. Living quarters spread through the mountains, upper levels, comfortable and well ventilated. The mines proved immediately productive. Erebor contained rich veins of gold and gems, and while there was no mithril, the mountain's wealth was still substantial. The dwarves delved carefully, remembering what had happened when greed drove excavation beyond wisdom's bounds. They worked methodically rather than frantically, extracting wealth at sustainable pace rather than rushing to grab everything at once. Trade relationships were established with the men of Dale, the city that stood at Erebor's feet. The Northmen who dwelt there were hardy folk, skilled in their own ways, and they welcomed dwarf goods eagerly. A prosperous exchange developed. The dwarves sold worked metal and gems, purchased food and textiles, and wood that they could not produce themselves. The relationship enriched both peoples and gave Erebor access to markets throughout the northern regions. The population grew as word spread that Durin's line had established a new seat. Dwarves from various holds came seeking opportunity, drawn by the chance to be part of something being built rather than maintained. Refugees who had scattered after Maria's fall began returning to their king's banner, tired of living among other clans and eager to rejoin their own people. Erebor's halls expanded to accommodate them, and the kingdom took on true permanence. Thrain established Erebor as the new seat of the kingship that had once ruled Khazad-dûm. The crown and the ring of Durin's house he wore, claiming the authority that had passed to him through his father and grandfather. He was not merely lord of a mountain, but king under the mountain, ruler of Durin's folk and heir to traditions stretching back to the world's youth. The title was declaration and challenge both. Durin's line endured despite disaster, and they would not accept diminishment. The kingdom's culture reflected both loss and renewal. They maintained the customs and crafts of Khazad-dûm, preserving what could be preserved of the old ways. But they also adapted to new circumstances, developing techniques suited to Erebor's particular resources and challenges. The blend of tradition and innovation created something unique, a kingdom that honored its past while building toward its future. Music in Erebor's halls carried echoes of songs sung in Moria, but new verses were added celebrating the mountains, founding, and the resilience of Durin's folk. They sang of Thrain's leadership and the journey that had brought them here, of the wealth being extracted and the halls being built. The songs were not triumphant exactly, for the shadow of loss remained, but they were hopeful in ways that it seemed impossible in the immediate aftermath of catastrophe. The treasury began to fill with gold and worked gems. Erebor's craftsmen produced pieces of excellence that found eager buyers throughout the north. The kingdom's reputation grew, and with it came the respect that wealth and craft commanded. Thrain had succeeded in his vision. His people were no longer refugees, but citizens of a proper realm, and they could hold their heads high when dealing with other powers. Yet Moria was never forgotten. The elders told younger generations about the greatest mansion, about halls that made Erebor seem small, about wealth that dwarfed what they were now accumulating. Some dismissed these tales as exaggeration born of nostalgia, but those who had actually walked Khazad-dûm's halls knew the truth. What they were building here was good, even great, but it was not what had been lost. That comparison would haunt Erebor through all the years of its existence. Thrain, I ruled well and long, presiding over Erebor's transformation from outpost to kingdom. When he died at last, full of years, he passed to his heir a realm that was established and prosperous, secure in its position and growing in wealth and population. The lonely mountain had become what he envisioned, a new home for Durin's folk, worthy of their ancient line and capable of enduring through whatever ages remained. The kingdom would grow greater still in the centuries ahead. Wealth would accumulate until Erebor became known throughout Middle-earth for its treasures. But that glory would bring its own dangers, for dragons heard of such things and coveted them. The shadow of future disaster was already present in the very success Thrain had achieved, though none could see it yet. For now Erebor stood strong, and Durin's folk had rebuilt what Moria's fall had broken. The mining in Erebor continued through the early decades of the new kingdom's existence. The dwarves followed veins of gold and gems through the mountain's heart, mapping the interior as they worked and discovering the particular character of this stone. Erebor was different from Moria in fundamental ways. The rock was harder in some places and softer in others. The ore veins ran in different patterns, and the mountain's internal structure demanded different techniques than what had worked in Khazad-dûm. The deepest excavations were reserved for the most experienced miners. These dwarves had learned caution from their people's history, and they advanced slowly into regions where no pick had struck before. They tested the stone constantly, watching for signs of instability or unusual formations. The memory of what had risen from Moria's depths haunted them, and they would not repeat that disaster through carelessness or greed. One crew was following a promising gold vein that descended at an angle through layers of increasingly ancient rock. The vein itself was rich enough to justify the difficult excavation, but something about the stone around it felt different to hands that had worked rock for decades. There was a quality to it that suggested they were approaching something unusual, though none could articulate exactly what their instincts were telling them. They broke through into a natural cavity deep in the mountain's roots. The chamber was not large, perhaps 30 feet across, but it was perfectly formed, as if the mountain itself had hollowed this space deliberately. The walls glittered with embedded crystals, and the air that emerged was strangely still, untouched by the ventilation currents that moved through the excavated passages. In the center of the chamber, embedded in a column of rock that rose from floor to ceiling, was a gem beyond description. It was massive, easily the size of a dwarf's fist, and it glowed with inner light that seemed to generate itself rather than reflecting the miner's lamps. The radiance was white but contained all colors somehow, shifting and changing as they watched. Even the most experienced among them had never seen its like. They sent word immediately to the king. The discovery was too significant to be handled by miners alone, and protocol demanded that Thorinai, Thrain's heir who now ruled, be informed before anyone touched the stone. The crew secured the chamber and waited, and the wait felt eternal even though messengers moved with all speed through Erebor's passages. Thorin came down with his advisors and the master jewel cutters. They stood before the gem in silent wonder, for this was clearly something unprecedented. The light it cast filled the chamber with radiance that was somehow warm and welcoming despite its intensity. To look at the stone was to feel drawn toward it, to sense that this was something precious beyond mere material value. The master craftsman examined it carefully without touching. The gem was perfectly formed, a natural crystal that had grown over ages in this sealed chamber. Its size and clarity suggested it had formed under conditions that rarely occurred in nature: perfect pressure, perfect temperature, perfect mineral composition maintained for millennia. The mountain had created this over geological time spans, and the dwarves had discovered it by chance while following a gold vein. Thorin ordered it extracted, but carefully. The work took days, for they could not risk damaging the stone through haste or clumsiness. Master miners cut away the surrounding rock with precision that bordered on reverence, exposing more and more of the gem until it could be lifted free. When they finally held it in prepared hands, the stone seemed almost alive with its internal light. The Arkenstone, they named it, the heart of the mountain. It was flawless, without inclusion or imperfection, and its light never dimmed, regardless of external illumination. In darkness it glowed with steady radiance, and in sunlight it blazed with refracted brilliance that scattered rainbows across whatever surface it touched. The dwarves understood immediately that this was no ordinary treasure, but something unique in all Middle-earth. It was brought to the treasury and placed in a position of honor. Thorin declared it the symbol of his kingship, more precious than crown or throne. The Arkenstone would represent the line of Durin, would mark the rightful king when succession was unclear, would be the heart around which the kingdom's identity was built. To possess it was to rule Aroba legitimately, and to lack it was to have no proper claim regardless of blood. Word of the discovery spread, though the dwarves were careful to describe it only in vague terms to outsiders. They would not advertise the existence of such a treasure too widely, for that would invite covetousness and potential theft. But within the kingdom it became central to their identity. Every dwarf who dwelt in Erebor felt pride in the knowledge that their mountain had produced something so magnificent, that their treasury held the heart of the mountain. The stone's value was incalculable. Financially, it was worth more than entire kingdoms' treasuries, but its symbolic importance exceeded even that. The Arkenstone represented Erebor itself, beautiful, unique, discovered through hard labor in deep places. It was proof that the lonely mountain was worthy to be seat of Durin's line, that the choice to rebuild here had been blessed by fortune or fate. Yet possessing such a treasure brought obligations and dangers both. The Arkenstone had to be guarded absolutely, for its loss would be catastrophe beyond measuring. The treasury's security was enhanced, and the number of dwarves who had access to the stone's chamber was strictly limited. Thorin himself visited it regularly, gazing upon the gem that symbolized his authority and his realm. Some worried that the stone would draw unwanted attention. Dragons heard of treasures through means that no one fully understood, and a gem like the Arkenstone would call to them like beacon fire. But these concerns were dismissed by those who believed Erebor's defenses were adequate and dragons unlikely to venture so far south. The treasure was theirs, and they would keep it, and they would deal with threats if threats arose. The Arkenstone became woven into Erebor's culture and identity. Oaths were sworn upon it, and its name invoked in ceremonies. Songs were composed celebrating its discovery and beauty. Children were taught that the heart of the mountain watched over them, a gem that represented their people's endurance and their kingdom's promise. It was treasure and symbol both, valuable beyond price, but meaningful beyond value. Thorin ruled wisely for the remainder of his life, and the Arkenstone remained secure in the treasury through his reign and those of his successors. The kingdom grew in wealth and population, and the gem at its heart seemed to bless all their endeavors. Erebor prospered under the Arkenstone's light, and Durin's folk felt justified in their pride. They had found the mountain's heart, and it would remain with them through whatever ages followed. Prosperity in Erebor brought its own restlessness. The kingdom was secure and wealthy, the population growing steadily, but some among the dwarves felt confined by success. They desired new challenges, new mountains to delve, new treasures to discover. The grey mountains, Erd Mithrin, lay far to the north, a long range that stretched east from the misty mountains into regions barely explored. Rumours reached Erebor of rich or deposits there, of gold lying close to the surface, of a frontier where ambitious dwarves could make their fortunes. Thorinai, grandson of the first Thorin, made the decision that would reshape his people's fate. In the year 2210 of the Third Age, he led a substantial portion of Erebor's population north to the Grey Mountains. The move was calculated. He would not abandon the lonely mountain entirely, but he would establish a new center of power in the northern range. His youngest son would remain in Erebor to rule there, while Thorin himself would build something new in the Erd Mithrin. The initial surveys proved the rumors accurate. The Grey Mountains contained gold in quantities that exceeded even optimistic projections, and the mining was easier than in Erebor. The ore lay in accessible veins that did not require the deep delving that had caused such disaster in Moria. Halls could be excavated relatively quickly, and the wealth that flowed from them justified every hardship of settling a frontier region. Multiple holds were established along the range. Thorin's main seat was built in the central peaks, but other settlements appeared to the east and west as more dwarves came seeking opportunity. The population of the Grey Mountains swelled as refugees from various disasters and adventurers from established kingdoms arrived to stake their claims. Within a few generations, the Erd Mithrin housed a substantial portion of Durin's folk, and the northern holds rivaled Erebor in wealth if not in glory. The cold was the main hardship. The Grey Mountains stood farther north than any previous major dwarf settlement, and the winters were brutal. Snow piled higher than a dwarf stood tall, and the wind that howled through the passes could freeze flesh in minutes. The dwarves adapted by delving deeper, by building halls that retained heat efficiently, by developing new techniques for surviving in extreme cold. They were stubborn people, and mere weather would not drive them from mountains that yielded such wealth. Trade routes were established south to Erebor and east to other dwarf communities. Caravans moved through mountain passes during the brief summers, carrying gold and worked goods out and bringing food and supplies in. The arrangement was profitable for all involved, and the Grey Mountains' reputation grew throughout the north. This was a place where fortunes could be made, where hard work and skill were rewarded with wealth beyond what the old kingdoms offered. But the cold attracted others. Dragons had always dwelt in the far north, breeding slowly in the wastes where no other creatures could survive. The cold drakes were lesser than the great fire drakes of old. They breathed no flame, but they were vast and terrible nonetheless. armored in scales and driven by malice and hunger. As the Grey Mountains' wealth became known, the dragons took notice. The first attacks came in the mountain's eastern reaches. A great worm descended on a smaller hold without warning, smashing through gates and slaughtering those who tried to resist. The dragon was interested primarily in treasure, and it claimed the hold's accumulated wealth before settling in to guard its new hoard. The survivors who escaped carried news of the disaster to other settlements, and fear spread through the northern communities. More dragons came over the following decades. They seemed to multiply in response to the concentration of dwarf wealth. Or perhaps they had always been present in the wastes, and were only now being drawn south by rumors of treasure. Each worm that attacked claimed a hold and made it lair, killing or driving out the inhabitants. The dwarves fought back with courage born of desperation, but their weapons could barely scratch dragonhide, and the cold drake's physical strength was overwhelming. Dane, I ruled the Grey Mountains by the mid-Third Age, having succeeded through the normal passage of generations. He was a strong king who tried to organize systematic defense against the dragon threat. Warriors were trained specifically for fighting wyams, learning to target eyes and softer scales beneath the belly. Fortifications were enhanced to resist the creature's physical assaults. But the defenses proved inadequate against enemies that were essentially immortal and grew stronger with age. The disaster came in the year 2590. A great cold drake attacked the hold where Dane dwelt with his sons. The king marshaled his warriors and met the worm in battle, refusing to yield his halls without fight. His second son, Ephora, fought beside him, wielding weapons that had been forged specifically for this purpose. The battle was fierce and desperate, dwarf courage against dragon might, and the outcome was inevitable. Dane fell to the dragon's claws, his armor crushed and his body broken. Farah died beside him, killed trying to avenge his father or die attempting. The hold was lost, the treasure claimed, and the survivors scattered into the mountains to seek refuge elsewhere. The death of the king marked the end of the Grey Mountains experiment. The northern holds could not be defended, and to remain was to die. Thachar, Dane's eldest son, had survived because he was elsewhere when the attack came. He gathered what remained of his people and made the decision his predecessor should have made years earlier. They would abandon the Grey Mountains entirely, would retreat to safer territories and let the dragons claim the north. The cost in lives and treasure had become unbearable, and no amount of gold justified continuing to sacrifice dwarves to wyams that could not be defeated. The exodus was organized but sorrowful. Halls that had been built across generations were sealed and abandoned, treasuries left to dragons, workshops emptied and tools carried away. The dwarves retreated south in the year 2590, dividing between two destinations. Tiachar led most back to Erebor, reclaiming his grandfather's original seat as the proper center of Durin's folk. His younger brother, Giar, took a substantial group east to the Iron Hills, establishing a separate line that would rule there independently. The Grey Mountains period had lasted less than 4 centuries. It had been prosperous while it lasted, enriching many families and proving that dwarves could thrive even in harsh frontiers. But the dragon threat had proven insurmountable, and the experiment ended in blood and retreat. The northern range remained rich in gold, but that wealth lay under Drakengard, now inaccessible to those who would mind it. The dwarves had learned again that some treasures cost more than they were worth, and that wisdom sometimes means knowing when to withdraw rather than persist unto death. THR came to Erebor in the year 2590 with survivors from the Grey Mountains, returning to the kingdom his grandfather had abandoned for northern gold. The lonely mountain had endured in his absence, ruled by the cadet branch of his line, but it had declined somewhat without the main royal presence. The population was smaller than it had been, the treasury adequate but not magnificent, the halls maintained but not expanded. THR reclaimed his rightful position as senior heir of Durin, and those who had remained in Erebor accepted his authority without dispute. His brother Gira refused to follow him south. The younger prince had his own vision and his own pride, and he would not live as subordinate to THR when he could rule independently. He gathered those dwarves who felt similarly, warriors who had fought beside him in the Grey Mountains, craftsmen who preferred his leadership to his brother's, families who desired a fresh start rather than return to what had been. The group that followed GRR numbered in the thousands, substantial enough to establish a proper kingdom if they could find suitable territory. The Iron Hills lay east and north of Erebor, a cluster of mountains rich in ore and defensible in ways the Grey Mountains had never been. The region was closer to the wastes where dragons bred, but the hills themselves were more compact and easier to fortify than the sprawling northern range. Giara led his people there and began the work of establishing halls and mines, founding a kingdom that would be separate from Erebor and equal to it in all but ancient precedent. The division was not hostile initially. THR and GR remained brothers despite their separate paths, and they recognized that both kingdoms would benefit from maintaining family ties and mutual support. Trade agreements were established, messengers traveled regularly between the realms, and the succession in each line was acknowledged by the other. But they were separate kingdoms nonetheless, each with its own king and its own policies, and over time the separation would deepen into genuine independence. Erebor, under THRS rule, began to accumulate wealth at rates that exceeded even the Grey Mountains' prosperity. The mines were productive, yielding gold and gems in quantity, and the treasury filled year by year with treasure that would eventually become legendary. THR wore the ring of his house, and its influence drove him toward ever greater accumulation. The gold lust that affected all bearers of the Seven was fully active in him, shaping his priorities and his judgment in ways he did not fully recognize. The kingdom's craftsmen produced works of surpassing quality. The techniques preserved from Khazad-dûm were perfected and refined, applied to the materials Erebor provided. Jewelry and weapons and architectural works emerged from the workshops that would have been treasures in any realm. Dale prospered from trade with the mountain, and the relationship between men and dwarves deepened into something approaching genuine friendship rather than mere commercial convenience. GRS Kingdom developed differently. The Iron Hills had less gold than Erebor, but more iron, and the dwarves there became specialists in practical metalwork rather than ornamental craft. They forged weapons and armor of exceptional quality, tools that were valued throughout the north for their durability and reliability. The Arkenstone remained in Erebor's treasury, the heart of the mountain that legitimized THRO's rule. He visited it often, gazing upon the gem's radiance and finding comfort in its presence. The stone represented everything his kingdom was becoming: beautiful, unique, precious beyond measure. His pride in it grew with his pride in the realm he was building, and he began to think of Araba as destined to surpass even Moria in glory and wealth. GR's kingdom developed differently. The Iron Hills had less gold than Erebor, but more iron, and the dwarves there became specialists in practical metalwork rather than ornamental craft. They forged weapons and armor of exceptional quality, tools that were valued throughout the north for their durability and reliability. The kingdom was austere compared to Erebor's growing magnificence, but it was strong and self-sufficient, and those who dwelt there took pride in their reputation for producing work that endured. The relationship between the two kingdoms remained cordial through the reigns of Tatra and GR. They sent gifts on important occasions, offered refuge to each other's people when necessary, and maintained the fiction that they were one people temporarily divided by geography. But the reality was slowly changing. Different priorities and different resources were shaping different cultures, and the kingdoms were drifting apart despite the family connection between their rulers. PHRA's ambition grew with his treasury. He began to speak of restoring the full glory of Durin's line, of making Erebor not just prosperous, but the unquestioned center of dwarf civilization in Middle-earth. The ring pushed him toward visions of grandeur that might have seemed excessive to those not under its influence. He commissioned works purely for display, amassed treasure beyond any practical need, and thought increasingly in terms of legacy and eternal fame. The population of both kingdoms grew as word spread of their prosperity. Dwarves from various holds came seeking opportunity, drawn by the wealth being generated and the relative safety these realms offered. Erebor became crowded, its halls expanded repeatedly to house the growing numbers. The Iron Hills absorbed newcomers, more slowly but steadily, building a population that was smaller but perhaps more cohesive than Erebor's, increasingly diverse inhabitants. The division that had seemed temporary in 2590 became permanent over the following decades. GRAS heirs ruled the Iron Hills independently, making decisions without consulting Erebor and developing their own traditions. THR's line continued in the Lonely Mountain, growing ever wealthier and more focused on accumulation. The two branches of Durin's folk acknowledged their common ancestry but functioned as separate peoples, and the unity that had existed in Moria's days was lost. Yet both kingdoms prospered in their own ways. Erebor became the wealthier and more famous, its treasure growing until rumors of it spread throughout Middle-earth. The Iron Hills remained steady and strong, less wealthy but perhaps wiser, less focused on accumulation and more on sustainability. Together they represented a substantial portion of Durin's folk, and they maintained enough cooperation to present a united front to external threats when necessary. The split would have lasting consequences. When disaster came to Erebor in later years, the Iron Hills would be near enough to matter, but separate enough that they were not destroyed alongside their cousins. The division that seemed like weakness would prove to be resilience. One kingdom's fall would not mean the extinction of the line, and survivors would have somewhere to turn. But those benefits lay hidden in the future, and for now the split was simply reality to be accepted and managed as well as possible. Araba reached the height of its glory in the years leading up to 2770. The treasury overflowed with gold and gems accumulated across generations, and the Arkenstone blazed at its heart like a captured star. THR's rule had brought wealth beyond what even the optimistic had projected, and the kingdom seemed blessed by fortune itself. Dale prospered alongside the mountain, grown wealthy on trade and alliance with the Dwarves. The future appeared secure, and few imagined that prosperity could be destroyed in a single day. No warning came. Smaug descended from the north on wings that blotted out the sun, vast beyond any dragon seen in the Third Age. He was ancient even by dragon standards, grown mighty in the wastes and driven south by rumors of treasure. The wealth of Erebor had become legend, spoken of in many lands, and such tales reached even dragon ears. Smaug had heard of gold piled high, of gems beyond counting, of the Arkenstone itself. He came to claim what his nature demanded he possess. The attack began at dawn. The sentries on Erebor's southern approaches saw him first. A shape in the sky that grew larger with terrible speed, fire already kindling in his belly. They raised the alarm, but there was no time to organize defense or evacuate the vulnerable. Smaug struck the front gate with physical force that shattered stone, and his fire poured through the opening like liquid death. Dwarves who stood in the gate's passage died instantly, burned to ash before they could even scream. Dale burned first. The dragon swept over the city, breathing flame that ignited everything it touched. Wooden buildings became torches, stone structures cracked from the heat, and the streets filled with people fleeing in panic. There was nowhere to run that offered safety. Smaug's fire reached everywhere, and his shadow covered the city like a shroud. Within an hour, Dale was destroyed utterly, reduced to burning ruins and charred corpses. The dwarves in Erebor tried to mount resistance. Warriors rushed to defensive positions they had prepared against orc raids and bandit attacks, but their plans were useless against an enemy who could fly and breathe fire. Smaug smashed through their strongest fortifications as if they were paper, and his flames reached deep into passages where dwarves thought themselves safe. The mountain itself seemed to offer no protection against this horror. Tarchar understood almost immediately that the kingdom was lost. No defense could stop Smaug, and to remain in Erebor was to die. He ordered evacuation through the secret passages that led to the mountain's northern approaches, hoping to save at least some of his people. But the chaos was total, and his orders barely spread beyond those nearest him. Most dwarves were trapped in the halls they had thought impregnable, cut off by fire and dragon presence from any possible escape. The king himself fled with his son Thrain, 2 and a handful of others. They carried what they could snatch in desperate haste, some gold, a few weapons, the ring of Durin's house. The Arkenstone they left behind, for the treasury was already lost, and to attempt its recovery would mean certain death. Tarchar wept as he ran, knowing he was abandoning his people and his greatest treasure both. But survival demanded flight, and flight demanded sacrifice. The escape was nightmare made real. They moved through passages choked with smoke and heat, feeling the mountain shake as Smaug raged in the halls above and below them. The secret exit opened onto the northern slopes, and they emerged into daylight and cold air that felt like mercy. Behind them, Erebor was dying, its halls filling with fire. its people being slaughtered or trapped by the dragon who had claimed their home. Smaug settled into the mountain like a conqueror claiming his prize. He made the lowest levels his lair, where the treasury stood intact and the wealth was concentrated. The gold and gems he spread beneath himself, making a bed of treasure that satisfied his dragon nature. The Arkenstone he found and coveted above all else, recognizing its unique quality even among such abundance. He slept on wealth that had taken generations to accumulate, and he woke to guard it with eternal vigilance. The survivors gathered on the slopes north of the mountain, perhaps 100 in total from a population that had numbered thousands. They watched smoke pour from Aroba's gates, and knew that everyone they had left behind was dead or dying. The screams had stopped, and the only sounds were the dragon's movements within the mountain and the crackling of fires that still burned in Dale's ruins. THR stood among the refugees in shock that bordered on madness. In a single day he had lost everything: his kingdom, his people, his treasure, his pride. The ring on his hand felt suddenly heavy, a burden that reminded him of what he had possessed and lost. He was king of nothing now, ruler of refugees and survivor of catastrophe that had destroyed the greatest dwarf kingdom of the age. The refugees could not remain on Aroba's slopes. Smoke might emerge at any time and complete the slaughter, and winter was approaching with nothing to shelter them. They began the journey south and west, heading toward the Iron Hills, where Girar's descendants might offer aid. They carried their shame with them, and their horror, and the knowledge that they had been utterly defeated by an enemy they could not fight. Dale was gone. Aroba was lost. The wealth of Durin's line lay beneath a dragon who would guard it for as long as he lived, and dragons were essentially immortal. The survivors became refugees for the second time in their history, driven from their home by disaster they had not foreseen and could not prevent. The great kingdom that had seemed so secure was destroyed in a day, and those who escaped carried only loss and bitter survival. Smaug's coming marked the end of an age for Durin's folk. They had rebuilt after Moria's fall, had established Erebor as worthy seat of their ancient line, had accumulated wealth that made them great among Middle-earth's peoples. Now it was gone again, stolen by a worm whose malice and greed exceeded even the gold lust that the Seven Rings generated. The survivors would wander in poverty for decades, dreaming of reclamation that seemed impossible. The dragon had won, and the victory was absolute. The refugees moved south through autumn cold, carrying almost nothing and knowing nowhere that would truly welcome them. They were homeless again, driven from their mountain by disaster that had taken everything. The Iron Hills lay ahead as the nearest possibility of shelter. But the journey would take weeks through territory that was dangerous even for armed and provisioned caravans. They were neither armed nor provisioned adequately, and they moved as quickly as exhaustion allowed. Girar's descendants received them with what charity they could offer. The Iron Hills had resources to shelter and feed the refugees temporarily, but they could not absorb hundreds of homeless dwarves permanently without straining their own kingdom. The welcome was genuine but limited, born of family obligation and dwarf solidarity rather than abundance. Most of the Erebor survivors remained there only briefly before continuing to seek more permanent solutions. The group fractured within months of reaching the Iron Hills. Some refugees chose to remain and integrate into that kingdom. accepting subordinate positions and abandoning hope of ever reclaiming Erebor. Others went farther east to dwarfholds in mountains whose names were barely known in the west. The majority scattered to various communities, seeking any place that would take them and offer chance to rebuild shattered lives. Te-Char refused to settle among his brother's descendants. He was king, however diminished, and he would not live as dependent relative in another's realm. He took his son Thrain too, and closest companions west to the Blue Mountains, seeking the remnants of the ancient dwarf kingdoms that had been ruined in the First Age. Some communities still persisted there, poor but independent, and they offered Te-Char space to establish himself without the daily reminder of his fall. The Blue Mountains were hard country for those accustomed to Erebor's wealth. The halls available were small and poorly maintained, barely adequate for the modest group that followed Te-Char into exile. The mines yielded some iron and copper, but nothing approaching the gold that had flowed from the lonely mountain. Life became labor without glory, work that produced subsistence, but not prosperity. Te-Char took employment as smith and trader, working metal like any craftsman rather than ruling as king. The humiliation was profound for one who had possessed the greatest treasure in Middle-earth. He still wore the ring of Durin's house, but its power only made his poverty more bitter. The gold lust it generated had nowhere to be satisfied, and the frustration ate at him constantly. His son Thrain established what passed for a court in their modest halls. It was pathetic compared to Erebor's grandeur, a few rooms rather than sprawling complexes, a handful of followers rather than thousands of subjects, a treasury that could barely be called such. But they maintained the forms because they were all that remained. The rituals and titles that proclaimed they were still Durin's line, however far they had fallen. Thorin was born into this poverty, Thrain's son who would never know prosperity or security. He grew up hearing tales of Erebor's glory from elders who remembered it, learning of wealth he would never possess and a kingdom he would never rule. The stories shaped him, filling him with longing for something he had never experienced and determination to reclaim what had been stolen. The years ground on through drudgery and diminishment. Te-Char worked his forge and sold what he made, prices negotiated carefully because he could not afford to lose customers. The ring on his finger mocked him with memories of treasure beyond counting, of halls filled with gold, of the Arkenstone blazing in his treasury. The contrast between memory and reality was torture that intensified rather than fading with time. Depression settled on the old king like winter cold. He had been great, and now he was nothing. He had ruled the wealthiest realm in Middle-earth, and now he struggled to feed his household. The fall from such heights broke something in him that could not be repaired. His mind began to wander in ways that troubled those around him, fixating on the past and refusing to accept present circumstances. The other refugees adapted as they could. Some found new lives in the communities that took them in, eventually forgetting Erebor except as cherished memory. Others never recovered from the trauma, living diminished lives and dying early from grief or hopelessness. A few prospered through skill or luck, establishing themselves in new places and raising families that knew security. But all carried the knowledge that they had lost everything in a single day, and that knowledge marked them permanently. Thrain watched his father deteriorate and felt helpless to prevent it. The old king would not accept comfort or distraction from his obsessions. He spoke constantly of Erebor and the treasure, rehearsing grievances and planning impossible schemes for reclamation. The dragon could not live forever, Tiatra insisted, and when it died, the mountain would be theirs again. Thrain tried to redirect these fantasies toward practical concerns, but the ring's influence was too strong and his father too broken. 20 years passed in exile. Tarchar aged beyond his years. Worn down by work and obsession, both his hair went white and his face grew lined, but his eyes retained the fierce intensity of one who could not accept defeat. The ring that should have sustained him through centuries seemed instead to be consuming him, feeding on his frustration and magnifying his worst tendencies. The poverty never stopped feeling like degradation. Every transaction reminded Thr of what he had lost. Every cramped room in their small halls mocked memories of Araber's grandeur. He had been king under the mountain, possessor of the Arkenstone, ruler of wealth that made other kingdoms seem poor. Now he was refugee selling worked metal to earn bread, and the humiliation was unbearable. His mind turned increasingly toward Moria. Khazad-dûm had been greater even than Erebor before its fall, and surely the Balrog could not guard it forever. Perhaps the ancient halls could be reclaimed where the lonely mountain could not. The thought became obsession that grew stronger as his grip on reality weakened. He spoke of it to Thrain, who tried to dissuade him, but the idea had taken root and would not be dislodged. The wandering years broke T'Chaga in ways that Smaug's attack had not. The dragon had destroyed his kingdom, but exile and poverty destroyed the king himself. What remained was hollow shell, animated by obsession and delusion, driven by the ring toward decisions that wisdom would have rejected. The 20 years of wandering prepared the way for disaster that would equal or exceed Erebor's fall, and none who loved the old king could prevent what was coming. The breaking point came in the year 2790 of the Third Age. Thr had endured 20 years of poverty and exile. 20 years of working as common craftsman when he had been king of the wealthiest realm in Middle-earth. The ring on his finger had driven him deeper into obsession with each passing year, and now his mind was no longer fully his own. The gold lust had become madness, and the madness had found its focus. Moria must be reclaimed, and he must be the one to reclaim it. He spoke of it constantly to anyone who would listen. Khazad-dûm had been greater than Erebor, richer and more glorious, and it had fallen to the Balrog nearly 1,000 years before. Surely the demon was dead or departed by now, and the ancient halls stood empty, waiting for Durin's heir to return. The logic was desperate and flawed, born of need rather than reason, but Thr could no longer distinguish between what he desired and what was possible. Thrain tried to dissuade him. His father was old, and the journey dangerous, even if Moria stood empty, which it almost certainly did not. Reports from those regions spoke of darkness in the mountains and evil that dwelt there still. No one who entered Khazad-dûm returned to tell what they had found. To go there was suicide, and to go as king was abandonment of those who still looked to Thr for leadership, however diminished his realm had become. But the old king would not be moved. He had decided, and the ring's influence made the decision feel like destiny rather than delusion. He would go to Moria, and he would enter it, and he would reclaim what was rightfully his. If the Balrog still lived, then he would face it and die as a king should, in battle rather than in poverty. Either outcome was preferable to continuing the slow death of exile. He made minimal preparation because he had little to prepare with. A few provisions, his weapons, and the ring were all he took. He announced his departure as if it were royal proclamation rather than old dwarf's final madness. Most of his followers tried once more to change his mind and failed. Thrain begged him to reconsider, to think of his son and grandson, to accept that some losses could not be recovered. Thra refused every argument with the stubbornness that had always characterized his line, but was now twisted into something destructive. One companion agreed to go with him. Naua was ancient himself, a dwarf who had served Thr since Erebur's glory days, and could not abandon his king even for a mad quest. He knew they were going to their deaths, but loyalty demanded he go anyway. Someone had to witness whatever happened, had to carry word back if only one of them could return. Nar accepted the burden because no one else would. They departed in early spring when the passes were barely clear. The journey from the Blue Mountains to the Misty Range took weeks, and Thro used the time to elaborate on his plans. He spoke of reclaiming Moria's treasuries and using that wealth to rebuild his kingdom, of making Khazad-dûm his seat and ruling there as his ancient ancestors had ruled. Nara listened and said nothing, for there was nothing to say that would change what was coming. The mountains rose before them at last, and Thr led them toward the approaches he remembered from tales and old maps. The east gate stood sealed as it had since the Exodus, stone doors that had been closed when the refugees fled and never reopened. The king studied the entrance and declared it should not be used. They would enter through the western approaches, through the doors of Durin that Celebrimba had made in friendship's golden age. They crossed the mountains through passes that were deserted, for these regions were shunned by all peoples now. The darkness that hung over Moria was palpable even from a distance, a sense of wrongness that made travelers choose longer routes rather than pass nearby. Thri felt it and ignored it, driven by obsession that overrode every warning his senses provided. The western side of the mountains showed evidence of ancient grandeur. The road that led to Doran's doors had been well made once, and traces of that craft remained despite centuries of neglect. They followed it to the cliff face where the doors had stood, and Teachar expected to find them sealed as the eastern entrance was sealed. Instead, they stood open, a black rectangle that led into absolute darkness. Nara balked at the sight. Open doors meant the demon had emerged at some point and might do so again. It meant the halls beyond were accessible to anything that chose to enter Orcs, or worse things, drawn by the darkness within. To go through that opening was to step into doom as certain as stepping off a cliff. He told Tachara this, pleading with him to reconsider even now. The old king would not listen. This was what he had come for, and he would not turn back when his goal stood before him. He adjusted his weapons and stepped toward the entrance, moving with purpose that denied any doubt. Nara followed because he had promised to, because abandoning his king was unthinkable even when the king was leading them to certain death. Thr paused at the threshold and spoke his final words to the companion who had followed him this far. He would enter alone, for this was king's duty and should not require another's death. Nara should wait outside for a time, and if Tachara did not return, then he should carry word of what had happened back to Thrain. The old servant refused, He would not wait outside while his king faced whatever dwelt within. They would enter together or not at all. They argued briefly, and THRR finally agreed with ill grace. Together they would go into Moria's darkness, and together they would face whatever they found there. The king took a final breath of outside air and stepped across the threshold into shadow. Na followed, his heart heavy with the certainty that they would not emerge again. The darkness swallowed them completely. Behind them the doors stood open, a mouth that had consumed 2 dwarves and would yield nothing back. The mountains were silent except for wind, and that silence would endure for days before it was broken by horror. The darkness within Moria was absolute. Tai Char and Na moved through passages that had once been lit by 10,000 lamps, feeling their way along walls that were cold as death. The air was stale and carried the stench of things that had lived in darkness for centuries. Their own lamps barely pushed back the shadow, creating tiny circles of light that seemed to make the surrounding blackness more oppressive. They had not gone far when they heard movement ahead. Something large was coming toward them through the dark, many somethings by the sound of it. Tar drew his weapons, and Na did likewise, though both knew their axes would achieve little against whatever dwelt here. The king stood ready to fight, driven by pride that would not permit retreat even when wisdom screamed for it. Orcs emerged into their lamplight, not the scattered bands that raided the borders of civilized lands, but a great company that moved with purpose and coordination. These were the creatures that had claimed Moria after the Balrog's presence drove out the dwarves, and they had made the ancient halls their own. They surrounded the 2 dwarves quickly, weapons drawn, and their numbers made resistance futile. THRR fought anyway. He struck down several before weight of numbers overwhelmed him, before he was disarmed and seized and dragged deeper into the mountain. Nawa they took as well, though he had surrendered immediately when he saw the hopelessness of combat. They were hauled through passages that had once been beautiful, past halls that had housed dwarf civilization's greatest achievements, into regions where orcs had made their foul nests. Azog ruled the orc bands that infested Moria. He was largest and most cruel among them, a creature of unusual intelligence and malice even for his kind. The 2 captives were brought before him in a chamber that had been defiled beyond recognition, and THR understood too late that Moria was not empty and waiting to be reclaimed. It was occupied by enemies, and he had walked into their domain with eyes wide open to fantasy but blind to reality. Azog recognized what stood before him. This was not merely an old dwarf wandering lost in the mountains, but one who bore himself with authority and wore a ring of power. The orc questioned him roughly, demanding to know his name and purpose. The HRR answered with defiance born of pride that could not bend even in captivity. He was the HRR's son of Dane, king under the mountain, rightful heir to Khazad-dûm, and he commanded these orcs to depart from halls that belonged to his people. The declaration was brave and foolish in equal measure. Azog saw opportunity in this captive rather than merely another dwarf to kill for sport. This was a king, however fallen, and his death could serve purposes beyond simple murder. The orc had THR bound and beaten, making clear that kingship meant nothing here and that Moria belonged to those who currently held it. The torture that followed was designed to break the old dwarf's spirit. Azog wanted information about other dwarf kingdoms, about their strength and their treasures, about vulnerabilities that could be exploited. But Tiachra revealed nothing despite the pain inflicted on him. Whatever madness had driven him to Moria, whatever delusions the ring had fed him, his courage remained intact. He would not betray his people even to end his suffering. Azog grew frustrated with a captive who would not break. He decided the old king was more valuable dead than alive if death could serve as message and warning. He had THR dragged to the east gate where sunlight still reached, and there he executed him with deliberate cruelty. The king died slowly, refusing to beg or plead, maintaining dignity even as life left him. But death was not the end of the desecration. Azog took THR's head and branded it with the dwarf's own name, using heated iron to burn the letters into dead flesh. It was violation beyond murder, insult that transformed death into mockery. The head he placed on a spike outside the gate as trophy and warning. The body he threw to his wargs as carrion. Nara was forced to witness all of this. The orcs held him back while his king was killed and defiled, making certain he understood what he was seeing and would remember it. When the murder was complete, Azog released him with instructions to carry word of THR's fate to whatever dwarves remained in the world. He threw a small purse of coins at Nara's feet, payment for bearing the message, mockery of the dead king's worth. The old servant fled. He ran from that place of horror with Ozog's laughter echoing behind him, carrying nothing but the news he had been commanded to deliver. His king was dead, murdered and defiled, and Nara had been unable to prevent it or even die alongside him. The shame was crushing, but the message had to be delivered regardless of what it cost him personally. The journey back to the Blue Mountains took weeks. Nar moved in a daze of grief and horror, eating only when hunger forced him and sleeping only when exhaustion made walking impossible. He carried the weight of what he had witnessed, and the weight grew heavier with each mile. He would have to tell Thrain that his father was dead, would have to describe how THR had died and what had been done to his body afterward. When he finally reached the halls where Durin's line dwelt in exile, Nara delivered his message to Thrain in words that were flat with shock and trauma. He described everything, the journey, the entrance into Moria, the capture, Azog's interrogation, the murder, the branding, the head on a spike. He spoke without emotion because emotion would have broken him, and the telling had to be complete before he could allow himself to feel what he had experienced. Thrain received the news in silence that was worse than any outcry. His father was dead, murdered by orcs in the halls that should have been his inheritance. The ring of Durin's house had been lost. Nar did not know what had become of it, whether Azog had taken it or whether it remained on THRO's body where the wargs had dragged it. The old king's head bore his name burned into the flesh, ultimate desecration that transformed death into eternal shame. Word spread from the Blue Mountains to every dwarf hold in Middle-earth. Messengers rode to the Iron Hills and Erebar, to the Grey Mountains, survivors wherever they had scattered, to every community that could claim connection to Durin's folk. Tychar had been murdered, and his death demanded answer. The dwarves had endured much: the loss of Khazad-dûm, the dragon attacks in the north, the fall of Erebor. But this was personal violation beyond strategic defeat. Rage built in every hold where the news arrived. This was not dragon fire that could not be resisted or Balrogdra that forced withdrawal. This was orcs, creatures the dwarves could fight and kill, and they had murdered a king and defiled his body. The insult could not be borne. Blood debt was owed, and every dwarf kingdom understood that it must be paid regardless of cost. The call went out for a great hosting. Every hold would contribute warriors, and they would march on Moria to exact vengeance for Tartarus death. Azog and his orcs would learn that dwarves did not forget injuries and did not forgive desecration. The war of the dwarves and orcs was beginning, and it would be prosecuted with fury that would make the mountains run red with blood. The hosting assembled through the year that followed Tytrar's murder. From every hold came warriors in full battle array, axes sharpened and mail tested, provisions gathered for campaigns that might last years. The Iron Hills sent thousands under their lord's command. The Blue Mountains contributed what they could despite poverty. Communities scattered across Middle-earth dispatched every warrior they could spare, for this was debt that transcended individual kingdoms and touched the honor of all dwarf kind. Thraintor led the alliance as THR's heir, though his grief and rage made him nearly mad with desire for vengeance. He wore mail forged for war rather than display, and he carried weapons meant to kill rather than impress. The ring of his house was lost with his father's body, but authority came from blood and purpose both. Every dwarf who joined the hosting acknowledged his right to command, and they followed him gladly toward the slaughter they all desired. The war began in the year 2793, 3 years after Tiertraras's death. The dwarf armies did not march directly on Moria, but instead swept through the mountains, hunting every orc band they could find. This would be total war, extermination rather than mere battle. Every orc from the Misty Mountains to the Grey would be killed, and Azog would learn that murdering kings brought consequences that could not be escaped. The hunting took years. Orc bands dwelt in caves and tunnels throughout the mountain ranges, and rooting them out required systematic search of every valley and pass. The dwarves moved methodically, checking every place orcs might hide and killing any they found. No quarter was given and none asked. The orcs fought with desperation when cornered, but dwarf fury was overwhelming and their armor proof against most orc weapons. The slaughter was immense on both sides. Orcs died by thousands, entire bands wiped out in battles that left caves choked with bodies. But dwarves fell too, for orcs were numerous and vicious, and they knew the mountains well enough to set ambushes and traps. Every victory cost lives, and the dwarf companies that had marched out in full strength were gradually ground down by accumulated losses. Thrain pushed his warriors without mercy. He would accept no rest until every orc was dead and Azog was brought to account. The commanders tried occasionally to counsel caution, but the heir's rage would not permit it. They would hunt until the hunting was done, fight until the fighting was finished. Exhaustion and losses were prices to be paid, and he would pay them gladly if payment brought vengeance. The war spread across the entire mountain range. No region was spared, no valley left unsearched. Orcs that tried to flee east or west were hunted down by forces that anticipated their movements. Those that hid in the deepest caves were dug out by dwarves, who understood stone better than any orc could. The extermination was methodical and thorough, prosecuted with attention to detail that characterized all dwarf work. Years passed in this way. The dwarf armies became seasoned through constant combat, hardened by losses, and driven by vengeance that only grew stronger with time. They learned to fight orcs in every terrain and circumstance, developed tactics specifically for hunting enemies who knew these mountains. The war became their entire existence, and many could barely remember the peace they had known before THRR's death ignited this campaign. The other peoples of Middle-earth took notice. Elves and men saw dwarf armies marching through regions where they had rarely ventured before, and they heard tales of battles and orc bands destroyed. Some offered assistance, but the dwarves refused all aid. This was their war, their vengeance, and they would accept no help in achieving it. The blood debt was dwarf business, and they would settle it themselves, regardless of cost. By 2799, 6 years after the war began, the hunting was nearly complete. The orcs had been driven back toward Moria itself, their outlying bands destroyed or scattered. The dwarf armies converged on the east gate, where Tachara's head had been displayed, where Azog ruled the largest concentration of orcs remaining. The final battle would be fought there, at the very doors of Khazad-dûm, and it would be the bloodiest yet. The armies gathered in the valley called Azan-el-Bizza, the Dimril Dale that had been place of exile after Moria's fall. Every dwarf force that had participated in the 6-year hunt came together there. Thousands of warriors bearing the scars of prolonged campaign, exhausted but grimly determined to see this through to its end. They faced the east gate, where orcs poured out in numbers that seemed endless, and both sides understood this would be decisive. Thrain stood at the forefront with his son Thorin beside him. The young dwarf had come of age during this war, and he had learned battlecraft through 6 years of constant fighting. He bore himself with confidence born of survival, and his father trusted him to fight well in what was coming. Behind them, the armies waited for the order to advance, and the order would come soon. The battle would be remembered as the greatest and most terrible in dwarf history, surpassing even the fights against dragons and the stands made in the First Age. But that slaughter still lay ahead. Minutes away, and the armies stood ready in the cold morning air. The mountains loomed around them, and Morea's east gate gaped like a wound in the rock. Soon the valley would run red with blood from both sides, and the war of the dwarves and orcs would reach its climax. The battle began at dawn, when the orc armies poured from Moria's east gate in numbers that made the dwarf forces seem small by comparison. Azog had gathered every band that could reach him, calling them from distant tunnels and deep caves, assembling a host that was meant to crush the dwarf alliance utterly. The orcs came in waves that seemed endless, and their war cries echoed from the surrounding peaks like thunder. The dwarves met them in disciplined formations that held despite the initial shock. They had fought orcs for 6 years and learned every trick these enemies possessed. The front ranks locked shields and presented a wall of steel and courage that the orc charge broke against. Behind them, archers shot into the mass of enemies, and every arrow found a target in the packed orc ranks. The fighting was close and brutal from the first moments. Orcs wielded crude weapons with vicious strength, and they cared nothing for their own lives as long as they could drag dwarves down with them. The dwarves fought with axes that clove through armor and helms, with hammers that crushed bone, with short swords designed for the press of melee where longer blades were useless. Blood soaked into the valley floor within minutes, and the wounded began to pile among the dead. Thrain commanded from the center, directing forces with signals that his captains understood and obeyed instantly. The discipline that had been built through 6 years of campaign held despite casualties and chaos. When a section of the line weakened, reserves moved to support it. When an opportunity opened to press forward, warriors advanced in coordinated rushes rather than individual heroics. The dwarves were outmatched in numbers, but superior in organization. Azog led his orcs from the gate itself, easily visible because of his size and the banner he carried. He wore armor looted from dwarves, killed in earlier fights, and he bore weapons that had been dwarf-made before being stolen. The sight of him drove the dwarf warriors to greater fury, for this was the creature who had murdered Tychar and defiled his body. Every dwarf in the valley wanted to be the one who killed him. The battle spread across the entire dale. Thousands fought in the main press before the gate, but other combats erupted along the flanks where orc bands tried to encircle the dwarf position. Smaller contingents of dwarves met these threats and held them, preventing the envelopment that would have spelled disaster. The fighting lasted hours without pause, neither side gaining clear advantage despite the losses mounting on both. The Iron Hills forces under Nain's son Dane arrived late, having farther to travel than the other contingents. They came down from the north in full battle array, fresh warriors who had not been ground down by the morning's slaughter. Their arrival tilted the balance that had been precarious. The dwarves pressed forward with renewed strength, and the orc lines began to buckle under the combined assault. Azog saw his forces failing and responded with the desperation of one who understood defeat was near. He led a personal charge toward where Thrain fought, intending to kill another king and break dwarf morale through shock. The Orc Lord was vast and terrible, and he cut through the warriors who tried to stop him. He reached Thrain and struck him down, not killing but wounding gravely. Thorin threw himself forward to defend his fallen father. He fought Azog briefly, matching courage against size and malice. But he was young, and the Orc Lord was mighty beyond normal measure. Thorin was beaten back, his shield shattered, and his left arm wounded. He would have died there if not for intervention. Dane Ironfoot saw what was happening and charged across the battlefield. He was cousin to Thorin and young himself, barely of age, but he was strong and fresh where others were exhausted. He met Azog in single combat before the East Gate, and the duel was fierce beyond any other fight that day. The Orc Lord was larger and more experienced, but Dane fought with fury that would not accept defeat. The end came suddenly. Dane found an opening in Azog's defense and struck with his red axe, cutting deep into the Orc Lord's body. Azog fell, mortally wounded, and Dane stood over him to finish the kill. The Orc Lord's death sent shock through his forces, and the momentum that had been turning against them became rout. The orcs broke and fled, pursued by dwarves who showed no mercy. The slaughter continued as the orcs were hunted down. Most died in the valley or in the passes beyond, cut down by warriors who remembered 6 years of hunting and the murder that had started it all. Few escaped to carry news of the defeat to whatever holes they might find in the eastern mountains. The Battle of Azon-Obiza was won, and the victory was absolute. But Dane had seen something that changed everything. In the moment after killing Azog, he had looked through the east gate into Moria's darkness. His eyes were keen, and he saw what dwelt there still, shadow and flame, the presence that had driven the dwarves from these halls 1,000 years before. Doran's Bane lived, and it was aware of the battle at its threshold. To enter Moria now would be to face the Balrog, and that was death for any force, however victorious. The commanders gathered to assess the situation. Thrain was wounded but alive, being tended by healers who worked to stop his bleeding. Thorin's arm was broken, and he sat in shock from pain and the nearness of death he had experienced. Dane delivered his news to those assembled. They could not reclaim Moria because the demon that had destroyed it still dwelt within. The war had been won, but the original goal remained impossible. The cost became clear as they counted the dead. Nearly half the dwarf forces that had fought in the battle were casualties, killed outright or wounded beyond recovery. Every clan had lost warriors, every family would mourn. The 6 years of war and this final terrible day had bled the dwarves in ways that would take generations to recover from. They had achieved vengeance, but paid a price that made victory taste like ashes. The bodies were dealt with according to dwarf custom. Their own dead were burned on pyres, built from what wood could be gathered, and the smoke rose to the sky in columns that could be seen for miles. The orc bodies, they left where they fell, or piled them and set them alight without ceremony. Azarg's body they beheaded, and his head they mounted on a spike before the east gate, answering desecration with desecration. Thrain addressed the survivors when he was able to stand again. He spoke of victory and vengeance achieved, of THRO avenged and honor restored. But he also acknowledged what they could not do. They could not reclaim Khazad Dûm, could not recover the treasures or walk the halls their ancestors had built. Moria would remain lost, and this war had won nothing beyond blood price for an old king's murder. The armies dispersed to their various homes. They carried their wounded and their grief, and they carried knowledge that dwarf power had limits that courage alone could not exceed. The Battle of Azanalbiza would be remembered as their greatest military victory, but also as proof that some losses were permanent and some enemies could not be defeated. The war was over, and they had won, and the winning had cost more than most of them could bear. The survivors returned to their scattered homes, carrying wounds that would never fully heal. Thrain led those of Durin's line back to the Blue Mountains, where they had dwelt before the war, and the halls that had seemed cramped before now felt vast, with all the empty spaces where the dead should have stood. Nearly half who had marched out did not return, and every family mourned losses that could not be replaced. The victory at Azanalbiza rang hollow when measured against the cost in blood and the failure to reclaim what had been lost. Thorin recovered from his wounds over the months that followed, but his left arm never regained full strength. The shield arm that Azog had shattered healed crooked despite the healer's best efforts, and it ached in cold weather as permanent reminder of how close he had come to death. He was young still, barely into adulthood by dwarf standards, but the war had aged him in ways that went beyond physical injury. He had seen things no young dwarf should see, had fought battles that should have belonged to a later generation. His father Thrain had survived the war, but emerged from it changed. The wound he had taken from Azog troubled him constantly, never healing cleanly despite treatment. More concerning was the darkness that settled over his mind in the years after the battle. He spoke often of Erebor, and the treasure that lay beneath Smaug's guard, obsessing over the Arkenstone and the wealth that should have been his inheritance. The loss of his father's ring gnawed at him, and sometimes he seemed to forget where he was or what year it was. The Blue Mountains kingdom that Thorin inherited was poverty dressed in the language of royalty. They had halls but not mansions, workshops but not great forges, a treasury that barely deserved the name. The population that looked to him for leadership numbered in the hundreds rather than thousands, and most were old or wounded from the war. This was what remained of Durin's line, refugees twice over, broken by disasters they could not prevent and victories that cost more than defeat. Thorin took up his grandfather's old trade. He worked as smith and craftsman, selling what he made to whoever would buy it. The prices were never what the quality deserved, for buyers knew the dwarves needed the sales and bargained accordingly. He swallowed his pride with every transaction and accepted what was offered, because feeding his people mattered more than honor. The humiliation was constant and corrosive, but he endured it because endurance was what his line did best. The years ground on through labor that was unending but unrewarding. Thorin worked his forge and dreamed of Erebor, of halls he had never seen but heard described until he could picture every detail. The lonely mountain became obsession for him as it had been for his grandfather. The lost kingdom that represented everything his people had once been and might be again. He knew the dragons still lived there. New reclamation was impossible, but the dream sustained him through poverty that would have broken lesser spirits. Thrain disappeared in the year 2841. He had been wandering more frequently, his mind increasingly unstable, and one day he simply did not return from wherever he had gone. Search parties found no trace of him, and eventually Thorin was forced to assume his father was dead. The circumstances remained mysterious. Some said orcs had taken him, others that he had wandered into the wild and perished there. The truth would remain hidden for another century, but the result was the same. Thorin was king now, however diminished his kingdom. The decades that followed were long grey years of survival without hope of improvement. The Blue Mountains offered little beyond subsistence, and the wider world cared nothing for a handful of impoverished dwarves dwelling in played-out mines. Trade was minimal, prosperity non-existent, and the future appeared to offer only more of the same. Thorin aged into middle years, without wife or children, too poor to support a family and too proud to inflict his circumstances on any dwarf woman. He kept the old customs alive because they were all that remained. The festivals were observed, the songs sung, the stories told to the few children born into their community. He taught the young about Erebor and Khazad-dûm, about glory their people had once possessed and might someday reclaim. The teaching felt hollow sometimes, but it was necessary. The young needed to know what they were part of, needed to understand that poverty was accident of history rather than natural state. His companions were those who had survived the war and chosen to remain with him rather than scatter to other holds. Dwalin was among them, a fierce warrior who had lost brothers at Azon el-Biza, but never lost his loyalty to Durin's line. Balin had been his father's advisor and became Thrin's, offering counsel that balanced the king's tendency toward brooding with practical concerns. Others joined them over the years, dwarves who heard that Thorin Oakenshield dwelt in the Blue Mountains and chose to serve him despite the poverty that service entailed. The epithet Oakenshield had come from Azanalbazar, where he had used a broken oak branch as shield after his own was shattered. The name stuck, and he wore it with mixture of pride and pain. It reminded him of survival, but also of how close he had come to death, of his father's wounding and the cost of victories that accomplished nothing. Still, it was better than being Thorin nobody, Thorin the penniless, Thorin who had lost everything. He worked iron and copper, occasionally silver when he could afford the material. Gold was beyond his means, except in tiny quantities used for inlay work that might increase an item's value. His hands grew calloused and scarred from years at the forge, and his beard went grey earlier than it should have. He was king under the mountain in exile, ruler of nothing, heir to disasters. The bitterness of it never fully left him, but he learned to function despite it. The dreams persisted through all the years of exile. He saw Erebor in his sleep, saw the Arkenstone blazing in a treasury he had never entered, saw halls filled with gold that should have been his birthright. The dreams were vivid enough to seem like memories, and he woke from them with longing so intense it was physically painful. Somewhere a dragon slept on his inheritance, and there was nothing he could do about it. But he survived. They all survived, these remnants of Durin's folk who had been broken by dragons and demons and their own mistakes. They survived because that was what dwarves did, and they maintained their identity through sheer stubborn refusal to surrender to circumstances. The Blue Mountains kingdom was poor and small and seemingly without future, but it persisted. Thorin persisted. And persistence, however unrewarded, was its own form of victory. Gandalf came to the Blue Mountains in the spring of 2941 of the Third Age. The wizard had not visited Thorin in years, and his arrival was unexpected but not unwelcome. He brought news from the wider world and possibilities that dwarf isolation had kept hidden. Thorin received him with what hospitality poverty allowed, and they spoke long into the night about matters that had been festering for decades. The wizard proposed what seemed impossible, an expedition to Erebor to reclaim the lonely mountain from Smaug. The dragon had ruled there for 171 years, and most assumed he would rule there until the world ended. But Gandalf had information that suggested otherwise. The worm had not been seen outside his lair in years, and reports from the region indicated he might be vulnerable in ways he had not been when younger. More than this, Gandalf offered to help organize the expedition, and even suggested a 14th member who might prove useful. The burglar he proposed was a hobbit from the Shire, a creature Thorin had never heard of, and certainly never considered employing for serious work. Gandalf insisted this Bilbo Baggins possessed qualities that would prove valuable. Cleverness and stealth and luck that might succeed where dwarf strength would fail. Thorin was skeptical, but desperate enough to accept almost any chance of reclaiming his inheritance. If the wizard vouched for this hobbit, then the hobbit would be given opportunity to prove himself. The company was assembled from those dwarves who had remained loyal to Thorin through the long exile. Balin and Dwalin came without hesitation, and Yin and Gloin, who were healers and warriors both. Thorin's young nephews, Fili and Kili, insisted on joining despite their youth, and he could not refuse them when their courage matched any elders. Others were recruited, Bifur and Bofur and Bombor, who were skilled in various crafts, Dori and Nori and Ori, who brought different abilities to the group. 13 dwarves in total, and with Bilbo they would be 14. They met the hobbit at his home in the Shire, and Thorin's first impression was dismay at what Gandalf had recruited. Bilbo was small, even by Hobbit standards, round and comfortable, and completely unprepared for adventure. He had never been beyond his own borders, had no experience with danger or hardship, and seemed appalled by the entire proposal once he understood what was being asked. This was the burglar who would help them steal from a dragon. The wizard's judgment seemed questionable at best. But the contracts were signed and the company assembled, and they set out toward the lonely mountain in what passed for spring in those northern lands. The journey would be long and dangerous, crossing territories where enemies dwelt and wilderness that offered no shelter. Bilbo proved better than initial impressions suggested. He was soft and complaint-prone, but also resilient in ways that surprised everyone, including himself. The trolls nearly ended the expedition before it truly began. 3 stone trolls caught the dwarves while they camped near the road, and the entire company was bound and prepared for cooking. Bilbo's attempt at burglary had failed spectacularly, but his subsequent efforts at delaying the trolls' meal gave Gandalf time to arrive and split the stone that turned the creatures to rock in dawn's light. They escaped with their lives and gained troll treasure, including swords that would prove valuable in battles ahead. Rivendell offered respite from the journey's hardships. Elrond received them with courtesy, though his relationship with dwarves was complicated by histories both peoples remembered differently. The elf lord examined the map and the key that Thorin carried, items his father Thrain had possessed and somehow passed on before his disappearance. Elrond revealed moon letters that showed the secret entrance to Erebor and the specific time when it could be opened. The information was vital. Without it, they would have no way to enter the mountain except through the front gate where Smaug surely watched. The company rested in Rivendell for weeks, recovering strength and gathering information about the road ahead. Thorin used the time to plan, studying what they knew of Erebor's interior and considering how they might approach the dragon. The Arkenstone dominated his thinking. If they could recover the heart of the mountain, his claim to kingship would be unquestionable, and dwarves from every hold would rally to help reclaim the kingdom fully. But first they had to survive the journey and reach the mountain without alerting Smaug to their presence. The route ahead led through dangerous territory, over the misty mountains where goblins dwelt in the high passes, through Mirkwood where darker things than bandits waited, past territories held by men and elves who might not welcome dwarves intent on waking dragons. Every stage presented challenges that could end the quest before it achieved anything. Thorin held the company together through determination and the force of his personality. He was hard on them and harder on himself, driving toward the goal with focus that bordered on obsession. The poverty and exile of the past decades had refined him into something sharp and unyielding. Not always pleasant to deal with, but effective in maintaining purpose when others might have wavered. He would reach Erebor or die attempting, and the company would follow him to either outcome. The hobbit remained in uncertainty. Bilbo complained about discomfort and danger, questioned decisions that seemed obvious to dwarf thinking, and generally behaved as if he had been dragged into this against his will and better judgment. Yet he kept moving forward, and when crisis struck, he responded with courage that seemed at odds with his earlier behavior. Perhaps Gandalf had seen something in him that others missed. Or perhaps necessity was revealing qualities the hobbit himself had not known he possessed. They departed Rivendell with provisions and knowledge both. Heading east toward the mountains, that blocked their path to the lonely mountain beyond. The worst of the journey lay ahead, and all of them knew that many expeditions failed in the high passes where goblins lurked and stone itself could become enemy. But they were committed now, and Thorin would not turn back for any hardship short of death. Erebor waited ahead, and with it the chance to reclaim everything that had been lost. The company was captured by goblins in the high passes of the Misty Mountains. They had sheltered in a cave that seemed safe, but was actually a trap, and the stone opened beneath them to drop them into tunnels where the goblin kingdom sprawled. The creatures swarmed over the dwarves, seizing weapons and binding them, dragging them deeper into the mountain, toward their chieftain who would decide what death these trespassers deserved. Bilbo was separated in the chaos. He fell during the initial capture and was knocked unconscious, and when he woke, the others were gone. He found himself alone in darkness with only his small sword and the courage that had been growing in him since the journey began. The goblin tunnels stretched in every direction, and he could hear their voices echoing from passages he could not see. Escape seemed impossible, but remaining where he was meant eventual discovery and death. He chose a direction and moved as quietly as a hobbit could, which was very quietly indeed. His feet made no sound on the stone, and his small size let him slip through spaces where larger creatures would have been trapped. He descended deeper into the mountain, driven by some instinct toward lower passages where the goblin voices were fewer and the air smelled of water and ancient things. A lake lay in the mountain's roots, black and still in darkness that no light had touched in ages. Bilbo nearly stumbled into it before his eyes adjusted enough to see the water's edge. Something lived in that lake, something that noticed the small creature standing on its shore. A boat appeared from the darkness, and in it sat a creature that was neither goblin nor dwarf nor anything Bilbo recognized. Gollum was ancient and twisted, changed by centuries and darkness, and by the ring he possessed. He challenged the hobbit to a riddle game, proposing that if Bilbo won, then he would show the way out, but if Bilbo lost, then he would be eaten. The hobbit accepted because he had no choice, and the game began with riddles that tested wit and memory and the ability to think clearly when death waited for wrong answers. They traded riddles back and forth, each searching for questions that would stump the other. Bilbo drew on memories from his comfortable life in the Shire, on stories he had read and puzzles he had solved in safety and comfort. Gollum pulled from longer memory and darker experiences, riddles that spoke of things Bilbo had never imagined. The contest was close, each winning and losing rounds, neither able to gain clear advantage. Bilbo asked about time and wind and eggs, and Gollum answered correctly each time, though the answers came slower as the creature struggled with concepts far removed from his underground existence. Gollum asked about things that killed without touching and creatures with teeth but no mouth, and Bilbo worked through the logic until answers came. The game stretched on, and both participants grew desperate as they realized the other was not easily beaten. Then Bilbo made a mistake that saved him. In his nervousness, he reached into his pocket and felt something there that should not have been. A ring that must have fallen from Gollum's possession during the riddle game. His hand closed around it, and without thinking he asked aloud what he had in his pocket. Gollum took it as a riddle and could not answer, for how could he know what the hobbit possessed? The creature realized what must have happened. His precious ring was lost, and this intruder had taken it. The rage that filled Gollum was terrible beyond reason, and he lunged at Bilbo, intending to kill, regardless of what the Riddle Game's rules had been. The hobbit ran, driven by terror that gave him speed he had never possessed before. He fled through passages with Gollum pursuing, and the creature's howls echoed behind him, promising death and worse than death. Bilbo slipped the ring on his finger in desperation, hoping it might offer some protection or power. He vanished. The invisibility was complete and unexpected, and Gollum passed right by him without seeing what stood inches away. The hobbit pressed against the wall and held his breath while the creature searched frantically for prey that had disappeared. The ring had saved him, though he did not yet understand what he possessed or what it would eventually cost. Gollum gave up the search eventually and returned toward his lake, muttering about the precious that was lost and the thief who had stolen it. Bilbo followed at safe distance, reasoning that Gollum knew these tunnels and might inadvertently lead him to an exit. The creature did indeed move toward the outer regions where goblins dwelt, and Bilbo stayed behind him, using the ring's power to remain unseen. The path led to the back door that goblins used when they hunted outside the mountain. Guards stood there watching the entrance, and Gollum stopped before them, crying about the thief who had stolen his birthday present. The goblins paid him little attention, for the creature often came to this door, raving about various grievances. Bilbo saw his chance and took it, slipping past both Gollum and the guards while invisible, escaping into sunlight that felt like salvation after the underground darkness. He found the others waiting outside, having escaped the goblins through violence and Gandalf's intervention. They had thought him dead and were stunned to see him alive. Bilbo told them a version of his adventure that omitted certain details about the ring and how he had acquired it. The lies came easily, and he kept the ring's power secret even from the wizard who might have understood its significance. The company was reunited, and they had escaped the Goblin Kingdom despite capture and separation. Bilbo had proven himself in ways none of them had expected, and Thorin's estimation of the hobbit rose considerably. The burglar could move unseen and think quickly under pressure, qualities that would be essential when they finally reached Erebor and faced the dragon. The journey continued, and they still had far to go before the lonely mountain came into view. The eagles came when all seemed lost. The company had escaped the goblins only to be trapped on the mountainside by wargs and orc bands, pursuing them with murderous intent. Trees offered brief shelter, but the enemy was setting fires below and closing in for the kill. Then vast shapes descended from the sky, and the Lord of the Eagles swept down with his followers to seize the dwarves and bear them away from certain death. They flew through the night, carried in talons that were gentle despite their strength. The world spread below them in darkness, broken by scattered lights from settlements and fires. Bilbo had never flown before and found the experience terrifying despite its wonder, but the dwarves endured it with typical stoicism. They were being saved, and the method mattered less than the result. The eagles carried them far from the mountains to an eyrie where they could rest briefly before continuing their journey. The great birds set them down at dawn on a high rock that served as landing place and council site. The Lord of the Eagles spoke with Gandalf about the company's purpose and destination, and he agreed to carry them farther east to the edge of his territory. He eagles owed the wizard debts from past services, and they would repay by aiding his companions, however strange their quest might seem. By afternoon they were flying again, crossing leagues in hours that would have taken days to walk. They were deposited at last on a great rock near the western edge of Mirkwood. The forest stretched dark and forbidding to the east, and their path would lead through it to reach Erobur beyond. But first they needed supplies and rest, for the escape from the goblins had cost them much of their equipment and all of their provisions. Gandalf knew someone who might help if approached correctly, a skin changer who dwelt alone in these lands and was dangerous to those who offended him. Beorn's house stood in lands he had claimed and defended against all intruders. He was no man, exactly, though he wore man-shape most of the time. His other form was bare, vast and terrible, and in that shape he could kill with casual ease. Gandalf explained all this as they approached, warning the company to be polite and let him do the talking. Beorn did not love dwarves particularly, and the wrong word could turn hospitality into violence. The wizard's strategy was cunning. He introduced the dwarves in pairs over the course of telling their tale, keeping Beorn interested enough that he continued listening rather than driving them away. The skin changer was intrigued, despite himself, by the story of their quest and the enemies they had already faced. His hatred of goblins and wargs exceeded his dislike of dwarves, and anyone who fought such creatures earned a measure of his respect. Beorn's hospitality, once extended, was generous. His hall was built to suit his size in both forms, vast and high-roofed, with furniture that dwarves had to climb. The food he provided was simple but abundant, bread and honey and cream from his own animals. He kept bees the size of small birds and horses that seemed almost intelligent in how they responded to his wordless commands. The entire household functioned according to his will, and everything in it reflected his strength and self-sufficiency. They rested there for days, recovering from the hardships of the mountain crossing and preparing for the journey through Mirkwood. Beorn provided new provisions and fresh ponies to carry them, for their own mounts had been lost in the goblin caves. He warned them extensively about the forest's dangers, describing paths they should take and places they must avoid at all costs. Mirkwood was corrupted by evil that had been growing there for centuries, and even the bravest could become lost or entranced if they strayed from safe routes. The skin changer seemed particularly interested in Thorin and the quest to reclaim Erebor. He asked detailed questions about Smaug and what the dwarves planned once they reached the mountain. Thorin answered carefully, revealing enough to satisfy curiosity without exposing the full extent of their planning. The dragon was the obvious obstacle, but Beorn seemed more concerned with what would happen after, with whether a restored dwarf kingdom would be friend or threat to those who dwelt nearby. Bilbo spent much of the rest time sleeping and eating, recovering from terrors he had never imagined before leaving the Shire. The ring he kept secret, hidden in his pocket where no one would find it. He had told his companions he had won a riddle game and been shown the way out, and they had accepted the story without pressing for details. Only Gandalf looked at him sometimes with expression that suggested suspicion, but the wizard asked no direct questions. The company departed Beorn's house laden with supplies and riding ponies that were sturdy, if not swift. The skin changer watched them go with unreadable expression, and he offered final warnings about staying on the path once they entered Mirkwood. "Do not leave the trail for any reason," he insisted, "and do not drink from the forest streams, no matter how thirsty they became. The enchantments that corrupted the forest would claim anyone who broke these rules." Mirkwood loomed ahead, dark under the sun and darker still in its depths. The trees grew so thick that light barely penetrated to the forest floor, and the path they would follow was little more than suggestion through the gloom. Thorin led them forward because there was no alternative route that would not add months to their journey. The lonely mountain lay beyond this darkness, and they would reach it regardless of what stood between. Gandalf departed at the forest's edge. He had business elsewhere that could not be delayed, matters he would not explain despite the company's protests. The wizard insisted they could manage Mirkwood without him if they followed Bowen's instructions exactly, and he promised to meet them again before they reached Erebor. His departure left them feeling abandoned despite the logic of his words, for the wizard's power had saved them multiple times already. They entered the forest as a company of 14 without their guide. Thorin took command as was his right, and they moved along the path in single file with weapons ready. The trees pressed close on both sides, and the silence was oppressive in ways that suggested watching presence. Mirkwood had claimed them, and they would not escape its grasp easily. The journey through darkness had begun, and Erebor remained distant beyond leagues of corrupted forest. The path through Mirkwood seemed to stretch forever. Days became weeks as the company trudged through darkness that was almost absolute, following a trail they could barely see beneath layers of dead leaves and encroaching undergrowth. The food Bolwen had provided was consumed steadily, and the water they carried grew stale. Every stream they passed looked clear and inviting, but they remembered the warnings and drank nothing except what they had brought with them. The enchantment of the forest worked on them gradually. They grew irritable and quarrelsome over small matters, and their judgment became clouded in ways they did not recognize. When the path forked or seemed to disappear entirely, they argued about which direction to take. When lights appeared among the trees, promising feasting and company, they forgot the warnings and left the path to investigate. The elves of Mirkwood were feasting in a clearing when the dwarves stumbled upon them. But these were wood elves who lived under the forest's shadow and had grown strange with it. When the dwarves approached, the lights vanished, and the elves with them, leaving the company in darkness and confusion. They tried to find their way back to the path, but it was gone, vanished as completely as if it had never existed. They were lost in Mirkwood, and the forest began to claim them. The spiders came in the night. Great creatures descended from webs strung between the trees, wrapping the dwarves in silk and hauling them into the branches. Bilbo escaped capture by fortune and the ring's power, using its invisibility to stay hidden while his companions were taken. He followed the spiders to their lair and saw the dwarves hanging trussed and helpless, with the creatures discussing which to eat first. The hobbit attacked with more courage than sense, using his sword and stones and the confusion the ring allowed him to create. He cut the dwarves free one by one while keeping the spiders distracted, and together they fought their way clear of the webs. The battle was desperate and close, for the spiders were numerous and venomous, but eventually the company escaped and fled deeper into the forest. They were found by wood elves, while still exhausted from the spider fight. The elves appeared silently and surrounded them before anyone could react, and resistance was futile against such numbers. Thorin and the others were bound and blindfolded, marched through the forest to the underground halls where the wood elves dwelt. Bilbo followed unseen, still wearing the ring and hoping to find opportunity to help his companions. The elven king who ruled these halls was Thranduil, and he was suspicious of dwarves travelling through his forest without permission or explanation. He questioned Thorin closely about their purpose and destination, but the dwarf revealed nothing. To speak of dragon treasure and reclamation would invite interference, and Thorin trusted no elf with such information. His silence angered Thranduil, and the king ordered the dwarves imprisoned until they became more cooperative. The prison was deep beneath the Elven King's halls, cells carved from living rock with doors of oak and iron each. Dwarf was locked separately to prevent them from planning escape or coordinating stories. Bilbo remained free and invisible, exploring the halls and searching for any weakness he might exploit. The wood elves were vigilant, but they did not know he was there, and that gave him advantage despite the apparently hopeless situation. Weeks passed while the dwarves languished in their cells. They were fed adequately but questioned regularly, and always Thorin refused to answer. His pride would not permit cooperation with captors who held him unjustly, and his suspicion of elves had been confirmed by this treatment. The others followed his lead, maintaining silence despite discomfort and the growing realization that they might never be released. Bilbo discovered the escape route by accident. The wood elves sent their empty wine barrels down a river that flowed beneath the halls, rolling them to a trapdoor where they splashed into the current below and floated to Lake Town where men would refill them. The hobbit conceived a desperate plan, timing his actions for a night when the elves were distracted by festivals and wine. He stole keys and released the dwarves one by one, stuffing them into barrels before the alarm could be raised. The escape was chaotic and undignified. The dwarves were sealed in barrels with barely enough air to breathe, dropped through the trapdoor into cold water that nearly stopped their hearts. The current carried them downstream in darkness and confusion, battered against rocks and logs, soaked and freezing and completely helpless. Bilbo clung to the outside of a barrel because there had been no time to find one for himself, and he rode the river downstream with frozen hands and growing despair. The journey by water lasted hours. The barrels bumped and spun in the current, and the dwarves within them suffered bruising and worse. Those who tried to call out swallowed water and learned to keep silent. Bilbo nearly lost his grip several times, saved only by desperate strength and the luck that seemed to follow him. The forest eventually gave way to open country, and the river broadened as it approached the long lake. Lake Town stood on stilts in the water, a city of men who lived by fishing and trade. The barrels washed up at the town's water gate, where workers gathered them for refilling and returned to the wood elves. The dwarves were hauled ashore, still sealed in their barrels, stiff and cold and barely conscious. Bilbo crawled onto the dock unseen and found a place to hide while he planned their next move. The town's guards eventually discovered that the barrels contained dwarves rather than wine. The alarm was raised, and the company was taken before the master who ruled Lake Town. Thorin revealed himself then, announcing his name and lineage and his intention to reclaim Erebor from Smaug. The declaration caused sensation. Among the men who had lived under the dragon's shadow for generations and preserved legends of the dwarves who had once dwelt in the mountain. The master was cautious but could not refuse hospitality to one who claimed to be king under the mountain. The people of Lake Town saw opportunity in Thorin's quest. For if the dragon was somehow defeated, then trade with a restored dwarf kingdom would bring prosperity. They welcomed the dwarves, and provided food and clothing and rest after the ordeal of escape and river journey. But they also watched carefully, for dragons were not easily killed, and the company's chances of success seemed remote. Thorin recovered his dignity along with his strength. He was no longer a prisoner, but a king among potential allies, however skeptical those allies might be. The lonely mountain stood visible to the north, and between Lake Town and that peak lay only the distance that could be covered in days rather than weeks. The quest's end was finally near, and whatever awaited them in Erebor would be faced soon. The river had carried them to their destination's threshold, and now only the dragon remained between them and reclamation of all that had been lost. The company departed Lake Town with provisions and weapons provided by the master, though his generosity was calculated rather than genuine. The men watched them go with mixed hope and dread, for if the dwarves somehow angered Smough without killing him, the dragon's wrath would fall on Lake Town. But the promise of restored trade and the end of living under dragon threat was worth the risk. And the people cheered as the boats carried Thorin and his companions north toward the mountain. The journey up the lake took days. The lonely mountain grew larger with each mile, dominating the horizon and reminding them all of what they were approaching. Erebor stood as it had for 171 years, beautiful and terrible, a kingdom become dragon lair. Thorin looked at it with emotions too complicated to name, seeing both his inheritance and his doom in that single peak. They landed on the western shore and continued on foot, circling around to approach from the west where the secret door should be. The front gate was impossible, for Smaug surely watched it, and to enter that way was to die. The hidden entrance that Elrond's moon letters had revealed was their only hope. If they could find it before Durin's day passed, and the opportunity was lost for another year. The slopes of Erebor were desolate. Nothing grew where the dragon had breathed, and old bones littered the ground where Smaug had left the remains of meals. The company climbed through this wasteland, searching for the location marked on their map. The rock face looked uniform and unwelcoming, and finding a hidden door in leagues of cliff seemed almost impossible despite the map's guidance. They found it at last, on the proper day, a smooth section of stone that was almost invisible unless you knew what to seek. The keyhole appeared when the setting sun struck the rock at precisely the right angle, and Thorin used the key his father had carried and somehow passed on before his death. The door opened silently, revealing stairs that descended into darkness and the faint smell of dragon that drifted up from below. Bilbo went down alone. This was burglars' work, and the dwarves had no skill for stealth that would serve them in a sleeping dragon's lair. The hobbit wore the ring and moved with silence, born of terror, descending stairs that seemed endless and feeling the heat increase with every step. The dragon's presence became overwhelming as he approached the lowest levels, and his courage nearly failed before he reached the treasury. Smaug slept on gold piled higher than houses. The treasure that THRS Line had accumulated across generations spread beneath the worm like a vast golden bed, and gems caught what little light existed and glittered through the gloom. The dragon himself was massive beyond belief, covered in scales that were red and gold, breathing slowly in sleep that was never quite unconscious. He knew the moment Bilbo entered, despite the ring's power, for dragons sensed theft like sharks sensed blood. The conversation that followed was a game of words and wits, with Bilbo trying to learn about the dragon without revealing too much about himself or his companions. Smaug was ancient and intelligent and enjoyed conversation with prey who might be interesting before being eaten. He spoke of his strength and his invulnerability, boasting about armor that no weapon could pierce. But Bilbo noticed something the dragon did not intend to reveal, a gap in the scales over the left breast where the armor was incomplete. The hobbit fled back up the stairs carrying a single cup from the treasury, proof that he had done what he promised. Smaug noticed the theft immediately and exploded into rage that shook the mountain. The dragon emerged from the secret door in fury, searching the mountainside for the thief who had dared enter his lair. The company hid in the tunnel behind the closed door, while Smaug raged outside, and they felt the mountain tremble under his anger. The Wyam's suspicions turned toward Lake Town. Men had helped the dwarves, and they would burn for their interference. Smaug took wing and flew south toward the lake, leaving the mountain in darkness behind him. His anger was terrible and focused now, and nothing would turn him from vengeance on those who had aided the thieves. Lake Town saw the dragon coming like doom descending from the north. The alarm was raised too late to evacuate, and Smaug fell upon the city with fire that ignited everything it touched. The wooden buildings became torches, and people fled toward boats that offered only temporary safety. The dragon circled overhead and breathed flame that turned the lake itself to steam, and his shadow covered the town like shroud. Bard stood among the defenders with his great bow and the black arrow that was heirloom of his line. He was descended from lords of Dale who had ruled before Smaug came, and he knew the old tales better than most. The story of the dragon's weakness had been passed down through generations, and he knew where to aim if he could get clear shot. The moment came when Smaug wheeled overhead pursuing boats full of refugees. The dragon's left breast was exposed, and Bard drew his bow with the black arrow nocked. He aimed for the gap he could not see but knew must exist, trusting in legends and the testimony of a thrush that had heard Bilbo's report and carried the knowledge to one who could use it. The arrow flew true and struck home, piercing scales and driving deep into the dragon's heart. Smaug fell from the sky like a mountain dropping from the heavens. He crashed into Lake Town with impact that shattered what remained of the city, and his death throes completed the destruction his fire had begun. The dragon was dead, killed by a single arrow and the courage of one man who had believed old tales and acted when the moment came. The great worm that had ruled Arrowbur for nearly 2 centuries was gone, and the treasure he had guarded was suddenly available to whoever dared claim it. The survivors of Lake Town gathered on the shore and realized what had happened. The dragon was dead, slain by Bard's arrow, and the gold that lay in Erebor belonged to no one now. The men had lost their city and their livelihoods, and they looked north toward the mountain where wealth beyond measuring waited. Bard had killed the dragon, and that deed entitled him to something, surely. The question of who owned the treasure was about to become more complicated than simple reclamation. The dwarves fortified Erebor as soon as they understood Smaug was dead. Thorin ordered the front gate sealed with a wall built from broken stone and whatever materials could be found, for he knew others would come seeking the treasure now that the dragon no longer guarded it. The gold was his by right of inheritance, and he would defend it against any who tried to take what belonged to his line. The Arkenstone he sought obsessively, searching the treasury for the gem that would prove his kingship beyond question. The refugees from Lake Town arrived within days, led by Bard, who had killed the dragon and now spoke for the survivors. They came seeking aid and compensation, for their city was destroyed and winter was approaching with no shelter except what the mountain might provide. Bard requested a share of the treasure, arguing that Lake Town's destruction was consequence of the dwarves' actions and that his arrow had made reclamation possible. The request was reasonable, but Thorin refused it utterly. The king had been changed by finding the treasure. The gold lust that ran in his bloodline was fully awakened now that he stood in halls filled with wealth beyond measuring. He saw enemies everywhere, heard only demands for what was rightfully his, and his judgment warped under pressures he could not recognize or resist. The ring of his house was lost somewhere in the treasury, and perhaps its absence made him more vulnerable to the sickness that gold could inflict on those who loved it too much. The Wood Elves arrived soon after, led by Thranduil, who claimed the white gems of Lasgalen that his father had commissioned from dwarves in ancient days and never received. The Elven King brought an army, for he did not trust Thorin to honor debts or negotiate fairly. The host camped before Erebor's gate alongside the men from Lake Town, and together they outnumbered the dwarves many times over. They did not attack immediately, but instead offered terms, demanding Thorin surrender a portion of the treasure or face siege. Thorin called for aid from his kinsman Dane in the Iron Hills. The message was carried by ravens that served the mountain still, and Dane responded with an army of his own. The dwarves of the Iron Hills marched west in full battle array, hardened warriors in mail that had never failed them. They arrived within days, and suddenly the balance shifted. The siege became standoff, with three armies facing each other and none willing to strike first blow that would ignite full war. The parley that followed was bitter and fruitless. Bard and Thranduil demanded shares of the treasure as compensation and ancient debt. Thorin refused everything, claiming the gold was his alone and offering nothing except defiance. His own companions tried to reason with him, but the madness had him fully now, and he would not hear counsel that suggested yielding anything. Bilbo attempted to break the impasse by secretly delivering the Arkenstone to Bard, hoping it could be used as bargaining token to force Thorin toward compromise. The theft enraged Thorin beyond reason when he learned of it. He named Bilbo traitor and cast him from the mountain, and he prepared for battle despite being outnumbered and besieged. The situation seemed destined to end in bloodshed between peoples who should have been allies, with the treasure as prize for whoever survived the slaughter. Then the goblins came from the north, and everything changed. Bolg had gathered every orc band from the Misty Mountains and the Grey, assembling an army that dwarfed the forces already present. The goblins came seeking vengeance for Azonal Beezer and the 6-year war that had destroyed so many of their kind. They also came for treasure, drawn by the same greed that had corrupted Thorin. The host that descended on Erebor was vast and terrible, and it made the disputes between dwarves and elves and men seem petty by comparison. The free peoples united in face of the goblin threat. Thorin emerged from the mountain with his warriors, joining with Dane's force and the armies of Thranduil and Bard. The battle was joined in the valley before Erebor's gate, and it was desperate from the first moments. The goblins had numbers beyond counting, and they pressed forward with hatred that needed no other motivation. The allied forces fought with courage born of necessity, for defeat meant death for everyone present. The battle raged through the morning, with neither side gaining clear advantage. The goblins came in waves that seemed endless, and the defenders were pushed back step by step despite their superior skill and equipment. Thorin organized a defense from behind the wall they had built, using the fortification to channel enemy attacks and create killing grounds where dwarf axes could harvest orc lives efficiently. But the numbers were overwhelming, and exhaustion was claiming the defenders. The eagles came then as they had come before, descending from the sky to strike at the goblin host from above. The great birds fell upon the enemy with talon and beak, scattering formations and creating chaos in the rear ranks. Their arrival gave the defenders hope, but hope alone could not win against such numbers. The goblins adapted quickly and continued pressing forward despite losses that would have broken lesser armies. Beorn arrived in his bare form, vast and terrible, and filled with rage against goblins and wargs both. He crashed through the enemy lines like storm through forest, killing everything in his path and caring nothing for weapons that barely scratched his hide. His presence was like natural disaster given purpose, and the goblins broke where he passed. The allied forces pressed forward in his wake, and momentum shifted for the first time since battle began. Thorin saw the enemy leader Bolg directing forces from a hilltop, and madness became clarity of purpose for one final moment. He gathered his best warriors and charged directly toward where the goblin chief stood, determined to kill the enemy commander or die attempting. The charge was glorious and suicidal both, a desperate gambit that might break the enemy or might simply waste elite warriors in futile gesture. The king and his guard crashed through the goblin lines with fury that could not be stopped. Thorin fought with strength beyond what his wounds should have allowed, and he reached Bolg's position with his nephews Fili and Kili fighting beside him. The battle there was fierce and close, dwarf courage against goblin numbers, in a space too small for tactics. Bolg fell at last, killed by the combined assault, but the victory cost everything. Fili and Kili died, defending their uncle from the goblins who swarmed their position. Thorin himself was gravely wounded, struck down by blows that pierced his armor and found his flesh beneath. His companions dragged him clear of the fighting while the battle swirled around them, but the wounds were mortal and everyone knew it. The king who had reclaimed his mountain would not live to rule it. The death of Bolg broke the goblin host's cohesion. They began to flee, pursued by allied forces who showed no mercy to enemies who had shown none. The battle became rout and then slaughter as the goblins were hunted through the valleys and passes. Victory was achieved, though the cost in lives was staggering on all sides. Bodies lay thick across the battlefield, and the blood of 3 peoples mixed in the soil. Thorin died before sunset with Bilbo beside him. He spoke words of reconciliation and regret, acknowledging that his obsession with gold had nearly destroyed what mattered more. The hobbit wept for the dwarf, who had been hard and proud, but also brave and capable of growth, even in his final moments. The king under the mountain was gone, and with him died the worst of the gold sickness that had plagued his line. Dane Ironfoot was crowned king under the mountain in Thorin's place. He had led the Iron Hills forces with skill and courage, and he was of Durin's line, though not the direct heir. The succession was undisputed, for Thorin's death left no closer kin alive. Dane would rule Araba through the war with Sauron and into the Fourth Age, proving himself worthy of the crown that came to him through tragedy and blood. The Fourth Age began with Arabo secure under Dane's rule, but the peace was brief. Sauron had returned in Mordor, and his shadow spread across Middle-earth once more. The free peoples were drawn into war whether they desired it or not, for the Dark Lord would accept no neutrality from those with strength to oppose him. The dwarves had suffered much already, but they would suffer more before the age of their great trials finally ended. Gloin came to Rivendell in the year 3018, sent by Dane to the Council of Elrond, where the fate of the ring would be decided. He brought news of Erebor and warning of the enemy's interest in dwarf kingdoms. Sauron had sent messengers demanding information about Bilbo and the ring he had found, offering alliance and rewards if the dwarves would cooperate. Dane had refused, understanding that any dealing with the Dark Lord meant enslavement, but the refusal meant Erebor would face his wrath. The siege came while Frodo journeyed toward Mount Doom with the ring. Easterling armies in Sauron's service attacked both Erebor and Dale, bringing war to the north while the main battles were fought far to the south. Dane led the defense with Brand, King of Dale, fighting alongside him as their ancestors had fought together before Smoke came. The two kingdoms stood together against enemies that outnumbered them vastly, and they held their ground with courage that would be remembered. The battle raged for days. The armies of the east pressed against Dale's walls and sought to break through to Erebor beyond. Brand and Dane led from the front, as kings should, rallying their warriors when exhaustion threatened to break the defense. They were both old by then, aged beyond normal years by long rule and accumulated wounds, but neither would yield while strength remained to fight. They fell together defending Dale's Gate, overwhelmed by numbers that could not be stopped by courage alone. Bran died first, struck down while holding a breach that enemies poured through. Dane stood over his friend's body and fought on until his own strength failed and the darkness took him, the greatest of the Iron Hills warriors. Hero of Azanalbiza and king of Erebor for more than 2 centuries, died as he had lived, with axe in hand and enemies before him. The defense did not break with their deaths. Thorin, 3 Stonehelm, Dana's son, rallied the survivors and withdrew them into Erebor itself, where the fortifications were stronger. The siege continued, but the dwarves held the mountain, and the men who survived Dale's fall fought beside them. They endured through weeks of assault, refusing to yield though hope seemed lost and relief impossible. Then word came from the south that the ring was destroyed and Sauron fallen. The Dark Tower had collapsed, and the armies serving Mordor were broken or fleeing. The Easterlings besieging Erebor learned of their master's defeat and withdrew in disorder, pursued by forces that had been besieged and now became hunters. The war was won, though victory had cost Dane and Brand and thousands of others their lives. Thorin 3 Stonehelm ruled Erebor in the 4th Age that followed, and his reign brought prosperity that had been unknown since before Smaug came. The kingdom rebuilt what war had damaged, and trade resumed with vigor. Dale rose again from its ruins, stronger than before, and the alliance between men and dwarves deepened through shared sacrifice and victory. The North prospered under their combined strength. The dwarves endured as they always had, as Orla had made them to endure. The fourth age brought changes that diminished other peoples, but Durin's folk persisted in their mountains and maintained their crafts. They were fewer than they had been in earlier ages, for the wars and disasters had taken heavy toll, but they remained true to themselves and their traditions. The songs were still sung in Kuzdel, and the young were still taught the old ways. The promise remained that Durin would return, that the deathless would be reborn into his line one final time before the world's ending. Durin the Seventh would come in ages yet distant, and under his rule the dwarves would reclaim Moria itself, walking again in Khazad-dûm's halls after millennia of exile. The promise sustained them through dark times, reminding them that their story was not finished and their greatest days might yet lie ahead, but that lay hidden in the deep future, beyond the sight of even the wisest. For now the fourth age brought peace and rebuilding, time to heal from wounds accumulated across 3 ages of struggle. The dwarves had survived everything that fate and malice could inflict on them. They had lost Khazad-dûm and endured. They had lost Erebor and reclaimed it. They had been broken by dragons and demons and their own mistakes, and they had persisted through it all with stubbornness that was their greatest strength. The forges burned in Erebor and the Iron Hills, in the scattered holds across Middle-earth where dwarves dwelt and worked and raised their families. The axes rang against stone in mines that delved for ore, and the hammers sang in workshops where metal was shaped into tools and weapons and works of beauty. The children of Orla continued the labors they had been made for, and they would continue until the world itself ended and the stone at last grew cold. So ends the chronicle of the dwarves, from their secret making to the fourth age's peace. We have walked with them through glory and disaster, through pride and humility, through losses that seemed unbearable and victories that came at terrible cost. They endured what would have destroyed lesser peoples, and they remained themselves through all changes and chances of the long years. The fire burns low now, wanderer, and this tale has reached its ending. You have heard of the 7 fathers and their waking, of kingdoms risen and fallen, of treasures found and lost and sometimes found again. Rest now and let the weight of ages slide from your shoulders. The dwarves endure in their mountains still, and their hammers will ring long after we have passed into sleep. May your own road lead you to halls of stone and the warmth of hearth fires, and may you find rest